That'll be the general game plan. Try to get CENTCOM to brief early afternoon their time, early morning our time, and then someone from here early afternoon.
Great. General, thank you. Welcome. You're going to learn to love us while you're here. Question, you say that the forces have crossed the Tigris. Any other major...
Euphrates, sir.
Pardon me. Another river. Just another river, right. Any other major land barriers before these troops get to Baghdad? And what's an ETA on the outskirts of Baghdad? Can you give us any idea at all?
Sir, trying to predict the conclusion of the operation or reaching Baghdad would be impossible at this point. The forces have moved with impressive speed thus far, as we outlined, and the product of that is where we are. That said, whenever you actually execute a plan, the enemy gets a vote. We've still got significant Iraqi forces in front of us. They may fight, they may not. If they fight, there could be a tough battle to be taken. So trying to predict a time would be really difficult.
And I just add on to that, General Myers, I think yesterday, was the one who said, we're making good progress. There are still a lot of unknowns out there, and I've already picked up a tendency to look and seek for hard and fast benchmarks. We won't be predicting those, and we will be constantly cautioning as much progress as we are making, bad things could still happen.
Just the first part of the question, are there any more natural barriers, or are they just going to be speeding across mostly desert towards Baghdad?
So I don't want to talk about the operational details of their route. They've crossed the Euphrates very, very successfully.
Well, General, since the Iraqis obviously already know, could you give us the furthest point of advance by, say, at least the 3rd Infantry and the 1st MEF? Could you just kind of pinpoint a little bit for us on the map?
Let me jump in there for a second. Operations are underway. A lot of parts and pieces are moving as we speak. And clearly, strategic surprise isn't something we've got. There is still tactical surprise, and we're going to try hard not to stand up here and paint a picture for the Iraqi regime of exactly where we are and exactly what we've got going at any moment in time.
I just mean ballpark. So
yeah, even ballpark.
General, you singled out 6 Republican Guard divisions and Special Republican Guard divisions, the most loyal troops, some of those obviously in and around Baghdad. We understand they've been targets, they were on the target list. Is there any assessment on the troops around Baghdad of what you're seeing with that resistance right now?
So nothing we can pin down at this point. We're continuing to gather effects of the operations to date.
If I could follow up, Tori, yesterday Secretary Rumsfeld said that the Iraqi leadership is essentially losing control of the country. Is there more, can you characterize it further today on command and control, what you're seeing and hearing?
It's really more of what he was talking about yesterday. They appear not to have a lot of control over all the parts and pieces you would expect them to. There seems to be confusion in the command and control, and I'll leave it at that. Thelma.
All along, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld has, before this ever started, warned that it could take 6 days, 6 weeks, or even 6 months. And this morning in the President's radio address, he had again warned that this could take a long time. I wonder if it's time to remind the American people that this may not be wrapped up any time in the next few days. It could be a considerable period.
I wouldn't put a time frame on it because we just don't know. But we've said from the very beginning, even well before the start of military operations, there are a lot of unknowns, there are a lot of bad things that can happen, and we'll take it one day at a time. And the only thing that is of great certainty is what the outcome is, the end of this regime.
Tori, regarding the journalists who have been killed, any information that would suggest that they died as a result of U.S. military fire? And are you taking any steps to try to mitigate the risk to journalists who aren't actually embedded with U.S. troops?
We've heard several different versions of what may have happened to different sets of reporters, and it's very unclear to us right now what has happened in different places. What is very certain is they are journalists who were not embedded with coalition forces. And as we've warned repeatedly, again, weeks before the start of this operation, it seems like it's stating the obvious, but it is very, very dangerous out there, especially when people are wandering freely between coalition and Iraqi forces. So we have no evidence to suggest what you said. We have lots of evidence to suggest that it is very dangerous out there, and I will say again to news organizations, and I've talked to bureau chiefs today, we really, really urge you to exercise restraint with your journalists that are out there operating freely. But we have no...
Has the U.S. military had to go rescue any journalists under fire who were not embedded, and has that resulted in any risk to U.S. troops?
We will try to get you more information. I've received some information that U.S. forces may have medevaced one journalist, but we'll try to get you more information as the day goes on.
And one last thing about can you bring us up to date on whatever your state of knowledge is on the Iraqi regime, Saddam Hussein or anyone else in control? Do you know where any of those people are? Is there any evidence that anyone is leaving or defecting or making contact with?
Don't have information about specific individuals, but I'll repeat what I said before. We continue to see evidence of confusion, of not a real solid grip on the command and control aspects that you would expect at this time.
Have you seen any evidence of Saddam Hussein at all? Has he appeared anywhere?
Probably heard as many different stories as people in this room have. 5 or 6 different stories, and who knows?
Yes.
Who knows?
General, can I
Carl.
ask you a question?
No, let's go to Carl.
Sorry, and General, either one of you, can you tell us how far shock and awe has gone? Is there more shock and awe left? Are we going to see more today? If you don't want to put a specific on it, but is there some left in the barrel there?
Yes, sir, there's as much left in the barrel as required. The air campaign has been directed at a number of targets, most importantly at the beginning, the Iraqi command and control capability, the regime leadership, and then weapons of mass destruction and their capability to execute those. And that's tied to command and control as well. It will continue to target additional parts of the force as long as resistance is there, to include Republican Guards and Special Republican Guards, the intelligence. We are waiting to get the feedback on how well that's working, and there's a lag time in that. We are hitting targets effectively and with precision, and pleased with that, but it takes a little while, as Tori just described, to get the feedback on how much we've affected it, because we know they have redundant capabilities in many areas.
You should have been able to get some BDA today, though. The skies are pretty clear. You could take a look at it. How successful?
Well, sir, we can see whether or not we've hit targets in many cases, and we're still gathering that. But we're running an effects-based campaign that is partially kinetic, partially non-kinetic, partially information operations. And so what we judge effectiveness by is not just whether there's a hole in the roof of a building, but whether or not the function that element did before ceases to be effective.
Are we likely to see another show like last evening?
So I won't predict the future, but I will say that it will happen as much as required.
Tony, can I, the show last night, and the weapons that you outlined...
Let me stop you for a second. I know I'm not always as careful with words as I should be. It's not a show. It's not a game. And I just think people should be really, really careful with the words.
Right. The campaign we saw in full last night, show is not my word, by the way. There was a, early on, like over the last month, we've had this mythical 3,000 precision-guided bombs would rain down on Baghdad on the first night. This is the New York Times put that in play. Your math lays out maybe 1,000 weapons at most, if conservatively. Was that the original plan a much greater number, or was this always kind of the state of play, roughly 1,000 or so? Because that set the stage for these expectations of shock, awe, whatever you want to call it.
Sir, a couple things. First is, to go back in shock and awe as a concept, the idea is very precise. And some people, I think, misinterpreted shock and awe for a wave of fire and huge destruction. In fact, in an effects-based campaign as this was, we can achieve much shock and awe by hitting just critical points. In fact, a perfect shock and awe would hit as few as possible to create those effects. So the answer is, we believe we are having effect, but it's tough to do that. Whether it will go forward in numbers,
Well, and let me just add on one point to that. If you go back to our objectives, our objective very clearly is to break the back of the Iraqi regime while causing as little collateral damage as possible. That's what our objective is. What is so important about the plan is its ability to scale up and scale down.
General Franks today mentioned he doesn't think about strategic targets. He thinks about emerging targets. In the long run, might emerging targets, command and control and Iraqi Republican Guard units, might those be more important in the long run than the CNN kind of shock and awe we've been seeing out of Baghdad?
Your fault.
I think that's a great question, and it gives an opportunity to discuss flexibility. As we demonstrated the other night, the key to having a very effective effects-based campaign is to be flexible, i.e. not to have a program over day after day that you hit automatically. Instead, what they are doing is seeing what needs to be struck next, either lethally or non-lethally. And so I think that's exactly what you're seeing right now.
The role of SOF would play, is the SOF playing the same role it did in Afghanistan? Yeah, no.
So the role is different, but the same. They are leveraging combat power. The key role of Special Operating Forces is to take very mature, well-trained people and leverage power, i.e. it's not desirable that they get in direct firefights themselves, but instead they use air, they work with coalition allies, they use information, and a small force has a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. And that's what we're having right now.
Pam,
Could you, on the map that you showed us, you identified the airfields H2 and H3 and showed special forces near them. Are they in control of both of those airfields? Could you describe for us what that green line is, what that represents? Could you talk to us a little bit about the fighting in Basra? Could you tell us about scud hunting? And could you talk to us about non-lethal weapons? And now I'm done, and I'll remind you as you go through. The non-lethal weapons.
My mind is like one of those old computers. They can only take a certain amount. The airfields out in the west, there are H1, 2, 3, and 4, and they stretch into Jordan. I won't comment on what you're under our control now. Clearly, we have Special Operating Forces in the west.
You said there was one as of yesterday. Has that number grown?
I won't discuss. There are still forces operating, and I think we put them at risk if we talk too much about exactly what they're doing.
Okay, and the green line that was on the map, what does that represent? It has a sign that says green line.
That is the line between the Kurdish-controlled part of northern Iraq and the remainder of Iraq.
And I'm sorry, the scud hunting, how's that going? Or have we seen scuds launching, or are we finding scuds?
Well, we've seen no scuds launching, and that was what I was involved in during the 1991 war, and it was a combination of ground forces and air suppression over, and then, of course, intelligence. We're doing a different job of it this time, but so far there have been no scuds launched, which is very positive to date.
you don't any evidence of that? Mr. McCarthy,
Basra and
so you got 2.5.
But everybody's interested.
Go ahead, you can ask her question.
Can you talk to us about the strategy of dealing with a large city like Basra and then basically sealing it off once you have destroyed the organized force and then moving rapidly beyond? Same strategy today in al-Nasiriyah. The risk that you take of having potentially a hostile city behind you, several of them, as you stretch out your lines of communication and resupply. High-risk strategy?
It depends upon the situation, sir, and I'd let General Franks characterize it in each case. Clearly, we try to avoid combat in cities because of the effect on civilians and potential damage to infrastructure as well. In cases where we can bypass or isolate and continue the operation forward and hope then that element or that location falls without pitched combat, I think that's in everyone's best interest. And the commander on the ground weighs whether or not the enemy forces in the city are any kind of threat to his lines of communication.
Aren't you leaving a boiling pot behind potentially if the reception of American forces is different than you hope it's going to be? You leave something that can interrupt your resupply, something that can hit you from the rear.
So I wouldn't speculate. I think the commander on the ground really has the field to make the assessment in each case.
And they also have the ability to scale as needed and appropriate. Barbara.
General, we saw some early morning bombing over Baghdad at dawn Baghdad time. Should we take from that that you're now confident enough that you've taken down the air defense system enough over Baghdad and over Iraq to have daylight bombing?
Ma'am, we have the capability to operate anytime. We still respect the air defenses in the Baghdad area. It, of course, as you know, was known as the Super Missile Engagement Zone, or MEZ. But the air defenses there are an integrated system of air defense artillery, radars, command and control communications, and surface-to-air missiles. If you can take down parts of that and degrade it, then it gets more feasible to operate effectively in day or night. we are still respectful of what they have.
And if I could also follow up, Secretary Rumsfeld yesterday again spoke about communications that elements of the administration had with Iraqi leadership, and that was key to your decision-making on going forward in the campaign. If they were to surrender, that might be a good sign. Has there been any sign beyond the Republican Guard that you spoke about that any member of the senior leadership in Iraq is responding to the overtures from the Bush administration?
I'd say two things. One, for quite some time now, with a variety of tools, the President of the United States speaking very openly, the leaflets, the commando solo, a variety of ways, a variety of conversations and discussions. We've been communicating with the leadership saying, end this now. Save your lives, save the Iraqi people's lives. So we have communicated with them consistently with a range of tools, and we'll continue to do this. I'm not going to characterize individual conversations, but discussions are ongoing, and there is still an opportunity for some people to do the right thing.
General, have you found any evidence that the Special Operations Forces operating in Western Iraq found any evidence of Scud, either missiles or launchers or fueling trucks or anything that might suggest there are any Scuds left out there?
To my knowledge, we have not discovered any to this point.
General, can I ask you,
in the airstrikes that have targeted the Republican Guards, can you say whether you're going after headquarters and leadership as opposed to fielded forces? And if you are, why would you not go after forces that you may have to fight?
So I wouldn't give the operational details of exactly what we're targeting. We are trying to have effects-based outcomes on those organizations as well. Sometimes destroying the internal command and control of a division fragments its combat power more quickly than anything else. But I think that's as far as I'd go.
without disclosing the location of where you actually crossed the Euphrates, can you just tell us, did you cross at a place where there were already bridges in place, or did you bridge over the Euphrates at some other point and cross?
So in fact, we were able to utilize bridges that were already in place.
Tom Bowman.
Can you get into the weapons of mass destruction sites? They were listed the first night of the air campaign. How many were struck? What do you suspect was there, either chem, bio, or long-range missile? And did you use any special kinds of weaponry, incendiary devices, for example, to take them out?
If you go back to what Secretary Rumsfeld talked about yesterday, and General Franks went through it again today, clearly one of our top priorities, one of our top objectives, is to find and destroy the WMD. There are a number of sites. I won't go into details which ones they are, where they are, but it is no, I will not give you a ballpark, but I'll do two things. One is just underscore what a priority that is for us, and two, try to manage expectations. We know with great certainty the Iraqi regime was extraordinarily skilled at hiding this stuff, at dispersing this stuff in very small amounts in underground bunkers. So I want to manage expectations. It could be difficult to find and exploit this stuff.
Any kind of special bombs and missiles used to take some of this stuff out, incendiary kind of weapons that...
And that's a great question. In fact, the whole weaponeering process that we use in our very, very meticulous targeting process identifies every target, identifies the best munition to use. In some cases, a munition that might potentially help destroy any agents that might be there is an option. There are many other options, but in addition to the correct munition from that standpoint, we also balance that against potential collateral damage, potential unintended casualties of civilians. So a lot goes into the calculus that determines exactly what munition is used.
When you mention the target category of weapons of mass destruction and the capability to execute them, what are you really talking about? Can you explain that? Because I don't think you're actually bombing stocks of chemical weapons. What are you bombing?
I would not go into the specifics exactly, but we are taking great care not to achieve a negative effect with something we're trying to hit.
And do you hope to see some of these sites with ground troops as opposed to bombing it because of the concern maybe about some sort of a chemical plume, let's say, or something?
Well, I think exactly. Every weapon of mass destruction location has its own inherent built-in danger to it, either if it's stored incorrectly, even just going in. And so as we go after each of those, we'll look to secure them, and we'll look to then render them safe in a very, in a way that's not dangerous for our coalition forces going in or to the surrounding area.
Clearly, some you feel safe to bomb, as opposed to seize.
I won't identify which we might feel safe to bomb and which we wouldn't.
The Iraqis have set trenches full of oil on fire all around the city today, which is a traditional way that the Russians have tried to create some sort of primitive air defense. Would you speculate for us on what you think they're doing? Do they not know that the United States has JDAMs other than making
The general
pollution?
wants to speculate about it from a military operations standpoint. I encourage him to do so. My personal opinion for a long time has been that they intended to do this for a very different reason. I don't think they truly thought it would impede our planes or our precision-guided weapons. I think for a long time, because their propaganda, their disinformation, their lies and deception are such a big part of the apparatus, I think they've planned for a long time to do that, to try to create very dramatic images of what it looks like is happening in Baghdad. What we know with certainty is that we have carefully chosen every target. What we know with great certainty is that we have chosen every target toward our objective of breaking the back of the regime and keeping the collateral damage and the non-combatant casualties to an absolute minimum. So I personally am quite confident it was for a very different reason.
Don't there have to be explosions before fires are started? I mean, that sort of, if there isn't a bombing campaign at that time, I don't know how stupid the Iraqi people or the international community is. I don't know how that washes.
Well, who knows right now what the Iraqi people are seeing or hearing, but and also we're trying to keep tabs, but it's hard to see what people in the other parts of the world are seeing or how it is being characterized to them. But the images in and of themselves can be dramatic. We're trying very hard to explain to people how careful the targeting process was, how we tried to hit certain targets with certain purpose, how we were not doing those things. The very placement of some of these trenches gives you an indication of what they were thinking. Putting trenches near hospitals and mosques and schools, which are clearly not targets for us.
Is
So
there
if
any
the general would
military reason? Does it impede any aspect of anything you do, General?
I believe there could be a belief that any obscurant could assist them, but it is, I do not believe that will have the effect that they may hope.
General, can I ask you a question about activities in the north? We haven't heard much other than that there are special operations forces there. Can you tell us whether the oil fields in the north have been secured, and also any details that you might have on the raids against the terrorist camps up there?
At this point, we continue to have special operating forces in the north. In fact, there was a strike as part of last night's operation against the facility that you've written about before, Kerma. We are still gathering battle damage assessment from that. In regards to the oil field, that is not yet in coalition hands.
Have there been any sabotage there like we've seen in the south?
Not seen evidence of it yet.
No evidence.
Let's go over here.
General, you said that the troops were making good progress, but by the evidence of the names that were read at the beginning of this press briefing, clearly it's not a complete rollover. Can you give us any idea where the coalition forces are meeting the most resistance, and can you give us any details of what the fighting has been like?
I would leave it to CENTCOM to describe that, because I think they do it better than we have. I think the speed of the advance will indicate that any engagements have been settled fairly rapidly.
General, will the north remain a special operations area, or will there be regular Army forces, ground troops moving in larger numbers in the coming days?
So I won't really add to what the chairman said. There will be a northern option or part of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and whatever operational forces we decide to use will be seen as it unfolds.
Let's take Tammy and then we'll go way back.
Is there any evidence so far that any of the resistance encountered by advancing troops has been directed from Baghdad, or perhaps are the units on the ground responding to standing orders in place? And then also, have U.S. forces encountered any caches of WMD of any kind?
We have found no caches of weapons of mass destruction to date. It is difficult to say what causes the engagements from the Iraqi forces.
Way in the back.
Tori, and for the general, is it your belief that Saddam is the only really cohesive force holding the Iraqi defenders together? In other words, that the demise of Saddam or the demise of his leadership circle would translate automatically into immediate evaporation of resistance? Or is there some scenario where you could see Saddam going away but the fighting continuing?
I'll try and then you can follow up. As I've said before, who knows about Saddam Hussein? There are 5, 6, 7 different reports about what his status might be. Clearly, we're having an impact on the leadership. As I said before, and the Secretary has said repeatedly, there is confusion. There doesn't seem to be the vigorous, robust command and control direction that you would expect. So clearly, we're having an impact on the leadership. And I think we'll just leave it there.
More about the strikes on the Ansar al-Islam in the north. Could you tell us the extent of those were cruise missile strikes and whether also aircraft strikes?
So they were Tomahawk land attack missile strikes that went into the Kerma facility.
Troy, what about those 4 KIA that were reported today? Has that been sorted out whether there were 4?
Mixed reports. Don't have anything for you on it.
Can I get
Thank
a clarification, General, real quick? You said were Special Operations Forces on the ground used to laze targets in any of these strikes?
I don't think he said.
Do you have any evidence of Tomahawks went into Iran?
Do you allow me in Iran?
We've been listening to General David McChrystal on the staff of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and also Tori Clark, who of course is Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, answering reporters' questions at the Pentagon. Bottom line here, only thing certain out of this conflict is the outcome. What they're saying is that we can't tell you how long it's going to last. They were unable to give us a number of operational details that, of course, reporters were asking about. I want to quickly turn to retired Army General David Grange. David, I know you were listening too, and I want to ask you what you picked up on. But one thing I do want to pinpoint as I turn to you, and that is this comment by General McChrystal that the success is going to be measured by the effects and not necessarily by how many targets are hit.
Yeah, what he's referring to, Ranger McChrystal is referring to effects-based operations. What that means is that you don't have to have bomb damage assessment. In other words, a kinetic item went in and blew up a building or a tank. In other words, you may affect the capabilities of an enemy target through information warfare, psychological actions as an example. And what it means is that you attack not only the physical domain of the enemy, but you attack the organizational domain, which means you sever the command and control. And it also means you attack the moral domain, fear, sense of hopelessness, that you're surrounded, that you should give up. That's what he's talking about in effects-based.
What did you hear that, that advanced your understanding of what's going on over there? And just quickly, a reference to when Tori Clark said, we don't have strategic surprise, that element, but we do want to preserve any tactical surprise that we can.
Right. There's 3 levels of surprise. You have strategic, which means that we're in war and react, and it's the big picture globally. And they know we have so many forces over there, and there's so many ships in the sea, and we are firing these missiles, and it's really kind of the stuff that we're watching on television. Operational surprise is more of some of General Franks's what he puts out in the theater to employ special operating forces or airstrikes or ground fighting. And then tactical surprises within the units themselves, like the 3rd Infantry Division got across the Euphrates River. They announced that after it happened, so the Iraqis couldn't oppose the river crossing. That would be tactical surprise.
All right, retired Army General David Grange, who's been consultant to CNN throughout Operation Iraqi Freedom. As I turn to my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf, I would just take note that Tori Clark began by telling us about the deaths of some journalists in Iraq, and she made a point of saying they're not embedded with U.S. or British military units, but she gave a very clear warning about how dangerous it is to be out there.
It's dangerous for all journalists who go into Iraq, whether they're embedded with U.S. military personnel or British forces, or whether they go, as we say, unilaterally on their own with their own security. And the deaths of at least one journalist we know in the northern part of Iraq today, and perhaps others, underscores the dangers for all of these journalists. We wish only the best to all of our colleagues, all of our journalistic colleagues, as they continue to try to do their jobs and cover this war. I was also struck, Judy, by what the general said at the briefing at the Pentagon, that 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched, another 100 air-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, and several hundred more precision-guided bombs. I'm thinking about 1,000 of these altogether during this first 24-hour period of the shock and awe campaign. And as you say, significant development, crossing the Euphrates River, moving 150 miles so far on the ground into Iraq. Significant developments. Nick Robertson was until yesterday in Baghdad covering this story so excellently for all of us, for all of our viewers around the world. He's now been expelled together with his team from Baghdad. They drove long into Jordan. Nick is joining us now live from Amman, Jordan, the capital there. Nick, first of all, tell us your impressions now as you see what's going on 24 hours into this air campaign.
Wolf, when we were leaving Baghdad this morning, the detonations that we could hear around the outskirts of the city were huge. We were in the center, so anyone living in the center of the city could feel almost this continual rumbling as one detonation came after another, after another, after another. That sense of shock and awe must, to a degree, be being felt by many in Baghdad, but in particular by those close to all those detonations. And of course, anyone in the center of Baghdad overnight last night would have seen the destruction of one of President Saddam Hussein's presidential areas, a large area in the center of Baghdad, right on the Tigris River, hit repeatedly through the night. And certainly most people in the city would have been able to see the flashes and hear the detonations and even feel the rumbling. So it is beginning to take an effect. The streets were very empty as we left the city today. In fact, really, the only people we were seeing around were Ba'ath Party officials in their olive green uniforms, most of them armed, loitering somewhat menacingly on the street corners of the city. They had small bunkers built. Some of the people manning those bunkers appeared to be as young as 16 or 17 years old. But what we noticed, Wolf, the further away we got from Baghdad, the further away we got from the capital, we saw fewer and fewer and fewer military forces until really within perhaps 100 miles of Baghdad, virtually no military forces to be seen whatsoever. A real indication here, perhaps, Wolf, that Baghdad is exactly what Iraqi officials are concentrating on holding, and appear prepared at least to cede relatively easily those areas outside of the capital, Wolf.
You were in Baghdad last night, 9 p.m. local time, when the shock and awe airstrikes began. Give our viewers a sense of what it was like to be one of among 5 million people to go through that ordeal.
Wolf, I suspect that I was lucky in as much I had a good reason to believe I was in a location that wasn't targeted, and because I understand the nature of these weapons, I had good reason to believe that 99% or a high percentage of the time they would be accurate, and therefore I could watch it without feeling a huge sense of personal danger. I have not witnessed anything on this scale before. The multiple detonations, it almost, to be honest, Wolf, it had an Armageddon-like feel to it, albeit in a limited area. Multiple flashes, detonations that you could impacted your body, that blew the windows open, that blew the plaster off the walls of the room that I was in. It was massive, it was awesome, and for people who perhaps didn't have that same degree of knowledge of the weaponry and a certain knowledge that perhaps the location they were in wasn't about to be targeted, it certainly would have been shocking as well. It was awesome is perhaps the only way to describe it, Wolf.
And presumably that will not be the last time that kind of shock and awe bombing strike affects the Iraqi capital or other cities in Iraq. Nick, before I let you go, describe a little bit what it was like to drive from Baghdad to leave Iraq, to get into Jordan, make it where you are now, Amman, the Jordanian capital. Specifically, we had heard stories from other journalists who were expelled from Iraq that they were forced to pay huge sums of money to Iraqi officials simply to get out safely.
What happens at the border with between Jordan and Iraq is on the Iraqi side there's a customs facility and they search your bags and belongings, and they have very strict foreign currency regulations. So if you try and leave the country with currency that you haven't declared going in, and some people don't do that, then you're in violation of laws. Now normally the searching isn't very strict, and certainly for the other journalists preceding us, they were searched very strictly, even sent back to Baghdad to appear in court, paying astronomical sums to be released from court and leave the country. We perhaps were somewhat luckier. Perhaps the border guards now realizing that they only do themselves have a few days duty left at that border point. They weren't so strict in their searches. They did pay a lot of attention to detail to our equipment, but we certainly didn't get any of the body frisking that I know my other journalistic colleagues had when they came out a few days ago, Wolf.
Nick Robertson, he's safe and sound in Amman, Jordan, outside of Iraq. Nick, I think I speak for all of our journalistic colleagues, not only at CNN, but at news organizations around the world. We're happy all four of you made it out safe and sound, and we thank you for all of your excellent work. Back to you, Judy.
His crew got out safely, and also admiring of the enormous courage they showed while they were in Baghdad, as long as they were permitted to be by Iraqi officials. Still ahead, voices of protest here at home and overseas. When we come back, we're going to go live to New York City, where demonstrators have been out all day long speaking out against the war, and others showing support for the troops.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order online or call now.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email. AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children. Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
As we watch these live pictures from Baghdad, the middle of the night, early morning over there, we want to tell you that the war on Iraq is sending protesters around the world into the streets this weekend. Tens of thousands of them turned out today for a massive demonstration in Britain's capital, London. While organizers claimed at least 250,000 people showed up, police put the number at about 80,000. In the Middle East, a large and angry crowd marched through the streets of Gaza City to protest against the U.S.-led attacks on Iraq. Here in the United States, meantime, demonstrators turned out today in big cities and some small ones. The biggest demonstration of all, though, in New York City, over 100. Police said maybe 200,000 people turning out. Our Maria Hinojosa has been out all day long with the crowd. You can see from this overhead shot. Maria, I don't believe you have access to it, but we're showing our viewers from the helicopter view that shows an enormous group of people.
Well, Judy, the organizers here are saying that this crowd is anywhere from 200 to 300,000 strong. The police are saying it's well over 100,000, but certainly tens of thousands of people have come out to the streets of New York to say that they do not support this war in one bit. Their main focus now, they say, is to try to stop the war, to bring the troops home. Now, it was a very orderly demonstration coming down Broadway, but when they came here to Washington Square Park, it began to really just descend into some complications. Now, this is a very large crowd. They were being allowed to go around Washington Square Park for quite a while. But then, soon there began a confrontation with the police, where the police suddenly brought out a van, and we have someone here. Her name is Dana Walters. You saw what was happening, Dana. Take us to the scene. What happened?
The police were pushing thousands of marchers this way with backup vehicles, vans and buses full of police and riot gear. The marchers were being directed back towards them by another set of police that were blocking access to the subway. There was a confrontation. The marchers were chanting, the whole world is watching, and whose streets, our streets. And this woman stepped up to confront the police to ask why we were being pushed in opposite directions.
Okay, now Harriet.
Actually, I didn't ask them anything. All I did was stand there, and then we started a chant that peace is for your children too. And they were standing there abreast with their plastic handcuffs. Each of them had their plastic handcuffs and the face shields up and down. And I don't know, I figured I moved toward them because I figured, what are they going to do with an old white-haired lady?
So what happened at that moment?
Facing them, they stopped, and I didn't know exactly that they stopped when I faced them, but later people were thanking me, so I was a little surprised.
You're 75 years old. Why are you taking to the streets, even though the war is well underway?
It's not a war that's underway, it's a massacre that's underway. It's an invasion that's underway. And the oil companies are going, they've already given out contracts for the reconstruction to American countries like Halliburton. I heard that this morning.
Harriet, do you think that the politicians in Washington will be moved by the tens of thousands of people that have come out to the streets here in New York and in other cities around the world?
King Bush, the resident of the White House, says he doesn't listen to anybody. And it's true, he may not. But we've got to keep coming out. And it may have slowed them down a little, but not much. That doesn't matter. We're going to get America back for the people.
Thank you. And clearly, Harriet, who's only 75 years old, was able, she's now being credited with keeping the police at bay, though there were confrontations. We know that there were several arrests. We don't have any confirmation now. We do know also that there was pepper spray that was used on a couple of the demonstrators. A lot of anger, Judy, a lot of anger directed at the media, saying that we are not telling the story of the people who are against this war. So it's very tense right now. We know that there are police over there. We've got protesters on this side, so we will keep you informed as it develops. Judy.
Thank you, Maria. In New York City, the site of the biggest demonstrations today. Well, certainly you can't say the media is not telling that side of the story today. We have been covering these demonstrations all day long in New York City, in Atlanta, in Chicago, where there were people demonstrating on both sides. A short time ago, we had a report of demonstrations in Los Angeles, and further up north in the state of California, San Francisco, a city that's no stranger to protests and demonstrations. CNN's Rusty Dornan is there. Rusty, the last time I saw you, the crowd was gathering.
Well, the crowd now is dispelling a bit because they're gathering for the march, Judy. It's a bit of a festival atmosphere, very different from the previous 2 days here in San Francisco, where we had crowds in the street, a lot of civil disobedience. More than 2,000 people were arrested for tying up traffic and destroying property. But today, we also heard a lot from speakers here about the fact that they don't feel that the media is covering this properly. They feel the embedded reporters are just spokespeople for the Pentagon and that they are urging on this war. There's also a very radical contingent here that's saying they want to shut down military bases, they want to shut down all ports with civil disobedience, and that that's the only way they can have their voices heard. But the folks who organized this rally really wanted it to be a peaceful one. They wanted people and families and to be able to feel like they could gather. Now the march is just beginning to assemble. They're planning to march for about an hour or an hour and a half and come back here for music and more speakers. There's also just a wide variety variety of folks here who have gathered for this. On one hand, you've got a gentleman who claims to be a Maoist. Over here, we have folks who are for the war and are backing Bush. They've been getting, you can see a confrontation going on right now between an anti-war person and someone who does support the war. Those have been going on all day, but fortunately, they have not been getting violent. There's been some pretty strong words used, but no one seems to be getting violent about it. So they will be back, as I said, in about an hour. The police say as long as this demonstration is peaceful, they're fine, but as soon as they start tying up traffic in the streets, they will begin arresting. Judy?
Rusty, are there any, how many people are you seeing there who support the president and support the policy of going into Iraq?
The only folks really, there's about 10 people here right now, Judy, but there is also a huge demonstration in Sacramento today. A lot of the folks that I know that are pro-Bush supporters and support the troops say that they went there today rather than coming here.
All right, Rusty Dornan in San Francisco. We've been showing you these protests in a number of cities, and we'll tell you that while these anti-war protesters are spreading this message on the streets, our latest poll shows that 76% of Americans tell the pollsters that they approve of the U.S. decision to go to war with Iraq, while 20% say they disapprove. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, with more on the war and public opinion. Bill, first of all, how different is public opinion for this war from the first Gulf War back in 1991?
Well, Judy, the New York Times reported an interesting comparison that showed a really striking difference between this war and Bush's father's experience in the Gulf War. In the Gulf War, Republicans, of course, were solidly behind the first President Bush, but so were Democrats. 81% of Democrats said they supported his handling of that war after the first few days. But compare that with this war. 93% of Republicans are behind this President Bush, but only 50% of Democrats. That is an immense partisan difference. We did not see partisan differences that big until several years into the Vietnam War. Politically, I think it's fair to say this is President Bush's war.
Bill, what do you think explains the difference?
Well, President Bush, he is very unpopular with Democrats, and a lot of Democrats, see this as a politically concocted war. They don't understand the argument for it. They don't see the Iraqi threat. Most Americans believe that what's driving this war is 9/11. But a lot of Democrats say, wait a minute, we don't see any connection between Iraq and 9/11, and we don't see any threat from Iraq. And moreover, the argument, weapons of mass destruction, they say, let the inspectors finish their job. Let them find the weapons of mass destruction. We haven't seen them yet. They're very suspicious of President Bush, and they think this war is being driven by politics. And the rest of the world is not on the United States side, and that substantiates that Democratic criticism.
All right, Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst, as we look at the live pictures of Baghdad. And as we look at those pictures, we want to share with you that among the military families keeping close watch on what all is happening are the U.S. troops, are those troops' families at Georgia's Fort Stewart. Christina Waterhouse joins us now. She is the wife of Sergeant Donald Brett Waterhouse. He's a member of the 3rd Infantry Division, Mechanized Division, that is, based at Fort Stewart. Ms. Waterhouse, thank you for talking with us. When was the last time you spoke with your husband?
I spoke with my husband about 3 weeks ago.
And what was he saying to you then?
Just indicating that they were still waiting for information, but that probably would not hear from him for a while. But he did indicate that they were all fine, doing well, and trained for this mission and ready to go whenever they were called.
What's your best understanding of where he is right now?
My best understanding is that somewhere in the vicinity of approaching Baghdad. Where exactly, I don't know at this time.
What are your thoughts, Mrs. Waterhouse, as you watch the images on television of this war?
I have mixed feelings, really. I know that it's wonderful. My husband was also a veteran of the Gulf War, the previous Gulf War, and just the media coverage is, great because we can really keep an eye on where they are and how things are happening. But then on the flip side of that, I have, sort of mixed emotions, as I said, because if there is, heaven forbid, an accident, the likelihood of anyone from casualty assistance getting to that family member first are, really slim. So. it's a tough situation.
How do you feel about this war yourself? You're watching pictures today, I assume, of many Americans protesting the war. They say they support the troops, but they disagree with the war. What do you think?
Again, I'm a military wife of 11 years. I support the military, my husband, of course, and I just want to reiterate that you know, they're well trained, ready to do their mission, and just want them to come home safe.
Well, that sentiment is one shared by all of us. Christina Waterhouse, whose husband, Staff Sergeant Donald Brett Waterhouse, is with the 3rd Infantry Division, 3rd Infantry Mechanized Division, based at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Mrs. Waterhouse, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you.
All of the men and women in uniform in Iraq and in the entire region are in our thoughts. That wraps up our coverage this hour. Wolf Blitzer straight ahead with more from Kuwait and around the world. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. We'll be right back with more live coverage.
CNN Tonight, the strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, plus a Desert Storm tank commander. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Do Monday nights leave you with an empty feeling in your stomach? Well, then you better watch. We've got great movies. We've got great food.
It's entertainment that sticks to your ribs.
It's ham-tastic.
It's entertainment that fills you up and never leaves you bloated. It's hot and
Hey, we're trying to get... Hey!
Dinner and a movie. Fresh television that's filling. Every Monday night on TBS Superstation.
Dinner and a movie, great food, great movies, Monday nights.
This month on Showtime, Behind the Red Door, a powerful Showtime original picture. Go behind the secrets, the lies, and the fear to discover the truth behind the Red Door. The places other networks won't go. Things they will never show. Limits they will never test. Daring to do great TV. Showtime, no limits.
If you're not helping after-school programs, you're really helping to take them away. After-school programs, wouldn't you rather be helping?
Get a job.
Look, it's a giraffe.
I don't see it.
The less art kids get, the more it shows. Are yours getting enough? Art. Ask for more. AmericansForTheArts.org.
Demolish abandoned Iraqi military vehicles and munitions. This is Baghdad right now. It's a little past 1 a.m. Sunday morning. Fires continue to fill the skies with smoky haze, as you can see there. The Pentagon says the massive air campaign of 2,000 sorties beginning more than 24 hours ago was an historic first. It was the first time every single bomb in an aerial assault was guided by precision technology. More than 300 Tomahawk cruise missiles struck the capital, many of them tearing apart the sprawling riverside complex that makes up the heart of the Iraqi government. Iraqi officials claim more than 200 civilians were injured in the bombardment, but President Bush has accused the Iraqis of putting civilians near potential military targets. These are casualties from a U.S. air assault on an encampment in northern Iraq. The Pentagon and northern Iraqi Kurds say the camp was an extremist Muslim terror group with ties to al-Qaeda. A suicide bombing near an Iraqi checkpoint claimed the lives of an Australian journalist and 3 Kurdish soldiers. New polls show a majority of Americans now approve of President Bush's decision to go to war. But this rally in Chicago in support of the military efforts was not a typical one. Most of today's protests, like this one in New York, were overwhelmingly against the war, involving minor skirmishes with police along the edges. Protesters in the Capitol gathered near the White House and clogged local traffic. And in Atlanta, about 1,000 protesters marched to CNN's headquarters protesting the war and what they called CNN's glorification of it. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of Strike on Iraq. Wolf Blitzer reports.
City, with correspondents from around the world. Strike on Iraq with Wolf Blitzer starts now.
Dramatic scenes at home and abroad. Crowds of angry demonstrators turned chaotic in the United States and overseas. Our CNN crews captured drama on tape. Here's a live picture of Baghdad, where air raid sirens have been sounding off all night long. And here, live in Kuwait City, citizens heard their share of sirens earlier today. It's now 1 a.m. in this part of the Persian Gulf. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. The war raged on in Iraq today, resulting in stunning scenes of battle along several fronts. A day after Baghdad was rocked by the Pentagon's so-called shock and awe assault, air raid sirens sounded again and thick clouds of smoke rose over the capital. Some of it may have come from oil-filled trenches set ablaze by Iraqis in an effort to hinder U.S. airstrikes. U.S. Marines called in Cobra attack helicopters as they battled Iraqi forces near the southern city of Basra. Demolition teams used TOW missiles to blow up abandoned Iraqi tanks and other armored vehicles buried in earthworks. While some oil wells were left in flames, U.S. and British forces have gained control of oil fields in southern Iraq and the nearby port of Qasr. Before we go on, let's take a quick look at the big picture. We begin in the south with the race to Baghdad, the forces coming out of Kuwait. CNN's Walter Rogers reports the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry is the furthest along. We're permitted to report it currently is about 160 miles south of the city, slowed after an encounter with Iraqi troops. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, watched U.S. troops destroy abandoned Iraqi tanks near Basra in southern Iraq. The battalion also encountered rocket-propelled grenade fire. And CNN's Christiana Manpour reports the strategic port of Qasr, after several heated battles, has been captured by coalition forces intact. The U.S. says Allied forces have reached Basra and the city of Nasiriyah on the Euphrates River, considered a vital river crossing. The Pentagon reports that Iraq's entire 51st Division, based in Nasiriyah, up to 10,000 troops, have surrendered to U.S. forces. In the West, CNN's Chris Plant reports coalition forces have seized a network of significant airfields known as H2 and H3, considered by U.S. intelligence to be a potential storage site for weapons of mass destruction. And in central Iraq, the air campaign continues, with Baghdad being hit with more bombs Saturday evening. This, roughly 24 hours after the coalition began its shock and awe bombing campaign, which includes cities to Baghdad's north, Tikrit, Kirkuk, and Mosul. In all, the U.S. says it has flown more than 2,000 sorties, half of which were strikes by sea and air-launched cruise missiles. The punishing U.S.-led air attacks on Baghdad have reduced many of Saddam Hussein's showcase palaces and key government buildings to rubble. U.S. military officials say there have been 2,000 sorties flown since the start of this shock and awe campaign. Key targets include palaces that U.S. officials say are military command centers. Iraqi residents describe the bombing campaign as simply terrifying. Thick clouds of black smoke are rising over the city of some 5 million people. There also are reports Iraqis may have started some fires to confuse Allied warplanes. The Iraqi government says more than 200 civilians were wounded in yesterday's bombing raids. American officials say they still do not know if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead. CNN's Frank Buckley is aboard one of the U.S. aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf, the aircraft carrier Constellation. Frank's joining us now live via video phone. Frank?
Wolf, at about this time last night, the first strike packages that had gone into Baghdad from the USS Constellation were arriving back on the aircraft carrier here. What we weren't able to share with you last night was the scene that took place before all of the strike packages left the USS Constellation. Those were the briefings that took place with the pilots. Tonight, we are able to show you that.
The flight deck of the USS Constellation roared to life with the first strike fighters bound for Baghdad.
We are the Oscar Bravo Sierra package.
Earlier, a briefing, embedded journalists getting a front row seat to a moment in history.
Some of you have already flown once or twice, but this is the package now that's going to be going downtown here, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, gentlemen. I don't think that any of us will ever step away from this and not remember this particular day.
Ordnance from strike fighters and Tomahawk cruise missiles rained into Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire flew up. The men who flew over it saw things they'll never forget.
Just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile outbursts.
I don't think anything we could have thought of would have prepared us for what we were going to see happening on the ground out there.
The first strike package was led by a Desert Storm veteran, the Carrier Air Wing's commanding officer, Mark Fox.
We didn't fly on night vision goggles back then, so everything that you saw then was with the naked eye, and now you've got an ability to see a lot more. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but there was a hell of a lot of stuff to look at.
Mike Herbert remembers watching missiles like this one crash into targets on TV during Desert Storm. He was only a teenager.
And to actually do that myself for the first time, when I remember in high school seeing it on TV, on being able to see that, now to actually do it, it's a whole different world.
And in addition to the airstrikes that came from carrier-based aircraft and land-based aircraft, there were also Tomahawk cruise missile launches that came from U.S. Navy warships. We are told by Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, that of the 30-plus ships and submarines in this theater that are capable of launching Tomahawks, all of them launched Tomahawks last night. Wolf?
Part of about 400 or so Tomahawk cruise missiles that were launched. Before I let you go, Frank, what's the scene right now? How much activity is there on the USS Constellation in terms of planes, warplanes taking off and landing?
Well, as you noted earlier, Wolf, air operations are continuing into Iraq. They are also continuing off of other aircraft carriers and here aboard the Constellation. There have been air operations. They are continuing. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and we expect that at some point aircraft will be taking off and landing. You can probably hear the jets behind me. So the level of activity is pretty intense at various times, other times quiet. So yes, their airplanes are taking off and landing on this aircraft carrier tonight.
All right, Frank Buckley, he's aboard the USS Constellation, one of 5 U.S. aircraft carriers participating in this war against Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi regime. Let's go to CNN's Gary Tuchman now. He's embedded with the U.S. Air Force at a base in the Persian Gulf region. He's joining us now live via video phone. Gary?
Well, Wolf, the bombs that will be falling in Iraq in a very short time period are about to leave here. This air base where we are right now on the border of Iraq. We can't tell you the exact locations because of the rules set up by the Pentagon for embedded journalists, but we can tell you that this is a very busy air base where planes are continuously taking off to go to Iraq. Behind me, the A-10 attack plane. It's known as the Warthog, partly named the Warthog because it's a rather ugly plane, but it's solidly built. It can survive direct hits from armor-piercing explosives and projectiles. This plane is used to provide air support for the ground troops in Iraq. They have bombs and missiles. They drop them if necessary. They don't always drop them. But there are other aircraft here, the F-16. They are the fighters that always drop the bombs and missiles. The F-16s are the aircraft that were used the most during the 1991 Gulf War. We want to give you a look at one plane that has just come in, from Iraq, and you can see it right now. It just landed here, and it's coming into park. This is one of the A-10 Warthogs that just came from one of its missions. This gives you an idea. We have constant activity here on these taxiways and runways here at this base, where there are more than 8,000 American servicemen and women right now. They are here from all 4 branches of the service, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force, but mostly Air Force. There's also a contingent here from Great Britain, a contingent here from Australia. You can see one of the planes taking off right now also. You can just see it's 1 in the morning here, 1:11. Activity on the runways and the taxiways here at this air base. A short time ago, we talked with a pilot of an A-10 attack Warthog who just completed a mission to Iraq a short time ago.
I was sent to a particular location in Iraq near the city of Nasiriyah and worked with many other airplanes, A-10 Thunderbolts, and ground troops. And our number one job is to keep our ground troops safe that are on the ground and make sure that their way is clear as they move forward.
What kind of ammunition do you carry? What armaments? What kind of bombs and missiles?
The A-10 is built around a 7-barrel Gatling gun. It carries 30-millimeter bullets. We carry almost any flavor of bombs you can imagine, and infrared and electro-optical Mavericks.
On this mission, you don't always use them. Did you use them on this mission?
On most missions we don't, but on this mission I cleaned off the jet, so to speak. We found a military compound that had not surrendered, and after 30 to 40 minutes of very significant delays to ensure that there was no collateral damage and that the target was positively identified, there were no friendlies or any non-combatants in the area, we were given permission to engage and destroy.
Colonel Webb is from Boise, Idaho. He also told us that he had audio evidence in his cockpit that an Iraqi missile was fired in his direction. He took measures to avoid that missile. He acknowledged to us he was scared. He also told us he would have another mission tomorrow. Wolf, back to you.
All right, Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base near Iraq here in the Persian Gulf. Let's move on. We have reporters covering this story around the world, certainly around all parts of Iraq. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is in the Kurdish-controlled northern part of Iraq. He's joining us now via video phone as well. I understand, Ben, there's been some significant U.S. military activity in the northern part of Iraq earlier today.
That's correct, Wolf. Actually, just about an hour ago, we were watching as tracer fire was coming up from the direction of Mosul, which is about 28 miles from here. In fact, I think I'm hearing some thuds as well. Just a little while ago, we also saw flashes from just north of Mosul as well. So that city once more coming under bombardment by coalition airplanes. We also are hearing reports that Kirkuk, another major northern city, was also under fire. Now, according to Kurdish intelligence sources, and of course the Kurdish groups have their own spies in the northern cities, several targets were hit earlier in Mosul. Oh, I'm hearing an airplane also overhead as well. The targets hit in Mosul include a palace belonging to Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, a major army barracks, as well as the headquarters of military intelligence. Now, in other action in northern Iraq today, apparently a good number of cruise missiles were hit the area that is currently occupied by the fundamentalist group Ansar al-Islam, that area near the Iranian border. Apparently there were some casualties there, and among the casualties was a journalist, an Australian cameraman, who was killed not as a result of those cruise missile attacks, but rather in a suicide bombing at a checkpoint where the journalists were waiting to talk to people who were fleeing the area that was hit by those cruise missiles. Apparently one taxi was rigged with explosives, and when it reached the Kurdish checkpoint there, it blew up, killed this Australian cameraman, in addition to 3 Kurdish soldiers and a Kurdish civilian. Wolf?
This group Ansar al-Islam, a lot of our viewers have heard about it. They know it's loosely aligned with Al-Qaeda, but give our viewers a sense specifically what their goal is.
Just to tell you, we're hearing some planes overhead and more thumps in the background, so it would appear more bombs falling in the area of Mosul. Now, as far as Ansar al-Islam goes, it's basically it's a breakaway from a Kurdish Islamic party. It holds ideals very much along the lines of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They have had links, also alleged links to Al-Qaeda, the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden, and the United States has repeatedly made indications that they would be involved. They would also be hitting Ansar al-Islam when they began their military campaign against Iraq as well. And we've heard from Kurdish officials that they intend to also be involved in a ground offensive, that is the Kurdish groups, against Ansar al-Islam as soon as the bombing campaign was to begin. Wolf?
Ben Wiedemann, he's in northern Iraq, not far from Mosul, where there seems to be heavy U.S. bombardment unfolding even as he's delivering his report. Ben Wiedemann, stay safe over there. We'll be getting back to you, of course, throughout the night. Two British Royal Navy Sea King helicopters collided today over the Persian Gulf, killing all 7 crew members. The helicopters involved in the accident were like the one in this picture. The victims included 6 Britons and 1 American.
It's tragically that the aircraft hit each other. They were over the sea at the time, and I can say that it was not as the result of enemy action.
The collision of the 2 British helicopters happened before dawn today. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has identified the 2 Marines killed in combat in Iraq yesterday. They are Second Lieutenant Thurell Childers of Harrison, Mississippi, and Lance Corporal Jose Gutierrez of Los Angeles. The number of reported U.S. combat deaths stands at 6. There have been 19 accidental deaths in Operation Iraqi Freedom, resulting from 2 helicopter crashes. 14 of the dead were British and 5 were American. Among them, Marines Major Jay Aubin, Captain Ryan Beaupere, Corporal Brian Kennedy, and Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersby. The fathers of 2 of the Marines are sharing some of their grief. One questioned the helicopter that was involved.
He was flying a 30-year-old helicopter, and they've been grounded many, many times. And it was maintenance that killed him. It wasn't his flying or the other boys flying. And I feel bad for all the others that got killed in the helicopter. It's just...
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
And our hearts and prayers, of course, go out to the families of all those killed in action so far. For the most part, the port city of Qasr in southern Iraq is now in the hands of American and British forces. CNN's Christiane Amanpour went there and spoke with the troops.
A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they would have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun
firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, at the port of Qasr in southern Iraq.
Thousands of Palestinians marched in Gaza to protest the strike on Iraq. Some called on Iraq to attack Israel. Protesters scuffled with police outside the U.S. Embassy in Manama. Manama is the capital of Bahrain, where the U.S. Fifth Fleet is based. In northwestern Africa, Mauritian protesters chanted "Bush is a butcher." Police dispersed them with tear gas. Thousands of Muslims staged marches in India. The Indian government had supported a peaceful resolution to the Iraqi conflict, but it's resisting pressure to condemn America. In New Zealand, thousands of protesters marched on the U.S. Embassy. They also demonstrated outside the mission of Australia, which has some 2,000 troops in the Gulf. Protests also outside the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Russia's foreign minister says U.S. interests hoping to profit from Iraqi oil are trying to nullify Russia's oil contracts with Iraq. Thousands of people, both for and against the war, are taking to the streets across the United States. We're taking you live to three major demonstrations. Maria Hinojosa is in New York. Rusty Dornan is in San Francisco, and in Chicago, our bureau chief there, Jeff Flock. We begin with Maria in New York. Maria?
Well, this started as a demonstration, really a march that began in Midtown Manhattan that was very calm, very peaceful. Of course, organizers and police are having different opinions on the numbers of people out here. The organizers, some are saying well over 250,000. I have heard a lot of people coming up and saying that they have heard 1 million. But the police are saying that they will concede that it is well over 100,000. Now, it was a very calm and peaceful march. A lot of family members. The march was really led off by a group called September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. These are all people who lost their families on September 11th. They were heading off the march, and behind them the children's contingent, and behind them the religious contingent. A very diverse group of people. Now, they came down to Washington Square Park, which is where they are now, and a lot of the protesters were going around and around the park, really in a calm manner. There was no real confrontation that was happening, but just about a half an hour ago, there was a confrontation when the police brought in a big truck here and started pushing the protesters down. And over my corner over there was some confrontation. The police were saying that some of the demonstrators had brought out gasoline and kerosene and had lit a flag on fire. But this woman here was saying that you were hit with pepper spray. What happened to you very quickly?
I was holding my brother's arm so we didn't lose each other. We were both sprayed directly in the face by cops, and I pulled this over my face, but this thing I had on my head over my face, but it got in my eyes, and then these medics came and cleaned it out of my face. And another guy was pushed to the ground and handcuffed. We were dancing, we were playing music.
What do you think? What do you think that this message of this demonstration, when there's confrontation with police like this, what kind of a message do you think that sends to the broader American public?
It tells me that the police are in the pocket of the administration right now, and that they're acting the same way they're acting internationally, that they're acting irrationally, and they're not listening.
And when people would say that you coming out to the streets and doing this would be considered somewhat unpatriotic because there are young men and women who are putting their lives on the line?
Patriotic thing I can possibly do. This is the most patriotic act I can possibly do. I read the First Amendment again yesterday.
Thank you very much for joining us. So, as you can see, a lot of heated heated emotions here, a lot of tension. The police are trying to get the people to move from this area. They, it seems, are very much stuck on staying here. And once again, there is a lot of anger at the media. There is just a lot of anger. They are continuing to see these protesters just saying that the media is not telling the truth on the issue of these people wanting to get their perspective out of being against the war. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Maria Hinojosa in New York City. The huge anti-war protests in San Francisco have been going on for the past 2 days, seeing as Rusty Dornan is right in the thick of things, and she's joining us now live. Rusty?
Well, Wolf, it's a bit of a festival atmosphere right now because the marchers did take off about a half hour ago. This is the third day of protests here in San Francisco. Now, there were some pretty radical speeches right before the march condemning U.S. media, saying that they were just spokespersons for the Department of the Defense. They also said that it was necessary to start shutting down ports, shutting down military installations in order to really have their voices heard. Now, this rally was intended, this march, to be peaceful, to include families who just want to have their voices heard about peace. But the previous 2 days were something else. There were signs of civil disobedience where 2,000 people were arrested. Now, here with us today, they've stayed behind from the march, is a family, Sri and Vidya Srinkant, and they did participate in the protests in the last 2 days. Why did you feel you needed to go into the streets? An act of civil disobedience.
We needed for people to understand that it can't be business as usual when there are people who are being bombed and children who are dying in Baghdad. And so we wanted to make the people feel like, you have to wake up and realize what's going on there.
Now, I understand you did bring your young son as well. Is that right, Sri? Why did you, there was some violent things going on in the streets. Did you?
No, we believe that we couldn't sleep last night thinking about the children in Iraq and how they must be terrified by bombs being bombed in their city. Just the thought of something similar to our son, we couldn't stand it. We strongly believe in the non-violence of Thoreau, Gandhi, and King, and we are here to express our civil disobedience.
Thank you very much for joining us. The marchers should be back. It looks like so far there have been no arrests, and things are going peaceful so far, Wolf.
All right, Rusty Dornan in San Francisco, thanks very much. In Chicago, huge crowds are in the streets voicing support for and against the war. Our Chicago Bureau Chief Jeff Flock is, of course, right in the middle of things over there. Jeff?
It was quite a day in Chicago today, Wolf. A great day for democracy and for freedom of speech. We heard from both sides. When I show you the pictures, it's all over now on the Federal Plaza in Chicago. But for much of the day, both those opposed to the war and those who support not only the war but the troops, they say, were separated by only about 40 or 50 feet. And Chicago police in riot gear for a time, although it never was in any danger of turning nasty. People content to make their views known with their words and with their signs and with their flags. Two separate demonstrations, both several thousand people, I guess, when you put them all together. Everyone got their word out, and perhaps we can take a listen to some of the more articulate of the protesters.
We don't want there to be a loss of life, but in order for freedom to take place, sometimes there must be a loss of life. And we support whatever America is trying to do. I will not believe a murderous dictator over my own government.
And this war is illegal. United Nations already say it, and I don't like what they're doing. I don't like the evil.
Because I think that America has the right to do what it's doing. Bush is right.
No, I don't support the troops in their actions. Do I want any of them to be harmed? Hell no. No way.
Wolf, the most poignant moment for me was when one side began chanting USA, USA, and the other side started chanting USA, USA. It seems that both sides are on the same team. They just disagree about what plays to run. That's the latest from Chicago. To you.
All right, Jeff Flock in Chicago, thanks very much. Here's your chance to weigh in on the strike on Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: when it comes to the strike on Iraq, whom do you side with most, President Bush or the anti-war protesters? We'll have the results later this hour. Please vote at CNN.com/Wolf. While you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also, of course, where you could read my daily online column, CNN.com/Wolf. An Australian cameraman was killed in an apparent suicide bombing at a checkpoint in northern Iraq today. The Associated Press reports at least 4 other people were killed. It happened near the camp of a militant group that has been linked to Al-Qaeda. Reporter Carl Vick of the Washington Post witnessed the attack. He's joining us now live on the phone from northern Iraq. Carl, thanks so much for joining us. Tell our viewers what happened. What did you see?
Well, it was a checkpoint until this morning had been held by a group associated with the group under attack, with the basically sort of more moderate Islamic group that was sort of a gateway into this extremist camp called Ansar al-Islam. The important thing is what happened overnight. U.S. cruise missiles hit the extremist camp. There was a barrage, like 40 or 50, over the space of a couple hours, and then a warplane came on in the morning and hit him as well. So things were kind of fluid. We were sort of the checkpoint was at a road that led into Ansar's territory, and we were there, several journalists and this Australian team as well, just to gather information about what was going on inside that territory from the people who were pouring out, who didn't want to be bombed again. So we were there, but it all felt kind of weird. It felt kind of dodgy. It wasn't a stable situation. I mean, the Kurdish militia there was in charge, the U.S. allies, but it just felt like it was all a little sour. And the journalists who were there, the American journalists I was traveling with, we all decided it wasn't a good place to be and to get out of there. We were doing that when the explosion came, and this Australian team was still there. The cameraman who died, I passed him as we were leaving, 5 seconds maybe before the explosion. He was not far from where this car bomb went off. He was filming the scene and just was in a bad spot.
And he's identified, Carl, as Paul Moran, 39 years old, a cameraman, an Australian.
Yeah, I didn't know him. Maybe if I had, I might have slowed down and recognized him and said Paul's in the place to be. But he was sort of a face going by me. And,
now, Carl, you and your colleagues there are trying to cover this story independently, in the sense that you're not embedded with any U.S. or British military forces. You're basically on your own, which raises the stakes considerably as far as your own security is concerned.
Well, it does, and and that's how people get hurt. I mean, we saw this in Afghanistan where there was no embedding. And now we have, these situations in the South today, and this bombing up here. This Ansar group, has been targeting Western journalists, according to our Kurdish hosts up here, and advised to be wary. So we had been, and we got out of there because it just didn't feel right. You know how instinct can be in these situations, and it was right. It was just luck that it timed out the way it did. But this is what we have to rely on in the absence of an armored column around us.
Carl Vick of the Washington Post, good luck to you. Good luck to all your journalistic colleagues over there. Be safe. We'll be reading your material, of course, in the Washington Post, as we do every day. Thank you very much. And he witnessed the bombing over Baghdad. We'll check in live with CNN's Nick Robertson. Plus, where's Saddam Hussein? The latest intelligence on the dictator. And on the front line, see firsthand as U.S. troops move toward Basra. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Call to order now or order online.
CNN Tonight at 7, a special report. The fallout from airstrikes. Live reports from troops headed for Baghdad. Updates on talks of an Iraqi surrender. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote.
With sailors.
Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker.
With airmen.
Gary Tutton, Bob Franken.
With Marines.
Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Live this hour, Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Strike on Iraq with Wolf Blitzer starts now.
Welcome back. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. Let's recap the latest developments over the past several hours. 7:12 a.m. CNN's Barbara Starr reports from the Pentagon that one U.S. Tomahawk missile may have missed its mark during Friday's attack and fallen on southwest Iran. 8:30 a.m. CNN's Baghdad team crosses into Jordan from Iraq after being thrown out of the country by Iraqi officials yesterday. 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. U.S. Commander General Tommy Franks tells a briefing in Qatar he doesn't know if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, and it wouldn't change the U.S. mission either way. 10:12 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports the 7th Cavalry's advance toward Baghdad is stalled about 160 miles south of Baghdad after an encounter with Iraqi troops. 11:21 a.m. Eastern, 7:21 p.m. in Iraq. In the skies over Baghdad, aircraft are heard and tracer fire begins to flash. 12:15 p.m. Sources tell CNN U.S. troops will escort Kuwaiti firefighters to Iraqi oil fields to put out blazes set by the Iraqis. (3:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 p.m. Baghdad time. More air raid sirens and more explosions in the Iraqi capital, and Reuters reports parts of the city were plunged into darkness. With U.S. forces running into resistance as they press on toward Baghdad, let's check in with our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie?
Well, Wolf, according to the latest word from the Pentagon, U.S. and British troops have now pressed with 150 miles into Iraq as they continue their march on Baghdad. They have crossed the Euphrates River, but even as the U.S. continues to make progress in the ground war, U.S. Central Commander Tommy Franks is warning that victory could still be days, perhaps even weeks away.
Images from the battlefield show the U.S. military is basically having its way with Iraq's poorly equipped and demoralized frontline forces. Even so, at some southern cities, such as Al-Naziriyah and Basra, U.S. forces have encountered Iraqi troops who are fighting and inflicting casualties before giving up. U.S. commanders believe those Iraqi forces may include Republican Guard elements designed to stiffen their will. But aside from 9 oil well fires set in the Rumaila oil fields before the ground war began, so far U.S. troops have encountered no nightmare tactics, including no chemical or biological weapons.
There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them.
The psychological campaign appears to be paying off. This satellite photograph released by the U.S. Central Command shows what appears to be 700 Iraqi troops lined up in the desert, just as U.S. leaflets instructed them to do if they wanted to surrender.
Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed.
More details have been provided on how the war unfolded, with U.S. and British special forces taking down Iraqi military outposts and seizing key oil terminals where weapons and explosives were found. This photograph shows an Iraqi ship that was discovered attempting to lay mines in the northern Persian Gulf, while here a U.S. AC-130 gunship sinks an Iraqi patrol boat with a devastating blast of cannon fire.
But one part of the war plan is lagging behind. In the north, there is still no northern front, and aside from a small number of U.S. Special Forces, the U.S. lacks any real northern option, any capabilities to secure the Kirkuk oil fields like the oil fields in the south have been secured. Pentagon officials say it will take a little bit longer to neutralize Iraq's air defense to the point that those troops can be flown up to the north to secure those areas. Meanwhile, the U.S. strategy to speed the advance toward Baghdad is to avoid taking as many prisoners as possible and avoid entering and taking big cities. Instead, encircling them, leaving troops around them, and continuing on to the north. Wolf?
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Thanks, Jamie, very much. Now that the coalition forces do have control of the huge Rumaila oil field in southern Iraq, they're getting ready to put out fires. Officials say at least 7 wells are burning. A source tells CNN 22 Kuwaiti firefighters will be escorted into the area tomorrow. One expert thinks the fires can be capped within 45 days. Iraq says it filled trenches with oil and set them on fire to set up a smoke screen, but it denies setting the wells on fire. President Bush, meanwhile, is at Camp David, Maryland, but he met with his war council, spoke with a key ally, and warned the nation that victory may not come all that quickly. Let's go live to our White House correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana?
Wolf, on that idea of war may not be ending very quickly, there's a new public opinion poll out today that says that Americans do think that this war will be short. So the president spent some time today making sure that Americans lower those expectations.
No justice, no peace.
A heavy police presence controlled anti-war protesters, now a permanent fixture outside the White House gates. But the commander-in-chief was not home to hear them. As his father did during the 1991 Gulf War, this President Bush is spending the first weekend of war at Camp David, a U.S. Marine facility equipped with the same technology of the White House. Joining him there, his entire war council, including Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They met for 90 minutes, going over the latest reports from the war front. Concerned about perception the war may be wrapped up quickly, the president used his weekly radio address to brace the country. It could take a while.
A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment.
The president signed off on 2 major decisions last week. First, ordering the broad battle plans, then making the dramatic call to accelerate the campaign and go after top Iraqi leaders. But since then, White House aides say Mr. Bush is leaving the hour-to-hour direction of the war to his generals.
Our troops are performing as we would expect, magnificently. And indeed, the outcome is not in doubt.
Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle, who denounced Mr. Bush just last week over his, quote, failed diplomacy on Iraq, used the Democratic radio address to voice support for the troops and for the president.
Today, 250,000 Americans are in the Persian Gulf, risking their lives to disarm Saddam Hussein. Our nation is united in gratitude and respect for them and in support for our commander-in-chief.
Now, the president was also in touch today with his staunchest ally in this effort, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister. They spoke, according to a White House spokesman, for about 30 minutes by telephone about the progress of the war, and they talked, we are told, about the huge humanitarian aid conflict and the huge humanitarian aid package that they are going to have to deal with in the future. Wolf?
Dana Bash at the White House. Thanks, Dana, very much. And as we've mentioned, the Iraqi government expelled CNN's 4-person crew in Baghdad. Yesterday, correspondents Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi, executive producer Ingrid Formanek, and our cameraman Brian Pucciati, after experiencing the massive bombing of the Iraqi capital, they traveled overland to Jordan earlier today, and they're all safe and well. They're joining us. They're of course now in Amman, Jordan. That's where Nick Robertson is joining us now live. Nick, it was a harrowing ordeal, I assume, just to be in Baghdad during those airstrikes.
It certainly was a very interesting situation, Wolf. Obviously, we'd heard so much about shock and awe. We really didn't quite know what to expect, and it certainly was, when it came, very powerful, very impressive. and apparently very destructive as well. At one point, multiple high explosive impacts in a presidential area in downtown Baghdad, barely a mile from where we were, and it literally shook the building, rattled the windows, knocked plaster off the wall and opened some of the windows. Didn't actually break the windows there. About a quarter of a mile away in some shops very close to that presidential area, it did blow out some of the windows there. Very interesting today to get around the city and look around and see what's happening there, Wolf. A lot of Ba'ath Party officials armed with Kalashnikovs and other weapons are around the streets of Baghdad, particularly in the residential suburban areas. They're at main traffic intersections. They're at some of the smaller road junctions around the city. They have small bunkers built. They have small trenches built. Some of the fighters are quite old and some of them quite young, perhaps 15, 16, 17 years old, clearly in control of the streets. But once you get out of Baghdad and on the way to Jordan, which is the way we travel today, you just don't see that many soldiers or fighters or gun positions at all on the road. And it really makes it look as if, Wolf, that Iraqi officials really are planning to only defend in any substantial way Baghdad. We just didn't see those heavy defensive measures that's stretching a long way outside of Baghdad. They do go perhaps 50, 60, 70 miles outside of Baghdad, but after that, we saw nothing substantial, Wolf.
And under normal circumstances, when you drive outside of Baghdad, drive from Iraq into Jordan, you would normally see a lot more extensive military capability on that road. Is that what you're suggesting?
Really, no, Wolf. What I'm suggesting here is that Iraq is concentrating its current forces and troop deployments, and the positions that we saw today where they do have them on the roads outside of Baghdad, and there aren't that many positions, and the positions aren't that strongly fortified. Those are new positions. Those are positions put in because of the current conflict. But we're just not seeing that extended out. We're not seeing heavy defensive positions up against the Jordanian border. We're not seeing heavy defensive positions on all the high bluffs along the side of the main road that you might expect if you were expecting a military force to progress towards Baghdad down that three-lane highway, a big road that could easily be used by a large, sizable military force. You would expect to see perhaps some heavy machine gun positions, heavy artillery positions ranged on that road. Perhaps, Wolf, they were away. Perhaps they were out of sight where we couldn't see them. But we certainly didn't see troop movements that might indicate that those positions were being supported or resupplied, Wolf.
Nick Robertson in Amman. Nick, thanks very much. And when we often say CNN is the most trusted name in news, it's thanks to reporters, journalists like you and your three colleagues for allowing us to make that claim. Thanks very much, Nick Robertson. We're glad you're safe and sound. Turkey, meanwhile, is proving to be a complicating factor for war planners. It has refused to let U.S. forces open a northern front of the ground, although it's now agreed to overflights. And the Ankara government now may be sending its own troops into Iraq against U.S. wishes. CNN's Frederica Whitfield is joining us now live from Turkey, not far away from the Iraqi border. What's the latest over there, Frederica?
Well, hello there, Wolf. I'm about maybe 15 miles from the Iraqi border. And the latest here from Turkey is, as you said, it's a very complicated issue for the U.S. military operations. But as you know, the U.S. military is trying to make whatever kind of adaptations it can. For one, since the U.S. is now giving up on any hopes of being able to move any heavy artillery via roads through Turkey, they are now sending about 30 of those cargo ships that were in the Mediterranean carrying heavy artillery, particularly for the Army's 4th Infantry Division. Equipment such as the Abrams tanks, very sophisticated equipment that would have allowed a lot of those troops to be able to talk among themselves from tank to tank, as well as be able to talk to CENTCOM. Well, now all of that is being moved away from the Turkish coast and through the Suez Canal, where it will then eventually meet up with those troops from the 4th Infantry Division. However, the Turkish government is allowing, and re-emphasized again today, that it is allowing airspace to be open to U.S. military operations. But the U.S. military, as far as we know, has not taken advantage of that invitation still. We've heard nothing, we've seen nothing, and there have been no reports of U.S. military flights either from Europe, where the bombers would be coming from, or any of the fighter jets that may be in the carrier, coming from the carriers in the Mediterranean, have not crossed through Turkish airspace in order to begin that northern assault in Iraq. Now, another bone of contention, though, however, continues to be keeping American and Turkish officials talking, and that is the issue of the Turkish troops who want to cross the border. Earlier, the Turkish ambassador tried to clarify early reports. He says 1,000 troops have not crossed the border. Instead, they're gathering at the border to anticipate what could be a Kurdish refugee crisis. Wolf?
Frederica Whitfield in Turkey. Thanks, Frederica, very much. Iraq has asked the United Nations to help bring a halt to the Allied onslaught. In a statement to the UN Security Council read on Iraqi television, the Foreign Minister Najib Sabri called on the UN to condemn the invasion, moved to stop it immediately, and asked the, quote, U.S. and British aggressors to withdraw their forces. Commenting on the Iraqi request, a U.S. official at the UN said, and I'm quoting here, they're 12.5 years too late. The Iraqi President Saddam Hussein showed up on state television once again today, meeting with top officials, but there's still no definitive word on his fate, and American officials are starting to focus on other concerns. Also, no indication whatsoever that that tape that was shown on Iraqi TV earlier tonight was authentic. It may have been days old, if not weeks or months old. Let's go to our national security correspondent, David Ensor in Washington. He has more. David?
Wolf, as you say, U.S. officials would definitely like to get Saddam Hussein, but for the moment, they say, there are also a lot of other issues to deal with.
With another tape of Saddam Hussein, Iraqi television sought to emphasize that he remains alive and in control. True or not, U.S. intelligence and military leaders say it matters less and less.
I don't know if he's alive or not, but interestingly, the way we're undertaking this this military operation, it would not be changed irrespective of the location or the life of this one man.
U.S. intelligence officials say communications from the Iraqi leadership are dramatically down since the first airstrikes of the war, including the one that targeted his compound, suggesting to some Saddam is probably alive and most worried about staying that way.
He doesn't know if it was a human who betrayed him or it was a technical system that betrayed him. And so as a result, his MO is always go to ground, go into hiding, rely only on your trusted emissaries.
Besides tracking Iraqi leaders, U.S. intelligence officials say they have several key goals now: to protect and help U.S. troops, to negotiate surrenders and stand-downs of Iraqi units, to watch Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, and not only to keep those weapons from being used against American soldiers.
One of the great concerns that the administration has is that in the collapse of the regime, you may have individuals who will take some of the weapons of mass destruction and transfer them to other countries or to terrorist groups.
The U.S. military dealt with one such group Friday, bombing the northern Iraqi enclave held by Ansar al-Islam, a fundamentalist group the U.S. says has ties to al-Qaeda. Special forces and U.S. intelligence moved in after the bombs.
Though publicly U.S. officials are playing down the importance of Saddam Hussein at this point, they would still very much like to get him. Analysts argue if he dies, there is a good chance the regime would quickly come apart at the seams, potentially saving many lives, American, Iraqi, British, and others. Wolf?
David Ensor in Washington. Thanks, David, very much. An exchange of fire caught on camera. We'll show you what CNN's Martin Savage had to live through earlier today.
The strike on Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN. Live throughout the day, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hundreds of movies, millions of emotions. Stars Super PAC.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping to sharing videos, downloading music to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
These look so innocent. But when they belong to a teenager, they can be a sign of ecstasy use. Ecstasy is a drug that can cause brain damage, heart failure, and even death.
Prices below Blue Book, only at Wallingford Buick GMC Used Car and Truck Outlet. Over 100 certified, program direct, and inspected vehicles priced below Blue Book. This 03 Century, $15,990. This 03 LeSabre, $19,940. This 02 Regal, $14,980. This 2000 Ford Taurus Wagon, $89,10. This 95 Yukon, $14,940. Or this 99 Pontiac Grand Prix, $79,995. All prices below Blue Book, only at the Used Car and Truck Outlet at Wallingford Buick GMC, Route 5, Wallingford.
They have the people who did it. Right now they are saying this is a terrorist attack, and the infantry is now forming up to secure the entire perimeter and area. But they do not think they have who did this yet.
What you're suggesting, you're in Kuwait now at the Camp New Jersey and Camp Pennsylvania. These are U.S. military outposts here in Kuwait. So the suspicion is that there are terrorists on the loose who threw these hand grenades at U.S. troops, members of the 101st Airborne. Is that what you're saying, Jim?
It's the middle of the night here, and the suspicion is that two grenades, one in each, and one of, my mistake, two tents, two grenades, and the people who did it ran off into the darkness. They've got a 3-mile run to the post here at Camp Pennsylvania, to the berm. So the area is being secured. They're confident they're going to get whoever did this. But the carnage inside of those tents is pretty severe. They are still smoking. I had been in one to carry 2 soldiers out on a stretcher. The wounds on those 2 cases look very severe. They are still loading the ambulance right in front of me, and there's still a bunch of chaos going on here as they try and get a perimeter set up.
Jim, before I let you go, Jim, review once again how many U.S. soldiers have been injured?
They are now counting 8. They believe 6 have been seriously injured. I have personally seen 5 seriously injured taken onto ambulances and carried 2 of them. They are just putting the last seriously wounded person in an ambulance now. There are medics all over the place. There is at least two slightly wounded officers who are organizing the defense and have not left the area yet.
And how far away were you, Jim, from these soldiers when those hand grenades went off?
I was in the next tent about 20 yards away.
So you're just lucky that it wasn't you, Jim Lacey, embedded. You're embedded with the 101st Airborne, is that right?
I am, and it seems that whoever did this knew exactly what tents to go for. They got the 2 leadership tents.
What's been the general reaction among other members of the 101st over the past 15, 20 minutes? I assume you've spoken with a lot of those soldiers.
I have talked to at least 24 of the young soldiers, and they are reacting superbly. I have seen the officers that are here and moving around are doing exactly what you would expect of them. There's a strong sense of urgency, but no sense of panic whatsoever. As a matter of fact, in the last 5 minutes, things have calmed down measurably. From my perspective, the brigade intelligence officer is now running the show. And from my perspective of having been in the service, it seems like he is doing everything he is supposed to be doing.
Did you get the sense, Jim, that there was significant, what they call force protection, security surrounding those 2 camps, Camp New Jersey, Camp Pennsylvania, in Kuwait, which is not far, of course, from the Iraqi border?
Right. Until now, I would have said that we had substantial security. We still do. There is at least a full infantry company manning the perimeter of this camp at all times. But there is traffic in and out in terms of trucks and buses and contractors coming in. So it's not a foolproof system, but from all appearances, looking from the outside in, it seemed like a very damn good security system.
Jim Lacey, take care of yourself over there. We'll be checking back with you. Thanks for giving us that information. Jim Lacey from our sister publication, Time Magazine. Sad words about, 8 U.S. soldiers injured, 6 of them seriously, in a grenade attack at this base, which houses the 101st Airborne, at least elements of the 101st Airborne, originally based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Jim Lacey of Time Magazine, thanks very much. Very quickly, we'll give you the results of our web question of the day. The question is, when it comes to the strike on Iraq, whom do you side with most, President Bush or the anti-war protesters? The results so far, 72% say President Bush, 28% say the protesters. Thanks very much for spending some time with us. Well, we're having continuing coverage, of course, on the strike on Iraq. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. I'll be back throughout the night. Let's get to Heidi Collins in Atlanta for a quick check of all the late-breaking developments.
Thank you, Wolf. Hello, I am Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. Coalition troops advancing from Kuwait are now halfway to Baghdad. Units of the 3rd Infantry Division have captured a key bridge over the River Euphrates in the town of Nasiriyah, northwest of Basra. Just outside the town, coalition military traffic was so heavy that it sometimes came to a complete standstill. Marines around Basra have been destroying abandoned Iraqi armored vehicles. The Marines have now handed over responsibility for the area to the British Army. British troops are securing the Marines' rear and right flank. More explosions shook Baghdad tonight as residents braced for the possibility of another round of heavy air and military strikes. Some of the smoke may have been caused by Iraqi troops setting fire to oil-filled trenches. Central Command says between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi soldiers have been taken prisoner by coalition forces. Thousands more are reported to have abandoned their positions and gone home. A complete Iraqi division is among the Iraqi units to have surrendered. Well, those are the headlines making news this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. And now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq with Lou Dobbs.
Good evening. Tonight, U.S. and coalition forces have advanced at least halfway to Baghdad. They have also taken control of a number of key Iraqi cities. Units of the 3rd Infantry Division captured a key bridge over the Euphrates River in the town of Nasiriyah. U.S. and British aircraft tonight have complete control of the skies. They are carrying out continuous bombing raids. The 3rd Infantry's attack on Nasiriyah was supported by artillery units equipped with multiple launch rocket systems. The overall commander of coalition troops, General Tommy Franks, today said his forces are using munitions on a scale never before seen in warfare. Marines fighting near Basra in southern Iraq today destroyed abandoned Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles. They also captured the city's airport after overcoming resistance from Iraqi troops and armored personnel carriers. British troops have now taken over the fight for Basra so the Marines can continue their advance to the north. General Franks said between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi prisoners are being held by coalition forces. General Franks said thousands more have laid down their weapons and simply left the battlefield. The surrenders include an entire Iraqi division near Basra. New explosions tonight shook Baghdad. Residents prepared for another round of heavy bombing and missile strikes. News agency reports say Iraqi troops have been filling trenches with oil and setting them afire to try to disrupt coalition attacks. U.S.-led forces today captured the southern Iraqi town of Nasiriyah. Marines are also racing across the desert toward Baghdad. Coalition forces have been meeting some resistance, particularly around the southern city of Basra, and the Pentagon warns that the situation in Iraq remains extremely dangerous. Senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre has the report.
Images from the battlefield show the U.S. military is basically having its way with Iraq's poorly equipped and demoralized frontline forces. Even so, at some southern cities, such as Al-Nasiriyah and Basra, U.S. forces have encountered Iraqi troops who are fighting and inflicting casualties before giving up. U.S. commanders believe those Iraqi forces may include Republican Guard elements designed to stiffen their will. But aside from 9 oil well fires set in the Rumaila oil fields before the ground war began, so far U.S. troops have encountered no nightmare tactics, including no chemical or biological weapons.
There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them.
The psychological campaign appears to be paying off. This satellite photograph released by the U.S. Central Command shows what appears to be 700 Iraqi troops lined up in the desert, just as U.S. leaflets instructed them to do if they wanted to surrender.
Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed.
More details have been provided on how the war unfolded, with U.S. and British special forces taking down Iraqi military outposts and seizing key oil terminals where weapons and explosives were found. This photograph shows an Iraqi ship that was discovered attempting to lay mines in the northern Persian Gulf, while here a U.S. AC-130 gunship sinks an Iraqi patrol boat with a devastating blast of cannon fire. Despite the fact that the U.S. military is making good progress in the south, it only has a handful of special forces in the north. That means the vital Kirkuk oil fields north of Baghdad are vulnerable, at least for another day or so, until the shock and awe air campaign neutralizes Iraq's air defenses to the extent that troops can be flown to the north to secure those oil fields and other objectives. Lou?
Jamie, we know there has been unit-to-unit communications, as the Pentagon has described it, at least in the last 24 hours, concerning the possible surrender of Iraqi troops. Is there any further information on those discussions and those contacts?
Well, no, you're seeing because the pace of the military campaign, including the bombing and the movement of troops on the ground, indicates that at this point they've got no agreement for any significant surrender by senior Iraqi generals or other officials. But those communications are still going on, and the Pentagon is convinced that once the outcome is clearly inevitable, that perhaps some of those senior leaders will crack.
Any suggestion that we will see a continuation of the heavy bombardment, the selective targeting of Baghdad?
We've been led to believe that this air campaign, which kicked off yesterday, will essentially continue for 3 or 4 days, perhaps not as intense everywhere, but they still have a significant number of targets to hit over the next couple of days. And as I mentioned, one thing they still need to do is completely bring down Iraq's air defenses so they can begin that movement of troops up into the north.
Jamie McIntyre, thank you very much, senior Pentagon correspondent. Wolf Blitzer joins us now from Kuwait City. Wolf, we know the coalition forces are continuing to make good progress in their advance toward Baghdad. Give us the best assessment that you've received about the strength of Iraqi resistance.
There certainly is Iraqi resistance, and it seems to get stronger as the U.S. and British forces move north. They've made significant progress. The commanding general, Tommy Frank, said they're about 150 miles into Iraq right now. At the Pentagon later in the day, they said that the U.S. troops have actually crossed the Euphrates River, gone on the other side. They're well on the way to Baghdad, as you point out, about halfway there, but they're meeting resistance, and they anticipate as they get closer to Baghdad, the resistance will stiffen up as Republican Guard, special Republican Guard units, these elite forces still loyal to Saddam Hussein, fight and probably fight very hard. Earlier in Qasr, the huge port in the southern part of Iraq, the U.S. and British forces took that relatively quickly. They're moving on Basra, the next largest city, the second largest city of Iraq, about 1.5 million people. They have not taken Basra yet, but they're moving there. From there, they'll move up to Nasiriyah and continue up the road towards Baghdad. There's also some progress, we're told, in the western part of Iraq, having taken those 2 airfields, strategic airfields, an area used by the Iraqis a dozen years ago to launch Scuds at the Israelis. The Israelis presumably breathing a lot easier tonight than would have normally been the case. In the northern part of Iraq, we're told special operation forces are also moving there. No clear indication what's going on. We do know, Lou, that extensive U.S. airstrikes continue in and around Baghdad, in Mosul, Kirkuk, and in Tikrit, the hometown in Iraq of Saddam Hussein. Lou?
And Basra, just to the north of you, a matter of just about 40 miles, in fact. The city's surrounded, but it's still in Iraqi control, the regime's control. What is the latest there?
The latest is they think they're going to go in there, they're going to take it. They're trying to assess not only how the remaining Iraqi military will deal with the U.S. and British forces. They're not anticipating a huge fight, especially now that one Iraqi division, the 51st Division, which was in charge of Basra, they basically just gave up. But they are anticipating some problems with the local population, so they want to be very careful. They want to make sure that there are no terrorists out there who could endanger U.S. and British personnel.
And Wolf, we thank you. Jim Lacey, our colleague from Time Magazine, right now working to update us on the breaking story, 2 tents of the 101st Airborne being struck by terrorists this evening. Do you have anything else more recent than that right now, Wolf?
What we know is what Jim Lacey reported just a little while ago here on CNN. He's one of those embedded journalists from Time Magazine with the 101st at Camp Pennsylvania, Camp New Jersey, here in Kuwait. Security was thought to be very good at those military bases, but apparently within the last half hour or so, what he believes 1 or 2 or 3 terrorists used hand grenades to attack a tent, 2 tents in fact, at that base. 8 U.S. Army soldiers have been injured, 6 of them apparently very seriously. They've been evacuated to local military hospitals, a source of grave concern to the U.S. military officials, of course, military personnel wondering how could terrorists penetrate the kind of lines that the U.S. military has at these bases. Some concern that perhaps some local contractors, local people could have perhaps penetrated the protective corridor that is supposed to protect the U.S. military personnel at those 2 bases. Lou?
Jim reported, Wolf, as you well know, a full company forming up perimeter security for the 101st. He also described, Wolf, those 2 tents that were struck apparently by hand grenades as being leadership tents. Do we know any more about the state of the command structure for the 101st?
No, he said that there were 8 soldiers who were injured, 6 of them seriously. The 101st obviously is a very large group. It's the Airborne Division, the famed Airborne Division based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They've got a key role to play in this operation, and they're preparing it at these 2 bases in Kuwait, Camp New Jersey and Camp Pennsylvania. But we have no indication who are among those 8 soldiers who have been injured.
Wolf, thank you very much. You might stay there just for a moment. We now have Jim Lacey on the phone from the camp there in northern Kuwait. Jim Lacey of Time Magazine with the 101st. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What more can you tell us about the injuries in those 2 tents?
Right now, they are reporting 10 total injuries, of which 6 of them are serious. 4 are not serious. I see at least 2 people who are slightly wounded, still walking around their offices, and they are pretty much running the defense right now.
And Jim, you described in your initial report these as being 2 hand grenades hurled into these 2 tents, these leadership tents.
Right.
Does that appear to be the situation?
Yeah. Since then, I have found a U.S. Army major who was sitting outside one of the tents and says he saw the grenade roll by him. Can you hear me? There's a Apache helicopter circling the perimeter now.
We can hear you, Jim.
Okay. So it's almost definite that this was a grenade attack. They still do not know who's responsible. There's a strong perimeter right around the tents right now. I see a Black Hawk helicopter coming in. That might be to remove some of the wounded who are now in the aid station here. The infantry, there are 2,100 plus infantrymen on this post. They are being formed up and fanning out over the entire compound to see if they can find who is responsible. There are 2 people being held here.
2 people. 2 people being held. By that you mean suspects in the attack?
I do not know if they are suspects. They are Arabic, but they may be contract workers who just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. They are not assuming they're suspects, and there's still a massive manhunt going on this post.
What one can only imagine. Jim Lacey of Time Magazine. Wolf, do you have a question for Jim?
Jim, when you say there are contractors, Arab contractors who work at the base, do you have any notion of how much security, how much background checks they have for these individuals? I know that when I was at Asaliya in Qatar or Prince Sultan in Saudi Arabia, huge air bases, a lot of local employees, contract workers are there, but I'm not sure what kind of background checks they do. Do you have any sense?
No, I do not have a good sense of it, but with the constant flow of traffic here in terms of buses moving troops in and out, and the cooks are all contracted here. Most of the menial tasks are contracted, and I can't believe there's been a security checked on all these people because it's a constant changeover in faces. But they are checked, they are checked when they come in and come out. But I never looked to see if they had they were checking for a specific ID or not.
Jim, I just want to let our viewers know, Wolf, if I may, that we are hearing more detations over in Baghdad this evening, and we'll continue
just found a bag here, which they think is a bomb, and they're ushering me to the other side of a berm. So,
Jim Lacey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Say again, because I was just letting our viewers know that more explosions.
They've just found an unidentified bag here. They're putting it off to one side. They're moving everyone away from it. There's no word if it's a bomb or not, but they're treating it as one.
I just wanted to say we're talking with Jim Lacey, Wolf Blitzer from Kuwait, and I'm talking to Jim Lacey from New York, of course. Jim Lacey, Time Magazine correspondent with the 101st Airborne, where 10 people have been injured, 6 of them seriously, at the camp in northern Kuwait as a result of a terrorist attack, apparently 2 hand grenades. Jim, tell us more about this bag that has been found that apparently is very suspicious.
I'm looking at it. I'm moving away from it. It's a camouflage bag. It just does not look like any piece of military equipment. So they've put it off to one side and telling everyone to stay away from it. But they're not giving it any unusual amount of deference here. So I don't know if they think it's a bomb or if they're just not taking any chances with it.
Well, not to take chances with all that is going on there certainly makes great sense. Jim, I don't want to, as much as I would like to, probe further about the nature of those injuries in those tents and who specifically was injured. I think that probably it would be wise for you and I at this point just to remind our viewers that 10 people of the 101st Airborne have been injured in a grenade attack. 2 grenades into 2 tents, which Jim Lacey did describe as leadership tents of the 101st Airborne in northern Kuwait. Jim, if you will, as you get more details and further developments, please let us know. We will join you to report those developments. Jim Lacey from northern Kuwait with the 101st, thank you very much. We are continuing. We are now hearing gunshots on Jim Lacey's line. Is that line still open?
I'll have the there, guys.
I repeat, is that line still open? Okay, we do not have the line, but the line, before it went down, there were gunshots again. Apparently, well, we'll just have, we won't say apparently. Gunshots heard just as we hung up with Jim Lacey of Time Magazine with the 101st, which has suffered a terrorist attack tonight in northern Kuwait. We will, of course, be diligently trying to find out what is going on there. The 101st obviously suffering a very serious terrorist attack in its camp in northern Kuwait tonight. I want to turn now to 4 CNN journalists who arrived safely in Jordan after Iraqi officials expelled them from Baghdad. Correspondent Nick Robertson, whom you have been watching and listening to for days, indeed weeks, among the group that had been reporting from Baghdad and joins us live tonight from Jordan. Nick, first, good to have you safe and near home. your exit from Baghdad into Jordan. Tell us about that journey, how it was arranged, and how long it took, if you would.
Lou, really the journey, a very interesting opportunity to get a view outside of the capital of Baghdad now the war is going on, and also a real opportunity to report it outside of the confines of normally having to videotape events with Iraqi officials and have them present whenever we talk to people. So some remarkable insights, I think, today. As we were driving out of the city of Baghdad, the team, of course, myself, Reem Brahimi, my colleague correspondent, our executive producer Ingrid Formanek, and our cameraman Brian Pucciati, we traveled out in some GMC vehicles out of the city, marked up with big TV letters on them, giving an indication to anyone who might see us coming that we are a friendly force, if you will. As we left Baghdad, we could see members of the Ba'ath Party, young and old, armed and out on the streets. They were patrolling the streets at key traffic intersections. They had sandbag bunkers built, sometimes small trenches. Some of the people manning those trenches as young as 16 or 17, armed. But the interesting thing, Wolf, the main checkpoint as you leave Baghdad, there is really only one guard on each side of the road, very lightly armed. And as you leave Baghdad, a minimal number of defensive positions around the city. And once you get 50 or 60 miles away from the city, virtually no visible heavy defenses whatsoever. Really appears to be an indication here that the Iraqi officials plan only to defend, at least on the western side, plan only to defend Baghdad from inside Baghdad itself. As we went across the western Iraqi desert towards Jordan, we approached that area known as H2 and H3, where we believe U.S. Special Forces, at the very least, have secured those airstrips there in the western Iraqi desert. We didn't see any sign of the U.S. forces. What we did see were a number of Iraqi military vehicles that have been shot up and burnt out at the side of the road, and what appeared to be a number of indications of military engagements along that road. And looking at the debris, it appeared to be the Iraqi military forces coming off the worst there. Lou?
Nick, before we turn to the actual, I'd like to get your characterization of the most recent bombings and missile attacks in Baghdad. But before doing that, you made reference to something that I think many of our viewers might be curious about. And you said there were members of the Ba'ath Party operating basically in at intersections and armed. And throughout Iraq, the Ba'ath Party is, of course, the dominant political party and has a unique structure. I thought maybe it'd be interesting for us to hear how you recognize them as Ba'ath Party members and what their likely role is and how much of a problem you would assess their presence as being for U.S. military and coalition military as they advance toward Baghdad.
To the casual observer, Lou, they might look like soldiers, but when you look at their olive green uniforms, they don't have any ranks and they don't have any anything on their epaulets, on their shoulders. That's the uniform of the Ba'ath Party, and the membership, and it can be at local level, in local elements of the political party, young and old. They don't look particularly fit, and they certainly don't look like a regular fighting force. They certainly don't look like the better equipped Republican Guard members who we occasionally see around some of the presidential palaces. They are, if you will, a home guard, a home defensive force designed to enforce the curfew, designed to keep only people the government wants or allows to be out on the streets at any given time, to keep control of the streets. They do not appear to be a strong military force that could likely and seriously, over any period of time longer than an hour or so, engage a heavily armed, well-trained and highly mobile United States or British force in the city of Baghdad. However, those were the elements we saw in the streets. That's not to say there aren't other Republican Guard or Special Republican Guard units in barracks or at other locations around Baghdad who can be brought into the city and deployed for use in the city. We didn't see any armored vehicles on the streets. Again, that's not an indication they don't exist in Baghdad. They just weren't on display. But this home guard of the Ba'ath Party, very much to keep control of the streets, send a message to the people of Iraq and to Baghdad that the Ba'ath Party, that the leadership of Iraq still are in control, and that their rule of law should be followed at this very critical time, Lou.
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Robertson reporting from Jordan after being expelled along with Ingrid and their two colleagues. We're delighted that you and Ingrid are safe, and your two colleagues in Jordan. I know that you certainly did not want to leave Baghdad, but we are delighted that you are safe. And we welcome you, as I said, nearer home. Thanks a lot, Nick. Frank Buckley, along with photographer Greg Caines, is aboard the USS Constellation, one of 3 aircraft carriers operating in the Persian Gulf. More sorties today flown from the Constellation. Frank joins us now live via video phone. Frank?
Good evening, Lou. The air operations do continue here aboard the USS Constellation, and in fact today some of the sorties flown were flown by members of VF2, the Bullets. They fly the F-14 Tomcat, and this is their commanding officer, Andrew Whitson. Commander, first of all, you flew today into the vicinity around Baghdad. Tell us what the scene looked like.
Well, it was, Frank, it was actually, the weather was nice and clear. We were actually a little bit concerned about that. They've had quite a bit of weather coming through in the last day or so, but the strike actually went pretty well. We were just striking a military complex just west of Baghdad, and overall it was a good strike. So
last night, some of the men we talked to coming back from their sorties talked about the spectacular fire show that they were watching. Was it a similar scene today, or less so? Give us a sense.
It was much less so. We did see a couple of SAMs that came up. They looked like they were unguided. We didn't see any AAA, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. We're pretty high and fast, so most of the AAA is not going to reach us, and certainly daytime. Perhaps the sense is if you don't see it, it's not there. But certainly, most of us that have a little experience know that it is going off underneath us. Just you have to keep maneuvering the airplane, assuming that it is there. So,
you're a Gulf War veteran, 1991 Desert Storm. You were flying the Tomcat then more in an air-to-air capacity. Now you're in a strike role. Tell us about the difference that you see in flying, both different roles, and what the difference is this time in combat.
Well, I think in Desert Storm, our role as an air-to-air fighter, primarily we were doing mixed sweeps. We were roughly, certainly several minutes out in front of the strike package. They obviously didn't have a lot of airborne fighters, but certainly more so than we've seen this time. Most of the time, at least for the flights that I was on in the Desert Storm, we would get radar contacts, but generally once you got within 30 or 40 miles, they would dive for the deck and run away. This time, obviously, our focus is more on the strike role, and that's what we primarily train to for this kind of environment, since we know that the Iraqis generally are not going to be doing a lot of flying, as what we've seen, throughout the course of OSW. So we feel fairly comfortable with what we've the tactics that we've trained to up to this point, and we do carry air-to-air ammunition and missiles, but
we haven't heard of any air-to-air engagement, and you were just telling us that they do have a robust air force, that the Iraqi forces do have a robust air force. To what do you attribute the fact that there hasn't been an air-to-air engagement?
Well, I would say probably they're smart enough to know that if they do get airborne, it's probably not going to be for long. So we've got quite a few airplanes up there. The strike airplanes are air-to-air capable. Self-escort strike is what we call it, but we've also got quite a bit of defensive counter-air assets, F-15 Eagles and F-16s. So we've got more than enough capability airborne to take care of anything that does get airborne from their airfields.
If I may intrude on a personal level and ask you, in releasing your munitions, you know what they're going to be doing. Destroying buildings, potentially killing people. On a personal level, tell me how you deal with that, if you would.
Well, that's a tough question. It's actually one of the things that I sat down with my guys before this thing started and told each of them that after it starts, you'll be changed forever, because this is what we train to our entire lives. But once you've actually pressed the pickle button and real bombs are falling away and real lives are being impacted, that's going to change you. Now, it affects everybody different ways. I think the training that we've received all the way up to this point prepares us mentally to be able to put aside our feelings and be able to carry out the task at hand and get the job done. I think there'll be plenty of time later for reflection and deciding about how it really did affect you. But right now, that's really something we don't think about too much. We're just doing what we're trained to do.
Commander Andrew Whitson, thanks very much for being candid with us and for spending so much time with us.
Welcome. Thanks, Frank.
Lou, the view of one skipper here aboard the USS Constellation, someone who just flew into Iraq today. Lou?
Frank, thank you very much. Frank Buckley from the USS Constellation. Well, coalition aircraft are flying hundreds of sorties in the strike against Iraq. Military sources say virtually all U.S. Air Force fighters and bombers in the region have been used in those strikes. Some of the aircraft come from an air base near Iraq where Gary Tuckman and photographer Damir Loratek are stationed. Gary joins us now with the very latest. Gary?
Well, Lou, the coalition against Iraq is using 30 different air bases in 12 different countries in this theater, and we're at one of them right now. This is the largest attack and fighter wing out of all of them. Very busy place behind us. Some of the A-10 Thunderbolt attack planes. You can see them. They're also called the Warthogs, so named because they're not a particularly attractive plane, but very solid and do the job very well. All night long, these planes have been going out on the tarmac, taking off, along with the F-16s that are also here. The F-16s are fighter planes that drop their bombs and missiles on targets. They had the most sorties in 1991. So it's the F-16s and the A-10s that do a lot of the work here. In addition, at this base, which is just near the Iraq border, but we can't tell you the exact location because the Pentagon rules for embedded journalists, there are also Marine aircraft, including F-18 Hornets and Harrier jets. But we've seen a steady stream of airplanes all evening, not quite as busy as last night. But here it is right now in this region, 2:32 in the morning, and this is a very crowded airfield. Here is the latest news we have heard from highly placed Air Force officials. They are telling us that between the beginning of this campaign and tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, a total of 3,500 aircraft sorties. There were 2,000 in the first 24 hours, 3,500 after 48 hours, so not quite as many in the second 24 hours, but still very busy. We are told that these aircraft are pounding on Republican Guard forces in Iraq. We're also told that there's a concentration this evening in western Iraq, as well as Baghdad and the other cities that were hit in the first night. What's notable for us is the amount of security here at this base. We've been listening with you, Lou, the story about what's happened at the Army base in northern Kuwait. Security here is very elaborate, as it is at many bases. We here are embedded journalists. We have proper credentials, but we can barely walk anywhere without being checked several times. There's also a lot of tension here. Earlier in the evening, a few hours ago, we had another siren go off, a missile warning. People here get very tense when that happens. It's now happened 11 or 12 times. They get their gas masks ready. They have their chemical suits on. But that's a way of life over the last couple of days at the bases in the Persian Gulf region. Lou, back to you.
Gary Tuckman reporting from a U.S. Air Force base near the Iraqi border. We have just received word from Central Command that in Qatar that indeed the 101st has suffered 10 people injured in the terrorist attack at their camp in northern Kuwait. Jim Lacey of Time magazine reporting the story. The grenade attack, 2 grenades striking 2 tents, 10 people injured. Jim Lacey reporting that 6 of them seriously, and we will continue to update you on this story. What some thought was gunfire as we were hanging up with Jim Lacey as he was reporting the story coming from Kuwait was gunfire emanating from Baghdad, apparently anti-aircraft fire. Well, last October, we were honored and pleased to have the opportunity to spend some time with the commander and the crew of the warship, the USS Higgins. The guided missile destroyer was just days from deployment to the Persian Gulf, and its commander, Mike Gilday, told us then his crew was prepared well prepared for battle. And over the past few days, we have, of course, extended our best wishes to the crew and the commander and the executive officer, Yvette Davids, for their safety. And the crew has sent us here some video and a photograph of their work in the Shock and Awe campaign against Iraq. And from these pictures, we can see that indeed, as the captain said, the crew of the USS Higgins indeed ready. We send our very best to our friends on the Higgins, and we continue to wish them Godspeed. Coming up next, we'll have the latest developments from CNN Center. Also coming up, U.S. Marines under fire while destroying enemy tanks. Martin Savage is with them, and he will have the report. The Pentagon says victory in Iraq may not depend on capturing or killing Saddam Hussein. Middle East expert Ken Pollack, CNN analyst, is our guest. Demonstrations for and against this war carried out around the country, around the world today. We'll have that story, and we'll tell you a little bit about who's behind the demonstrations. Stay with us.
Let's say one phone company provides you long distance and a completely different one has your local service. Now, you probably pay too much for both of them, but you let it slide until you discover that with the neighborhood, you can get unlimited local and long distance together for one low monthly price. And just for good measure, extras like caller ID are included.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st. Over 1 million have joined.
How about you?
Well, there was one year where I almost lost the entire backyard to crabgrass, and I vowed that would never happen again. The following year, I did use Turf Builder plus Halts. It not only got rid of the crabgrass, but it also greened up the lawn and thickened it. I used the cheaper brands, but I didn't have the color that I wanted, and I did have the weeds. Look how thick it is. Look at the color of it. There are no weeds. I take the credit instead of Scott's. I call it Luby Lawn. I'm very proud of the results that I get from Scott's. And there will be no crabgrass.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. A possible terror attack on a U.S. camp in Kuwait has injured at least 10 people. Time magazine reporter Jim Lacey tells CNN military officials say 2 hand grenades were thrown into 2 tents, which Lacey says contained leaders of the 101st Airborne Division. At least 6 of the victims are said to have serious injuries. Coalition troops advancing from Kuwait are now halfway to Baghdad. Coalition forces have captured a key bridge and airport near Basra. That's Iraq's 2nd largest city. Just outside the town, coalition military traffic was so heavy that it sometimes came to a standstill. Marines around Basra have been destroying abandoned Iraqi armored vehicles. The Marines have now handed over responsibility for the area to the British Army. British troops are securing the Marines' rear and right flank. More explosions shook Baghdad tonight as residents braced for heavy air and missile strikes. Some of the smoke may have been caused by Iraqi troops setting fire to oil-filled trenches. Central Command says between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi soldiers have been taken prisoner by coalition forces. Thousands more are reported to have abandoned their positions and gone home. A complete Iraqi division is among the Iraqi units to have surrendered. An estimated 200,000 anti-war protesters took to the streets of New York. The crowd snaked for more than 2 miles through the heart of Manhattan. At one point, skirmishes broke out between police and marchers. Some demonstrators said police used pepper spray on some of those marchers. But things were more peaceful in San Francisco, unlike the past 2 days of anti-war protests, which resulted in more than 1,600 arrests there. And in Chicago, about 800 people came out to demonstrate in support of President Bush and U.S. troops. Those are the headlines making news this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted source for news. Now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq with Lou Dobbs.
Let's go now to Ben Wiedemann in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. Ben has just reported that he has heard bombing tonight in the city of Mosul, and he joins us now live by phone. Ben?
Yes, Lou. Throughout the evening, we've been hearing fairly regular bombs falling on the city of Mosul. We're about 28 miles to the east of that city, the largest city in northern Iraq. Not only are they hitting targets in and around Mosul, but also to the north as well as the south. It's been fairly regular. We've heard aircraft flying overhead. Now, we've seen that, at least we've heard from Kurdish intelligence sources who have people on the ground inside Mosul, that in the last 24 hours, some of the targets that have been hit in Mosul include a palace belonging to Saddam Hussein, a major military barracks, and the headquarters of military intelligence in that city. Lou?
Ben, thank you very much. Ben Wiedemann reporting from northern Iraq, and indeed the pictures you're looking at in the night scope, that night vision, it looks a great deal like Baghdad, but that it was indeed Mosul. As we reported, coalition forces have now advanced halfway at least toward Baghdad. For more on that advance now, we're going to Miles O'Brien at CNN Center, and he's with CNN military analyst General Wesley Clark and General David Grange. Miles.
An illustrious panel indeed, Lou. Thanks very much. We're going to talk about that advance toward Baghdad, as we say, about halfway there. And we're going to talk a little bit about what they've been doing along the way. Let's check in with our generals standing in front of the map table, David Grange, Wesley Clark, both of them retired generals in the United States Army. Generals, first of all, let's take a look at a big, wide picture of the region. And I'll show you exactly how far they've gotten, if we can put that picture up there. From Kuwait to the border of Kuwait to where they are is approximately there, that blue arrow. First of all, General Clark, is that expected progress given the terrain as you know it?
I'd say that's very good progress, Miles. We didn't expect any significant Iraqi opposition on the western move there for the 3rd Infantry Division. They hit the security zone, a couple of outposts. They hit their first resistance apparently around the town of Nasiriyah, and that's pretty much what was anticipated. I think as far as we can determine from all reports, the movement was done well. The unit is in full command, and the battle action they had there, it brought in all the principles and all the correct doctrinal practices of combined arms, using the artillery, the helicopters, and the air.
All right, now as you've been talking, I zoomed in on Qusr, the port, and ultimately I'm moving into Basra. Now, Basra is a city that is not technically under the control of U.S. forces right now. What is under the control of U.S. forces is the Basra airport, which I'm going to take you to right now. General Grange, why that decision? Why not secure that town? Why just grab the airfield and run?
Well, the airfield is a key piece of terrain. You can use that for follow-on operations. You can refuel helicopters at that location. The town has about 1.2 million people. And you remember what they said in the Pentagon briefing today. This is effects-based operations. In other words, if you can get the effect you want without going into a city and engaging people house to house, you still get the effect, let's say, of people surrendering. That's better. Why not go that way?
All right, let's go up toward Nasiriyah. Nasiriyah is an important spot because there is a bridge near there across the Euphrates River. At some point they had to cross the Euphrates River. The Pentagon has confirmed that now. We don't know that they use this bridge. Certainly relatively logical to think that is the case. The terrain changes after that point. General Clark, will things get slower now that they're not in quite the open desert we've been seeing as we move to that point at 150 miles from here?
Well, they may get slower in terms of the movement of the individual vehicles. It depends really on the division commander's plan for the operation. If he wants to push up the tempo of the operation, he can. What's really going to slow it down is less the terrain than the degree of enemy resistance. And I think we're going to continue the kind of advance that we've seen before. We're going to be probing on the ground. We're going to be looking for the enemy. But when we find the enemy, we're not necessarily going to do a tank frontal assault and overrun him. We're going to use artillery and air against him.
I'm looking at the area at that 150-mile point, and it doesn't look like that clean baby powder talcum desert that we saw from so many of those images from our embedded journalists. General Grange, what are the concerns as they get into this part of the country?
Well, take what General Clark said about the enemy resistance. If the enemy resistance is tied into some of the restricted terrain that was apparent on the map that you just showed, with canals, the lines of communication, in other words, the road network moving north, a few more built-up areas you'll start encountering. You're not going to have the formation that you're looking at right now on the screen. It's not going to be an armored unit with nice dispersal spread out. You're going to start getting choke points. And when you get choke points, you slow down, and that's when you're vulnerable to enemy fires and also just bringing the forces in tight against terrain features.
Choke points are something to be concerned about when you're up against an adversary that potentially has chemical weapons. General Clark, how big a concern is that as we look at that approach here? We're going into the Saddam International Airport in the outskirts of Baghdad and then ultimately in. As these forces reach the ramparts of Baghdad, they slow down. That makes it a much more tempting target for the use of chemical weapons, does it not?
That's exactly right, Miles. There were two theories about the possible use of chemical weapons. The first theory was he'd use them on the American troops in the staging areas in Kuwait, or that he would use them after that as we bunched up our forces near Baghdad. That's still a possibility.
What do you think, General Grange? You agree?
Well, the same thing. Their doctrine calls for using chemical weapons where it gives an advantage to slow down in advance, and when you can do that, you don't give your enemies an option of going an alternate route. So if it's only a few choices, that's where you'd want to use your chemical weapons.
All right, before you gentlemen get away, I've got to ask you about this incident we've just been reporting about. Members of the 101st Airborne camped out in Kuwait and apparently grenade blast there. Just a word or two from you about securing these rear echelon bases. General Clark, you want to go first?
Well, it is doctrinal when we secure these bases. We have, in this base, I think, a full infantry company there doing this security mission. I'm sure there's checkpoints where all the civilian workers who come in are, to some degree, searched. They're cleared. We probably have photograph ID cards, but we probably don't have full background checks. And, of course, given the transitory nature of that operation, it's impossible to know everything about everybody who's in that camp. So this is the kind of incident we've been concerned about, and it happened.
General Grange, almost unavoidable, because at a certain point, you have to make use of locals in order to do what the Army does, right?
Well, here's what you have. Well, the bases will be secure. A lot of discussion today when you bypass enemy forces that do not become prisoners of war, when you bypass built-up areas. Who secures these roads? Who secures this rear area? And actually, forces are assigned to do that. But you have to take a little bit of risk. You can't secure every square foot of ground all the way up to Baghdad. So you have to use mobility, use air and ground security forces to support you in that regard, and you got to keep moving.
Can that come to bite you on the back fender?
They can. I mean, again, it's a risk that you take, but there are assigned forces to cover the rear areas as you move forward.
General Clark?
That's exactly right. It is a matter of sort of where do you economize on your forces. But in the case of this incident in Kuwait, this is an area we knew was a sensitive area. It is doctrinal that we would have it secured, but the question is, how much can you secure it with? How much of your force can you pull offline and put back in a rear area for security? And, you know, we'll do a complete after-action review on this, and if we have to change the procedures, we will.
This airport screening for these camps, I mean, that doesn't sound like a practical thing, does it, General Grange? Or General Clark, go ahead.
It isn't a practical thing, and so you make compromises. But now that we know what the risks are, as unfortunately we've learned in this case, obviously the United States Army will have to do better.
General Grange, anything they should do to look at security here?
Well, you can bet they'll look at security and they'll take that into consideration. I just can't imagine this unit not having good security. So we'll find out once we give them a chance to see what happened here, and then they'll take the appropriate actions.
David Grange, Wesley Clark, both of them retired generals, United States Army. Thanks both for being with us, and we appreciate the insights. Lou.
Miles, thanks very much. Miles O'Brien. President Bush praised our troops fighting in Iraq today, saying they are doing their jobs with skill and bravery. The president also promised the United States will achieve a decisive victory. The president is at Camp David, Maryland, where he met this morning with his war council. White House correspondent Dana Bash reports.
No justice, no peace.
A heavy police presence controlled anti-war protesters, now a permanent fixture outside the White House gates. But the commander-in-chief was not home to hear them. As his father did during the 1991 Gulf War, this President Bush is spending the first weekend of war at Camp David, a U.S. Marine facility equipped with the same technology of the White House. Joining him there, his entire war council, including Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They met for 90 minutes, going over the latest reports from the war front. Concerned about perception the war may be wrapped up quickly, the president used his weekly radio address to brace the country. It could take a while.
A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment.
The president signed off on 2 major decisions last week. First, ordering the broad battle plans, then making the dramatic call to accelerate the campaign and go after top Iraqi leaders. But since then, White House aides say Mr. Bush is leaving the hour-to-hour direction of the war to his generals.
Our troops are performing as we would expect, magnificently. And indeed, the outcome is not in doubt.
Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle, who denounced Mr. Bush just last week over his, quote, failed diplomacy on Iraq, used the Democratic radio address to voice support for the troops and for the president.
Today, 250,000 Americans are in the Persian Gulf, risking their lives to disarm Saddam Hussein. Our nation is united in gratitude and respect for them and in support for our Commander-in-Chief.
The president was also in touch with his top ally in this effort, British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The White House says the 2 men spoke this morning for about 30 minutes discussing the progress of the war and also the large-scale humanitarian effort that awaits them. Lou?
Donna, thank you very much. Donna Bash from the White House. More now on front-line action. Troops with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines are on the move again tonight. They came under fire outside the Iraqi city of Basra earlier today after they stopped to destroy Iraqi armor. That armor abandoned by the Iraqis. Martin Savage reports.
Let me tell you what is going on. Those are secondary blasts coming. This is the demolition of the tanks, T-55 tanks along the line here. What they're doing is hurriedly setting charges. They're using both C4 and other explosive devices as well as the ammunition that's on board the tank itself. What they've done is they've blown it up, essentially. Now you're hearing the secondary explosions. That would be coming from the rounds inside. They want to make sure they don't leave anything behind that could be used by, say, follow-on soldiers, Iraqi soldiers that might be in hiding right now. The moment they find armor, the moment they find any tanks, they're blowing it up. And that's exactly what is taking place in the background here. Whoa!
I think my foresight's off.
All right. Yeah, that was a TOW missile fired in the general area where you saw that tank before that was being blown up. Obviously, they're seeing stuff down there they're not too happy about, not taking any chances. The TOW missile is a very heavy weapon. They throw the tube off the top. They'll get ready to reload again. They'll try to move positions, too. We're not exactly sure what they're seeing up there at this point. I mean, obviously, we're still trying to keep our heads up around ourselves. At the same time, the demolition crews are preparing the other tanks, and we'll try to bring that to you. They seem to be concerned about, obviously, the village itself. Not that there is obvious reason to be suspect. It's just that that's an area of population. You keep an eye on that. You want to make sure that any Iraqi soldiers, anyone that might want to do the U.S. military harm, is not using the village as shelter, as cover, a place where they can easily melt their way into. So that's their concern there. Well, there you it's getting hot. Let's go. That looks like a armored personnel carrier. We're going to keep moving back because these also have ammunition inside of them. There goes your tank down the end. And the secondary explosions that are about to follow. You're all right, Gerard. Keep coming back. Let's pull back. So the concern, obviously, that RPG is it came from the village, and now who fired it? And do they have another one, obviously? Which is why we're not going to linger too much longer. But there are more tanks to go, so if you miss that one, there'll be another one soon enough.
Talk, take pin, completely released. Check.
It's just Saddam's hardware being taken apart piece by piece, and that is something the U.S. military wants to do and did extensively after the Gulf War.
Martin Savage reporting. Coalition forces continue to advance tonight on Baghdad. They have met resistance. General Tommy Franks said there are still difficulties that lie ahead, certainly. But the general also said that the capture or death of Saddam Hussein is becoming almost irrelevant to the success of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Here now to assess all of this is Ken Pollock, CNN analyst, one of the world's foremost experts on Iraq's military capability. Good to have you here, Ken. Let's start with your assessment of what is going on. We've had a lot of discussion about unit-to-unit contact, discussions about general surrender. What do you make of it?
Well, I think that so far the war is proceeding according to U.S. intelligence expectations regarding how the Iraqis would fight. Going into it, the predictions from U.S. intelligence were that the regular army really would not put up much of a fight, that you'd have scattered units that would be willing to stand and put up a bit of a fight, just as you saw the 3rd or the 7th Cavalry in front of the 3rd Infantry Division have a bit of a fight before they got to Nasiriyah, but that large elements of the regular army would mostly go home or even be willing to surrender en masse. And we're seeing that as well, the 51st Mechanized Division being a case there. So it's really going so far according to the estimates of U.S. intelligence. And that's obviously somewhat comforting, I think, to the military officers, because the estimates of U.S. intelligence were pretty favorable.
The 11th Infantry Division obviously giving ground in Nasiriyah, but Basra is still not under control of U.S. and coalition forces. What do you make of that? How big of a problem is that for General Franks?
Basra should not be an enormous problem for General Franks. And what you can see is that we're probably going to be able to bypass it. The two generals made the good point before that we may have to leave some forces behind to mask the city, to make sure that anyone who is left in the city doesn't come out and give our supply lines a hard time, doesn't try to interrupt the logistical flow that'll be going up to the forward Marine units. Basra is a very big city, and we'd really prefer, the U.S. military would really prefer not to have to deploy into the city, because if you do, you could have it swallow up large numbers of our forces. We'd much prefer to keep those moving. But there are, I'm sorry?
We're just out of time. Let me ask you this for your best quick judgment, if I may, and I apologize. Does it look to you as if there is a significant progress toward general surrender here?
I don't think we should go that far just yet. We haven't even touched the Republican Guard, and what we saw in the Gulf War is the Republican Guard has much higher morale, much better discipline.
Ken Pollock, as always, thanks for being here. And to underline what Ken said, General Franks today saying a lot of tough days ahead. Tens of thousands of Americans in support of and opposed to the strike against Iraq took part today in demonstrations around the country, one of the largest here in New York City. Peter Viles reports.
In New York, tens of thousands clogged Broadway for a 2-mile anti-war march. Protesters took aim at the president, also accused the news media of a pro-war bias. The march, organized by the group United for Peace and Justice, a coalition that includes Greenpeace, the Socialist Party, and some labor groups. At one point, police chased down marchers who broke outside the established route. More skirmishes with police as the march came to an end in the narrow streets of Greenwich Village. Unofficial police estimates put the New York crowd at 200,000, including one brave woman marching in support of the president with a police escort. In San Francisco, where civil disobedience has been rampant, Saturday's protest relatively uneventful. On Thursday and Friday, scattered protests led by the group International Answer resulted in more than 2,000 arrests. It was day 3 of protests as well in Chicago, where police and riot gear separated about 500 people protesting the war from about 800 rallying in support of the U.S. military strike. Another rally in support of the troops, 400 people, mainly military families, in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, home of the 101st Airborne. Outside the United States, huge anti-war rallies, 15,000 in Bangladesh. Large crowds as well in Bahrain and in Gaza. Thousands jammed streets in London. Thousands as well marching against the war in New Zealand. here in New York, Lou. These protesters now have officially overstayed their welcome. Their permit to use the park behind me expired at 3:30, now going on 7 o'clock in New York. Police here being extremely patient. Several officers telling me the last thing they want to do is arrest thousands of these demonstrators, sort of what happened in San Francisco. They do not want to do that. New York police very patient during crowd control. Their patience may be running thin, though. They have arrested 47 people, including the former head of the ACLU, Norm Siegel. 47 arrests so far, and 11 police officers have suffered minor injuries. None of them were told were serious. One was hit in the head with a rock. A couple others were pepper sprayed by demonstrators. All of that said, however, police here seem to have things well at hand, and they consider this to be a fairly peaceful demonstration. Luke?
Very good. Peter Viles from New York. Our coverage of the strike on Iraq continues now with Aaron Brown. Aaron.
And good evening to you again, everyone. It's been a busy day, Lou, hasn't it? Well, so much for that start. We tried. Can't say we didn't try. To this point, the war has been taken to the Iraqis, but that changed late today when the war came to the Americans. We'll have more on that as we go. We first, as always, want to get you caught up on the day's headlines. Heidi Collins is tasked, as they say in military talk, with doing that. Heidi?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Aaron. I am Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. A Time magazine correspondent is reporting injuries at the 101st Airborne Camp in northern Kuwait. Jim Lacey with Time magazine says as many as 10 people were injured, some of them seriously, after someone tossed 2 grenades into a tent. Lacey says the attack was apparently aimed at the commander of Camp Pennsylvania, home of part of the 101st Airborne. The military is said to be calling it a terrorist attack. It was not immediately clear whether the attacker was caught. The Pentagon reports significant gains in the war with Iraq. Invasion forces continue putting down pockets of resistance in Qasr. They also say Iraqi resistance is crumbling around Basra. That's Iraq's second biggest city. And U.S. forces have claimed the vital Euphrates crossing of Nasiriyah. Marines in Qasr today continued processing Iraqi POWs. The city is an important port just off the Persian Gulf coast. Iraqi soldiers were still putting up a fight outside Basra today. U.S. Marines exchanged fire with Iraqi forces, but rolled them up enough to capture and demolish several Iraqi armored vehicles along with their munitions. Troops to the northwest captured the town of Nasiriyah, site of a 1991 Muslim revolt against the rule of Saddam Hussein. This is what happened to some of the palaces in the Iraqi leadership's massive riverside complex during the massive aerial bombardment of the previous 24 hours. The Pentagon says this was the first such barrage in history, relying exclusively on precision-guided munitions, although it is investigating a possible accidental bombing of Iranian territory. U.S. officials said virtually every air and sea combat element was employed during the barrage. And this is what that Iraqi government complex looks like today. The sculptures of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein are still standing. Whether he is too remains unclear. In Iraq's northern territories outside the region controlled by the government, the U.S. and U.K. bombed what the Pentagon called a terror camp. The fatalities were said to be extremist Muslims with ties to al-Qaeda. Also, in the north, Turkey admits it has had troops there but denies sending in any new ones. In other countries, vivid signs of opposition to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Tens of thousands protested in the British capital against their government's participation in the war. Protesters in Bahrain clashed with police near the U.S. embassy there, a clash of rocks versus tear gas. Several thousand Palestinians protested the war in a march through Gaza and declared their support for Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. And now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq.
A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted.
Racing across Iraq toward Baghdad and the unknown.
There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them.
In the desert, dismantling Iraq's defenses, one tank at a time. From Baghdad, over reporter's diary of a harrowing night and day.
There was no air raid siren. It was clear to us this morning that Iraq's air defense capability, its early warning system, was not working properly.
And in streets around the world, protests. Live from Baghdad, Kuwait, Washington, New York, Chicago, and cities around the globe. The strike on Iraq, live from the front lines.
It's 3 a.m. now in Baghdad. There have been explosions throughout the night in the Iraqi capital. The last we heard about 45 minutes ago. Good evening again, everyone. I'm Aaron Brown at CNN Center in Atlanta. We have shown you some of the pictures of this war as it has been unfolding, but it is pictures we can't show you that lead this hour of our coverage. Wolf Blitzer is in Kuwait City, where that news broke a short time ago. Wolf, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Aaron, as well. The U.S. Central Command has confirmed 10 people were injured in an attack on the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division in Kuwait. It happened about 90 minutes ago. Our colleague from Time Magazine, reporter Jim Lacey, was an eyewitness to the explosions. He has this report. Lacey is telling us that as an eyewitness, 6 of those 10 people were seriously injured. Lacey also tells us that intruders apparently lobbed 2 grenades into a pair of tents housing top officers of the Army's frontline 101st Airborne Division. Lacey himself was only about 20 yards away in a separate tent when the blasts occurred. He helped move 2 of the wounded to an ambulance, and he later told us that the carnage inside those tents was pretty severe. We'll bring you more on this breaking story as soon as we can. We'll also try to get Jim Lacey back on the phone. In the meantime, let's go to Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. He has a bit more on this developing story. Jamie?
Well, Wolf, we can't add much more at this point, except, as you said, the U.S. Central Command is confirming that 10 people were injured. Still no reports of any death in this hand grenade attack by some sort of intruder at Camp Pennsylvania. These are those camps that are named after states in the United States that dot the northern Kuwaiti section as troops there pre-positioned to wait to go into Iraq. U.S. troops are continuing to make a lot of progress moving through southern Iraq, even though there's only a few troops up in the northern section. But again, the Pentagon simply says that despite the very, very tight security, it's impossible to defend against every possible kind of terrorist attack, especially if the terrorist or the intruder is willing to sacrifice his own life. Because of the tight security there, the U.S. is pretty confident it will catch the person or persons involved in this act, apparently rolling a hand grenade into a tent housing U.S. troops. So that's about all I can tell you about that. Meanwhile, in the war campaign today, movement both on the ground and in the air. We're told, by the way, that in the air campaign, part of it that you're not seeing involves the A-10 Thunderbolt, affectionately known as the Warthog. This is a tank-killing aircraft, but Pentagon sources tell us it is being used to go after Scud missiles, part of the Scud missile hunt in western Iraq. And it's employing a new munition it hasn't used before, a GBU-12 laser-guided bomb. Normally these A-10 tank killing aircraft carry missiles and use their guns. The U.S. is, as I said, moving forces ahead. The U.S. military says that the lead elements of the invasion force of the past 3 days have pushed 150 miles into Baghdad, having crossed the Euphrates River, but the U.S. won't say exactly how long it'll be before they get to their objective.
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Jamie, thanks very much. Let's get back to Aaron at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Aaron?
Well, thank you very much. The 101st Airborne, the unit impacted by this attack, this terrorist attack, if you will, they are headquartered at Fort Campbell in Kentucky. It's a legendary unit in the U.S. Army. David Mattingly joins us from Fort Campbell tonight. David, I know you're trying to gather some reaction, and I also know it's early. Tell us what you can.
Well, Aaron, right now, no official word out of Fort Campbell. We've talked to a number of the family readiness group's captains. These are wives of officers who are over there. They have a very distinct and very efficient type of phone system set up where when they have information, they will pass it along so that everybody gets informed just as quickly as possible. Right now, everyone is just clamoring for information. They really don't know exactly what happened there, and they are waiting for some kind of word on exactly who was injured and more details on how the attack would happen. I can tell you that some are just shocked by this. They want to know how something like this could have happened in Kuwait. The bulk of the 101st, we've been told, is on the move inside Iraq. That's where all the concern was at this time. So it is coming as quite a surprise that something like this would be happening right now in northern Kuwait. It normally takes about 2 hours, at least it has in the past, when there has been some kind of casualty for the families to be notified, and we haven't reached that 2-hour window yet. It's possible that the people affected by this still just don't know, Aaron.
David, it's the last time we talked to you, we had just shown pictures of that part of the 101st that it was getting ready to move out, and the families were able to see their loved ones, and the mood was entirely different. We can only imagine the anxiety now and the anger and the frustration behind those gates, and that will only increase as the night goes on and more details become available.
That's right. This is something that they try to prepare for emotionally, but it's something that when it hits home, you never know exactly how to react. The 101st, part of their claim to fame is that they are always ready to deploy anywhere in the world, so they are in a constant state of readiness. Their families constantly ready for their loved ones to be going overseas and always prepared, at least in the back of their minds, for something to happen. But when it happens like this, you still don't have that information. It can be quite maddening at times.
David, thank you. I know you'll continue to do your best to humanely try and get what reaction you can, and of course our hearts are with you and them at Fort Campbell tonight. Thank you, David Mattingly. In Iraq, when night falls, the apprehension rises, as you can imagine, especially with the firepower of the coalition warplanes which have been directed at Baghdad. CNN's Gary Tuchman is embedded with the U.S. Air Force at a base near Iraq. We won't give you more detail than that. Gary, update us, please, on the air campaign as you can.
Well, Aaron, Jamie McIntyre was just talking about the increased emphasis on the A-10 Thunderbolt Warthog. These are the A-10s right behind me. They're sitting here at this base near the border of Iraq, and they have been flying in and out all night. And here's the latest information we are learning from highly placed Air Force officials. We are being told within the first 48 hours of shock and awe, and that's a time period that will end at 1 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow, there will be 3,500 total sorties, 1,500 of those in the last 24 hours. Of those 1,500, 800 are strike sorties using bombs or missiles. The others are on support missions. A total of 500 aim points in this 24-hour period. Now, aim points are different than targets. One target can have more than one aim point. A presidential palace could have dozens of aim points. So they're looking for 500 aim points in this 24-hour period. According to these sources, aircraft tonight are pounding, this is a quote, pounding on Republican Guard forces. And there's increased emphasis on the western portion of Iraq in the last 24-hour period. The atmosphere here at this base, where there are about 8,000 American servicemen and women, also British military personnel and Australian military personnel, is very professional but also very subdued. We were in the mess hall a few hours ago. That's a plane taking off right now. That's why it's so loud here. This is, of course, what we're hearing constantly while we stand here. But we were in the mess hall a few hours ago. There were probably 300 to 400 military personnel inside. Never have I been in a room where people are eating, where it is so quiet. They talk very quietly. There are very few smiles. Most of the smiles you do see are from pilots who have successfully completed their missions. Aaron, back to you.
Gary, thank you very much. Gary Tuchman at an Air Force base in Kuwait as the air campaign launches from there. Wolf, you're not that far from Camp Pennsylvania, probably an hour or so by drive on a normal day. I can't imagine it is anything but the most difficult of circumstances tonight.
You know, this was one of the things that the U.S. military was very concerned about, not necessarily the Iraqi formal military presence, but the possibility of terrorism. I don't think they anticipated it would develop as quickly as it apparently has. That's the working assumption, according to Jim Lacey, our colleague from Time Magazine. We're going to continue to update our viewers on precisely what happened with those 10 soldiers injured at this base here in Kuwait, 6 of them apparently very seriously. But for the first time since the shock and awe bombing campaign began, the U.S. general in charge of the coalition forces is giving his take on the war. General Tommy Franks is also addressing the uncertainty over the Iraqi president and what that could mean for the fighting. Here's CNN's Tom Mintier.
The commander of coalition forces in Iraq, U.S. General Tommy Franks, says he waited until the 3rd day of operations before facing reporters because he feared it might not only compromise the mission, but endanger the lives of those conducting the war on the ground. The session also included a stern warning for Iraqi soldiers who either have weapons of mass destruction or control their possible use.
We would be hopeful that, that those with their triggers on these weapons understand, don't use it. Don't use it.
There were also images of oil wells in southern Iraq on fire, apparently sabotaged by fleeing Iraqi troops. But General Franks told reporters the well fires were far fewer than they feared. Just 9 out of a possible 500 were set on fire. The U.S. commander also says that between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi soldiers are now surrendering to coalition forces. This satellite photograph, he says, shows more than 700 who had lined up as instructed before the conflict started. They were told to lay down their weapons and form a line that could be identified by coalition forces. General Franks also says he has no idea where Saddam Hussein is, nor whether he is dead or alive. He also quickly added that this war is not about one man, but a regime, one that the general promised would soon be gone. Tom Mintier, CNN, Doha, Qatar.
So there you have it. In the opening moments of the war, the question is this: where's Saddam? But lately, the question has often been among some specialists, does it really matter? The U.S. military's top commander says coalition forces will continue their push into Baghdad regardless of whether Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. CNN's David Ensor reports.
With another tape of Saddam Hussein, Iraqi television sought to emphasize that he remains alive and in control. True or not, U.S. intelligence and military leaders say it matters less and less.
I don't know if he's alive or not, but interestingly, the way we're undertaking this this military operation, it would not be changed irrespective of the location or the life of this one man.
U.S. intelligence officials say communications from the Iraqi leadership are dramatically down since the first airstrikes of the war, including the one that targeted his compound, suggesting to some Saddam is probably alive and most worried about staying that way.
He doesn't know if it was a human who betrayed him or it was a technical system that betrayed him. And so as a result, his MO is always go to ground, go into hiding, rely only on your trusted emissaries.
Besides tracking Iraqi leaders, U.S. intelligence officials say they have several key goals now: to protect and help U.S. troops, to negotiate surrenders and stand-downs of Iraqi units, to watch Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, and not only to keep those weapons from being used against American soldiers.
One of the great concerns that the administration has is that in the collapse of the regime, you may have individuals who will take some of the weapons of mass destruction and transfer them to other countries or to terrorist groups.
The U.S. military dealt with one such group Friday, bombing the northern Iraqi enclave held by Ansar al-Islam, a fundamentalist group the U.S. says has ties to al-Qaeda. Special forces and U.S. intelligence moved in after the bombs.
Though publicly U.S. officials are playing down the importance at this point of Saddam Hussein, they would still very much like to get him. Analysts argue if he dies, the regime could quickly come apart at the seams, potentially saving many lives: American, Iraqi, British, and others. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
But the bottom line right now here in the Persian Gulf is clearly no one knows whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, and if he is alive, how much control he has right now. Aaron?
Well, the big picture here changes not one bit. Coalition forces continue to make their way toward Baghdad. They're pushing ahead. The president is up at Camp David. It is legitimately a working weekend for the president. He consulted with a key ally today, and he met with his war council, his war advisors today. Back at the White House is the press corps. CNN's White House correspondent Dana Bash has the duty tonight. Dana, good evening to you.
Good evening, Aaron. Well, you're right. The president is at Camp David at this hour and will be there all weekend long. And the president really, we are told, enjoys Camp David. He likes to get there, especially on beautiful weekends like this, to exercise. We are told that he was planning to exercise there, but as you said, it is a working weekend. He met with his War Council, as it is now called, his national security team. He met for about 90 minutes with them this morning. There you see a photo. It was a full crowd there, almost the entire War Council was there, including the Vice President, the Secretary of State, his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, all meeting, discussing the battlefront, what is going on there. And the President, we are told, after that, did stay in close contact through his National Security Advisor with what is going on in Iraq throughout the day. But the President also made it very clear today in his weekly radio address that there is a little bit of concern about the fact that Americans might think this war will be very short. He tried to sort of tamp down expectations on that, making it clear that it could be very long and very dangerous. The other thing that he said is that although they want to try to minimize civilian casualties in Iraq, it might be very difficult.
American and coalition forces face enemies who have no regard for the conventions of war or rules of morality. Iraqi officials have placed troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for the dictator's army. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm.
And the other thing the president did today, we are told, is phone his top ally in this effort, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. We are told by the White House that the two men spoke for about 30 minutes about the progress on the war front. They also discussed, we are told, the huge humanitarian effort that awaits them. Aaron.
Dana, thank you. Dana Bash at the White House. Wolf, the president underscoring again the need, or the attempt at least, to avoid civilian casualties. There were some pictures on Arab TV, as I'm sure you saw there, that would be very inflammatory. That's the kind of thing the White House worries about.
They're deeply worried about it, and especially concerned that these kinds of pictures, the huge airstrikes, the reaction in the Arab world from what happened in Baghdad, they're concerned that it could generate perhaps more terrorism. That's a source of great concern. Everyone is going to be watching that. By the way, CNN, of course, will have all the latest developments on the war, including reaction from the highest levels. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the top man at the Defense Department, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. I'll ask him all the latest. I'll ask him about the latest developments in the war. What are the next steps? We'll have him on a special late edition, Strike on Iraq. That will begin, of course, tomorrow, Sunday, noon Eastern. Across the United States today, freedom of speech led to urban gridlock. Coming up, Broadway and a cast of thousands. It's a much different sentiment on U.S. military bases. Next, anxious families share the burden of waiting.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order online or call now.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote.
With sailors.
Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker.
With airmen.
Gary Tutton, Bob Franken.
With Marines.
Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Well, Camp Pendleton, California, military families have been clustering around TV sets. They are anxiously awaiting whatever news they can get from the front lines. Others tie yellow ribbons. They pray for their loved ones to come home, as do we all. CNN's Thelma Gutierrez has been talking with some of those military families at Camp Pendleton, the huge Marine base there, and she joins us live with the latest. Thelma?
Yes, you're right, Aaron. It is a huge base. There are about 40,000 Marines who are based here during peacetime. Family members, as you had mentioned, Aaron, sitting here on pins and needles waiting for any news. And of course, lately, the news has not been very good. Today, things have been relatively quiet. I've talked to some of the Marines here right at the entrance of the base, and you get a sense of how somber the mood is. After all, this is the base, which is home to the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, which is among the first to cross into Iraq. And now news that 5 of 7 U.S. deaths were actually based here. That brings the total coalition U.S. death toll up to 21. You can see right there the flag flies at half-staff. The Department of Defense released the names of those who were killed in action on the 21st. They are 22-year-old Lance Corporal Jose Gutierrez of Los Angeles and 30-year-old Second Lieutenant Theral Childers of Harrison, Mississippi, both based here at Camp Pendleton. Family members of the Marines, 2 Marines who were actually killed in the CH-4.
Hate the loss, but you know, I think it's how do I say this? I think it's kind of like a this war. I think is kind of like an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. The Gulf Desert Storm War took less than a year. This one I hope will take even less than that.
Well, that is, we lost Thelma out there, but the essence of that is pretty clear. These are difficult days, and there are more difficult days to come out at Camp Pendleton and Fort Campbell, Kentucky tonight, and a lot of other places where American families of servicemen are stationed, and they are worried. It's been an active day around the world where the war is concerned. Wolf, you're well aware of how the international community has reacted as well.
A lot of unease, Aaron, around the world as coalition forces sweep into Baghdad, demonstrations sweeping across the globe. Anti-war protesters rallied in cities from Barcelona to Jakarta and many points in between. Thousands of peace activists turned out on the streets of London earlier today. Some waved signs saying, "Bring our boys home" or "Blair out." The British Prime Minister Tony Blair has been one of President Bush's strongest allies, if not his strongest ally. In Gaza, meanwhile, some 10,000 Palestinians flooded the streets. Many carried signs declaring their solidarity with Saddam Hussein. And in New Zealand, at least 4,000 protesters surrounded the Australian embassy and shouted slogans denouncing the Australian Prime Minister, John Howard. Howard has committed 2,000 Australian forces to the war on Iraq. Aaron?
And of course, it was not just overseas that these protests have been going on. There were major protests, large protests in a number of big U.S. cities today. Peace activists in New York and in Washington and San Francisco. Chicago's been the scene of major anti-war protests now 3 nights running. Today, though, peace activists squared off against people who support the policy of the war in downtown. Chicago is a tough little town. Chicago police had to work pretty hard to keep the 2 sides apart. The largest of the anti-war rallies took place in New York today. The police estimates are about 200,000 police activists marched from Times Square downtown to Washington Square Park. Some of those activists did clash with police. Protesters clashed with protesters on the other side as well. It was, in fact, in many respects, a very nasty day in Midtown and downtown New York. We're joined now by Whitney Casey, who was covering that for us in New York. Whitney, good evening to you.
Good evening, Aaron. Well,
behind me right here, Chief Esposito and some of the police officers here in New York, they're just now deciding that this protest is over. There are about 300 people that are still here in Washington Square Park, a much smaller number than started today. The police estimates that you said about 200,000. Some of the protesters estimate about 300,000. I'm just going to show you a little bit across the street right here. This is where some of the protesters, there are only a few of them here now, about 200 to 300 in Washington Square Park, still remain. The police here are just starting to disperse. They say that if they leave, they feel that maybe the protesters will go home. But it was started out as a much more peaceful day. There were those 200,000 people walking 40 blocks all the way from Midtown down here to Washington Square Park. At about 4 o'clock, when the protest was supposed to end, there were only 2 arrests. But after they stayed here in Washington Square Park, up until tonight now, those numbers have increased to 84 arrests. And also, I had a police officer just tell me over here he was hit in the face. And so it started out very calm earlier today. Let's take a look at that.
A slew of arrests and scuffles with police as anti-war demonstrators grow impatient with their resistance. A march through the streets of New York down Broadway ends 30 blocks into Washington Square Park. Myra Howard came today with her husband and 16-month-old daughter.
I think we're in the war for oil. I think we want to monopolize the oil, and that's why we're over there.
Student Lena Eberhardt is visiting from Portland, Oregon.
I'm really concerned about the long-term effects of what we're doing, and how the global effects, and how we're taking so many steps back that all the work that people are doing, it's like they have to start over all the time.
Some demonstrators using satire to make their point.
You know, he's the tin man after oil, and you have Bush, who, you know, I hate to disparage a public figure, but he's not the brightest president we've had.
The march that started midday proceeded down dozens of blocks without conflict. But police made arrests at the end of the route when some protesters wouldn't leave.
As you can see, the police behind me right here, this is the chief. He's just told me right now that they are pulling out of here. As of right now, 84 arrests have been made and 11 police officers were mildly injured, Aaron. But again, those numbers from 200,000 to 300,000 very peaceful protesters earlier in the day. Back to you, Aaron.
Whitney, thank you. Whitney Casey, who's in New York City tonight. We note that most, if not all of the protesters at these anti-war demonstrations very carefully pointed out that their complaint is with the policy, with the president, but not with the troops overseas. And some rallies, like one that took place in North Carolina today, are organized specifically to support the troops. This is Raleigh, North Carolina. The crowd gathered outside the state capitol in Raleigh in what was billed as a rally for America, some of them singing "God Bless America." As you can see, others holding up American flags, some even painting their faces red, white, and blue. It was a day to demonstrate your feelings in the United States and in many ways around the world. Coming up, we'll take you back inside Iraq after the Iraqi army fled, in some cases, from coalition troops. Got down to some target practice today. It got serious business. Marty Savage of our staff was right in the middle of it. There are concerns today about the weather. Sandstorms building, and we will check on that as well. And around the United States and around the world, it continues to be a day of protest, and we'll continue following that strain as this broadcast continues.
The strike on Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN. Live throughout the day, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hundreds of movies, millions of emotions. Star Super PAC.
Executive Jeep announces incredible savings at our state-of-the-art facility on Universal Drive in North Haven. Now get rebates and discounts up to $5,000 and low finance and lease rates on our entire inventory. Get a new 2003 Liberty Sport for under $20,000 or a new 03 Grand Cherokee for under $24,000. Plus, get free lifetime oil changes with every new Jeep. The best values in America are here now at the totally new Executive Jeep. Exit 9 off I-91, North Haven.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center. Checking the latest developments now at this hour. A reporter for Time magazine says intruders lobbed grenades into 2 tents housing top officers of the Army's 101st Airborne Division in northern Kuwait. The reporter tells CNN at least 10 people were wounded, 6 of them seriously. Meanwhile, in Baghdad, and you are looking at a live picture now, 3:34 a.m. there. Aside from scattered explosions heard the last several hours, it has been relatively calm in the Iraqi capital. Coalition troops have pushed 150 miles into Iraqi territory now and have moved beyond the Euphrates River. They've reached the outskirts of Basra, the second biggest city in Iraq. Meanwhile, British and U.S. troops ran into some resistance in Qasr, a port city captured yesterday before all was secure. A knowledgeable U.S. official tells CNN that reports of the death of the man known as Chemical Ali are wrong. Chemical Ali, whose real name is Ali Hassan Majid, played a role in an attack on Kurds in 1988 and may be running some of Iraq's defenses. Protesters both for and against the war in Iraq took to the streets again today. In Chicago, demonstrators from both sides were kept apart by police. In Los Angeles, a large crowd gathered outside the CNN bureau in what seemed to be more of an anti-media protest. And in New York, hundreds of thousands of anti-war protesters marched from Times Square to Washington Square Park. And those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, your most trusted source for news. Now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq.
There's been a grenade attack at a U.S. military base in northern Kuwait, not far away from where I am right now. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City. We're told by the U.S. military's Central Command 10 U.S. Army soldiers from the famed 101st Airborne Division have been injured, 6 of them seriously. They've been moved to a military field hospital for treatment. No word on the perpetrators. There is a suspicion among U.S. military personnel at Camp New Jersey and Camp Pennsylvania, where these attacks occurred at 2 tents housing senior officers of the 101st Airborne. There is a suspicion of terrorism, but no official word yet on what was the cause of this attack. Grenades involved. Let's go to CNN's David Mattingly. He's at the home base, the headquarters of the 101st. They're called the Screaming Eagles at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. David?
Wolf, here at Fort Campbell, still our attempts to contact the post-public affairs officers have been unsuccessful. We have talked to a number of organized groups of wives and spouses here at the camp, all expressing a great deal of surprise that something like this would happen in northern Kuwait when the bulk of the 101st seems to be in more danger on the move in Iraq tonight. Joining me, though, are a couple of wives who are from the 1st Brigade. Your husbands are with the 1st Brigade, and the last you heard, your husbands were at Camp Pennsylvania. What have you heard tonight?
Just the news that there were the grenade attacks, and that's it. And we feel pretty confident that our husbands are safe, that they weren't anywhere near there, but we feel for this.
This brings into focus the issue of the media coverage. You're finding out in the media and not from official sources yet. Does that bother you, or does it make it more stressful for you in times like this?
Just the specifics, you know, because you hear, like, when the missile was launched, and I was like, well, what? It said Kuwait. I was like, well, what camp? You know, there are several different ones, and, you know, our husbands were at Camp Pennsylvania, and with the grenades, we don't know who it was or...
The 101st is always prepared to move out. You're always prepared for your husbands to have to get shipped out somewhere. You're prepared for this mentally, but when something like this happens, can you truly be prepared?
No, you never can truly be prepared for what's going to happen. It happens, and I think you just have to take it as it comes. And you have to deal with it, and you have to rely on your family and your friends in your community, in your family support community.
Since the Gulf War, the Army's done a great deal of work to try to support families. Do you feel like you're getting the support that you need right now in this time when you need this kind of information?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I have a great support system, family and friends, and there are thousands of wives here that are going through the same things that we are.
And we're all waiting for that information tonight. So ladies, thank you very much for joining us. Wolf, back to you.
All right, I'm sure there's a lot of anxious families over there at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. We'll continue to follow the story, bring the latest. We're attempting to get back in touch with Jim Lacey of Time Magazine, our colleague there. He's embedded with 101st. He's the one who called us with first word of this grenade attack at these two tents at this camp just north in the northern part of Kuwait. Aaron?
Thanks, Wolf. Just listening to those two young women talk about their support system, given the nature of modern communications and how we have been able to literally show the 101st and a lot of other units as they go about their business. I suspect they have an entire nation of support who must feel like they know the men of the 101st. We also have come to know the fighter pilots who are based all over the Gulf and in the Red Sea too. In this case, the USS Abraham Lincoln. Those pilots have been flying round-the-clock missions, unleashing significant doses of damage. How do you like the way that we said that one? Kira Phillips is on board this aircraft carrier with its crew of 5,700 planes dropping bombs and firing off missiles based up there in Everett, Washington, north of Seattle. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with about 5,700 men and women on board. As we said, CNN's Kira Phillips is embedded with that unit, and she has filed for us today.
Well, welcome to Shock and Awe from the USS Abraham Lincoln. Let's take a look at these pictures from not long ago when the first strikes began. Now, pilots tell me they were fired upon constantly, a number of threats in the air that they faced. Threats such as SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, old Soviet MiGs, also lots of AAA fire.
It looked like Star Wars out there when we were going in. Mainly we're above the AAA threat, so that was nice to stay above that. But there was a lot of stuff coming up at us tonight, and F-14D Super Tomcat with the systems it has to offer, that keeps us safe while we're doing this job.
Steve, how about you? What did you see? What were you feeling as soon as you got in country?
I was amazed at the sheer size of this operation, the number of people talking on the radio, but also for the hour prior to us getting in country and dropping our bombs, explosions, as far as I could see, going off probably 2 or 3 every second for a full hour. It was quite amazing. I've never seen anything like it. As we pressed in, like Lucas said, we saw a number of SAMs, some ballistically launched, and then as we pressed in close to Baghdad, some that were actually guided. Fortunately, thanks to the people that were out there with us who helping to keep us safe from those threats while we were flying in that threat envelope. They did their job and our systems worked, and thanks to our maintainers who gave us good systems in the first place. They work long hours, and they you know, you don't get to see them very often, but they're with us there too. And it's awesome, the product that they gave us, and we all appreciate that.
Kadar, Lieutenant Steve Uries, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. And we'll continue to stay here aboard USS Abraham Lincoln, continuing to cover the campaign as it goes down through the day and through the night out here in the Persian Gulf. Back to you.
That's Kira Phillips aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. These embedded correspondents are able to give us these snapshots, if you will, of various aspects of the war. It's our job here to try and take all these puzzle pieces and give you the broad look at what is happening in Iraq. Miles O'Brien joins us now to help look at that, to take a look at where, after these first few days, the coalition forces are. Miles?
Yeah, let's put as many pieces together as we can here, and then to help me do that, we have some good help. General Wesley Clark, retired U.S. Army, former NATO Supreme Commander. General Clark, good to have you with us.
Thanks, Miles.
Let's take a look at a wide picture, wide map of the region, showing us a good portion of Kuwait and Iraq. I want to start in the right-hand corner, which is a Basra region, and let's talk about the U.S. Marines and British troops there and what we know about where they are and what they did.
What we know, Miles, is the U.S. and British forces crossed the border from Kuwait
They were accompanied by apparently an air assault and maybe a naval operation to take the oil rigs and the oil pumping station at Qasr. But the British Marines, the British forces seem to have been on the right flank. The Marines seem to have been on the left flank. The Marines took the oil fields, the part of the Ramallah fields near Basra. They secured the airfield. They began destroying vehicles. They met some tough resistance from some hard-nosed Iraqi security elements inside Basra. They backed off after securing the bridges, and the British forces have been left to negotiate the surrender of Basra while the Marines have regrouped and are preparing to head north toward Baghdad.
All right, that gives you that right-hand quadrant there. Let's talk about some of the heavy armor here. They started right about here. Where do we know about where this heavy cavalry unit is right now, General?
Well, it's been released that they're somewhere up near Nasiriyah,
which is right about there.
And we believe that they have secured, one of the elements of that division has secured the bridge over the Euphrates River there. Now, where they go from there, of course, is speculative. We don't have any knowledge of the plans, but it is about halfway to Baghdad, and they're clearly putting pressure on the Iraqi defensive elements there.
All right, now let's move a little bit further over to the left here. We'll give you a sense of an airborne unit, the 101st Airborne specifically. You could give us a sense of where we think they may be.
Well, what we know of the 101st Airborne right now is that at least one brigade has been moving in trucks and in Humvees up probably to the west flank of the 3rd Infantry Division, probably moving up toward those captured air bases at H2 and H3.
That would put them right up in there, right? And then
probably not there yet. But
they're not there yet, but where would they go from there? Probably straight in to the north and straight to Baghdad?
Probably would be the force in the north. There's got to be a way to get that northern element in there, and as you know, the 4th Infantry Division has been officially pulled off the mission of going through Turkey to come in from the north.
All right, let's move the map down now to Nasiriyah, because you were telling me some interesting things about armor doctrine. In other words, the rules of engagement, according to the U.S. Army, on how you move armor. In this case, what you do when you come to a river and how you deal with bridges. Give us a sense of what happened on the ground here, General.
Well, we know that there was some resistance from the Iraqis there, that the forces that we put on the ground did not do a tank charge, a World War II style infantry assault to try to overrun the Iraqi forces. Instead, using our superior firepower and communications, we put artillery fire on, and when that didn't loosen them up, we brought in A-10s, and we've heard already today from some of the A-10 pilots who flew that mission. And they were successful in breaking the resistance, and apparently we've moved at least some elements of the 3rd Infantry Division across the Euphrates. Now, we don't know whether the whole division will go across or whether the division will split and go up on both sides of the Euphrates, but at some point, to get to Baghdad, you got to get across the Euphrates.
So it's possible you might have tanks going up both sides of that riverbank. What's the reason behind all that?
You might, because you might get greater depth. On the other hand, you could also make the argument in classic military strategy, never allow a river to split your avenue of approach. So it can be played either way, and we just don't know, and that's the commander's call.
All right, one final point before we get away. There is a report we're trying to chase down that there may have been a skirmish as close as 95 miles from Baghdad in a place called Najaf. We're trying to get you some more information on that. That's Najaf. That would put U.S. forces a lot closer. General Clark, just briefly, that seems like rapid advance.
It does, but again, this is open terrain, and if there's no resistance from the enemy, there's nothing to stop you from moving at 20, 25 miles an hour. It's the enemy that determines the pace of advance, so it's very possible that this 3rd Infantry Division or some other force has raced north after seizing the crossing site at Nasiriyah and encountered the next speed bump, that Iraqi force at Najaf.
All right, the big picture from a man who knows how to synthesize it, put the pieces together for you. We still got a puzzle left, Aaron, but we're working on it.
Well, and as the general reminds me often, this is the easy part, the relatively easy part. Getting from the border to this point, it gets a lot nastier, or might, in the days ahead. Wolf.
There's no doubt this is a breathtaking story, Aaron. The developments simply are coming in, not necessarily by the hour, almost by the minute. Let's go to CNN's Carl Penhall. He's in northern Kuwait right now with yet another dramatic development. Carl?
Yes, Wolf, just a few moments ago, the all clear was sounded. That was following an attack by an Iraqi missile on one of the U.S. base camps here, close to the border with Iraq, but on the Kuwaiti side. I heard, I was asleep at the time, but we were awoken in the tent where I'm sleeping by the blast of 2 Patriot missiles as they went up into the atmosphere, U.S. Patriot missiles that went into the atmosphere to intercept an incoming Iraqi missile. Commanders here at the base have told me that that Iraqi missile was successfully destroyed in the atmosphere, and following an alert, a chemical alert that lasted some 40 or 50 minutes, the all clear has sounded and there has been no detection of any chemicals present. Commanders haven't been able to say yet what type of missile it was. First indications were that it may have been a Scud. They're now revising that and trying to analyze what kind of missile it may have been. But certainly, Wolf, that missile didn't impact the ground. It was successfully intercepted by the Patriot missiles. Wolf.
Carl, there have been a few other missiles that have come into Kuwait, successfully intercepted by this new generation of Patriot air defense missiles earlier within the past 48 hours. But the 40 minutes that you were waiting to get the all clear, was everybody in their full chemical and biological protective gear?
No, Wolf, because we're underneath tent, because we're underneath canvas, there was no need to put on the so-called MOP suits, the biological chemical suits that are packed with charcoal. Those are primarily for use when one is out in the open. The first order is to get under cover. Since I myself and most of the American troops here were asleep at the time, there was no need to get under cover. We were simply woken by the sound of the Patriot missiles, put on the mask, and waited there. And as you correctly say, yes, there have been previous Iraqi missile attacks in this region of northern Kuwait, but my recollection is that the last of those was before the start of the ground war, before American troops crossed the berm into Iraq. And I think the fact that Iraqi missiles are still coming in now is not taken anybody by surprise. Obviously, the Patriot missiles were on standby, but has left some of the commanders here scratching their heads, trying to figure out what kind of range these Iraqi missiles are and from what position they may have been fired, considering American forces are so far into Iraq now. Wolf.
Carl Penhall, we were showing our viewers some details, some graphics showing the Scud missile. Unclear at this point whether or not that was a Scud missile. They're continuing to investigate. The Iraqis have other kinds of missiles still in their arsenal, including, as all of our viewers remember, those El Samud 2 missiles, half of the arsenal was destroyed by UN inspectors, but others presumably were not. We'll continue to follow that story, and we're going to get back to Carl when he gets some more information. We're going to take a quick break, but up next, the road to the Final Four in full swing. But is March Madness taking on a different meaning this year? Stay with us.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. Get a 2003 Saturn L Series Ion or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
Hi, I'm Bob. And I'm Charlie. We're neighbors. And our wives figured if we couldn't grow hair in our heads, we'd work on our lawns, and look what happened. This lawn is a work of art. I use Scott Premium Grass Seed.
You put anything else on there, Bob, and you'd just be wasting your time.
See how thick this is? There's no weeds in that grass right there. The inferior brands have weeds, but the seed that Scott has is the purest seed you can get. Healthy, lush, green.
It comes up quick.
You interrupted me. The lawn is only as good as the seed you start with. Fall is beautiful.
That's right.
Except in your yard.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq. You're looking at live pictures of Baghdad right now, relatively quiet, although this has been anything but quiet throughout the past several hours in Baghdad. Huge explosions rocked parts of the city. Indeed, parts of the city went into darkness, according to eyewitnesses, for about 1 hour. The residents of Baghdad getting a little bit of quiet right now, but at any moment you never know, given what's going on, given the promises of the U.S. military that this shock and awe campaign will continue over the next hours, indeed days, as they try to rattle rattle the Iraqi leadership. No definitive word on the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein or many of his other top leaders. Widespread reports of disarray in the Iraqi leadership, widespread reports that communications with top Republican Guard units may not be all that successful. We're going to continue to follow, watch the story in Baghdad. At any moment, things could get exciting there once again. In the meantime, let's go back to Aaron. Aaron?
Well, exciting and dangerous and deadly and a lot of other adjectives, I suppose. One of the differences, if you're in Baghdad, if we could see the city again, if you're in Baghdad this morning, you don't expect anything to be terribly normal. But the fact is, here in the United States, it's a very normal weekend for most people around the country. There is the tremendous interest, as there always is, in the NCAA basketball tournament that's being played, March Madness, and the Cinderella stories where the little schools knock off the big powerhouses and all the rest. Obviously, these are not normal times. And the fans know it, and the players certainly know it as well.
You want to go out there and still play basketball and still compete. But I think in the back of everybody's mind, definitely keeping loved ones and even other people's families in mind, and the fact that people could lose their lives.
It's a weird experience to be over here playing basketball and then to be over there fighting for our country and us be the same age.
After hearing comments on TV from the military people, they saying, we picked all the brackets and stuff like that, and we actually looking forward, seeing us playing. I mean, it just makes me feel good actually right now. I mean, I'm kind of changing my mind right now, and I'm actually accepting it. And if it makes him, better, just by playing us, I mean, that's what we should do then.
For this to keep going, I think, is a good sign for us. I'm excited to play, to tell you the truth. And I know my brother's sitting down in North Carolina cheering me on, so happy about that, too.
They're fighting the real war. We think we're fighting the war in here on the basketball court, but in real life, there's no death on the basketball court. But they're out there with the guns and the ammunition and stuff, and they're protecting us right now.
One coach told his players, he said there are right now guys your age, 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are out there fighting for your country so that you can play this basketball tournament. That was his motivation speech, and that is literally true at this hour. American B-52s, those giant workhorses of the Air Force, have taken off from an air base in England. Took off some time ago. We won't go into the specific details of when they launched. The B-52s are as old as most of us. In fact, they have been the main heavy bomber of the American military for a long time. You see pictures of them and going even beyond Vietnam, before Vietnam. They have been updated. In the old days, in Vietnam, they would have been used for those massive carpet bombings. These days, they have those precision weapons, but they are essentially the same airplane, and they are taking off, or they have taken off towards Iraq, whether it's Baghdad or somewhere else in the country, we don't know. But as they take off, it's about a 6-hour flight, Wolf, as I recall, and we hope that they all get back safely.
Aaron, these B-52s may be old planes, 40, 50-year-old planes, but they have some of the most advanced avionics, some of the most advanced bombing capabilities in the U.S. military arsenal. They're highly reliable, and of course, they're well used in this bombing campaign that is continuing throughout big parts of Iraq. Not only Baghdad, we have cameras in Baghdad, but they're continuing in Mosul, in Kirkuk, in Tikrit, which is the hometown, the home base of Saddam Hussein. The B-52s, an impressive warplane, impressive bomber. They now have a new generation, those B-2 stealth bombers. The B-2 stealth bombers have been deployed closer to the region right now, and they're being used as well. Aaron?
It's just part of the arsenal, I guess would be the right word, that's in play on the ground, in the air, all over the theater. The campaign continues to unfold on this Saturday night. A lot of things have happened today, and we have much more coverage, but for those of you who may just be joining us, we'll try and update you on the major headlines of the day. Heidi Collins here at CNN Center for that. Heidi?
Thank you, Aaron. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center, and here now are the latest developments at this hour. The Pentagon is reporting 10 injuries, some of them very serious, after a grenade attack behind the U.S. front lines. At least 2 people were spotted running off after grenades were tossed into 2 tents of the 101st Airborne at Camp Pennsylvania in northern Kuwait. It is believed to have been an attempt on the life of the camp commander. Iraq says 200 civilians have been injured in the American and British bombardment of Baghdad. President Bush has accused the Iraqis of putting civilians in harm's way. The Pentagon says every single one of more than 1,000 bombs that fell during the bombing campaign was precision guided. That is a first in military history. The Pentagon says advancing invasion forces have seized 2 critical oil terminals, the cities of Qasr and Basra, Iraq's second biggest cities, and U.S. troops are claiming control of Nasiriyah, where they crossed over the Euphrates on their march north. Marines outside Basra did run into hostile fire from Iraqi troops. The 2 sides exchanged fire, and the Marines set fire to abandoned Iraqi tanks, vehicles, and munitions. The U.S. request for about 60 countries to boot Iraqi diplomats is meeting some resistance now. The State Department claims some Iraqi diplomats are intelligence agents planning terror attacks against American interests. Australia and Romania are kicking the Iraqis out. Not doing so are Canada, France, Russia, Germany, Hungary, and the Netherlands. Well, those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of Strike on Iraq.
The destruction of Saddam Hussein's war machine continues on the ground and from the air. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live tonight from Kuwait City, not far away from here. At a U.S. military base in the northern part of Kuwait, there was a grenade attack against soldiers from the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division. 10 U.S. soldiers have been injured. 6 of them were told seriously. 2 men were seen running away after grenades were lobbed into 2 tents. A serious development here that we're following, a development that's causing great concern among U.S. military personnel. Let's get the latest now from Richard Blystone, CNN's Richard Blystone. He's standing by here in Kuwait. He has some more information. Richard?
Wolfie, what I have to tell you is not much advance. In fact, it's even a retreat on what you've already had from the Pentagon and from Carl Penhall. But I can tell you this, the statement has just been released by the military spokesman here. He says 13 were wounded in these attacks at Camp Pennsylvania tonight, and all of them have been evacuated to a field hospital. That's about all there is on that. The attack was carried out, he says, with small arms and grenades, and there are really no further details other than the area has been secured. They have rapid reaction teams there, and the incident is being investigated. Meanwhile, at Camp New York, Carl Penhall was giving you fuller details. All we could get from a military source here was it was suspected that a detonation heard there was caused by an interception of a missile by a Patriot missile-to-missile defense system. Here at the Hilton Hotel on the southern fringe of Kuwait City, there was an explosion about 3 hours ago. That was caused by a Kuwaiti soldier told us. Security people found a suspect package and blew it up, found out that it was a satellite receiver. Wolf?
So basically, what you're saying, Richard, you're where the military has a headquarters just outside Kuwait City, where they deal with the journalists and they provide briefings for the journalists. What you're suggesting is that the incident at the Hilton Hotel was just a false alarm?
That's what it seems to be. That's in the hands of the Kuwaiti military, and a Kuwaiti soldier told me what the object blown up turned out to be. Yes.
All right, Richard, stand by. Aaron Brown is also with us. Aaron, a false alarm at the Hilton Hotel outside Kuwait City, but no false alarm at these bases where there was an interception of a missile coming in. We just heard a few moments ago and earlier a grenade attack against U.S. soldiers from the 101st Airborne. Aaron?
Thank you. Well, Richard, if you're still with us, Richard Blystone, I know you've been you're working really hard to get information here. Was the public information officer able to tell you anything about the condition of the now 13 people who were hurt?
No, Aaron, the statement issued officially was very, very terse, and in response to questions, the officer concerned said he could not give any further details other than that the injured had been evacuated to a field hospital, which he would not even name, although everybody thinks it's Camp Arifjan south of Kuwait City.
Okay, Richard, thank you. This has become the major development of the afternoon, that somehow Camp Pennsylvania, which is one of a number of bases up there, there's New York, there's New Jersey, there's Virginia, there's Pennsylvania, they were named in honor of many of the victims. The victims came from those states of the 9/11 attacks, and so when the Army picked those names for bases, they were trying to honor the victims of 9/11 in doing so. Over at the Pentagon, Jamie McIntyre has been trying to work through this strain of the story, this grenade and small arms fire attack, and other elements of the campaign that's unfolded today. Jamie?
Well, Aaron, one thing I can tell you is that this so-called shock and awe campaign that opened yesterday is scheduled to continue for another 2 or 3 days, according to Pentagon officials. We can expect to continue to see bombs falling across Iraq. But even while the skies are lit up with brilliant munitions, some of the real dirty work, the real important work, is happening on the ground.
In 3 days, lead elements of the U.S. and British invasion force have crossed the Euphrates River and pushed more than 150 miles into Iraq, about halfway to Baghdad. But Turkey's refusal to host U.S. troops has left a key military objective unmet, opening a northern front. That means the vital Kirkuk oil fields north of Baghdad remain unsecured and vulnerable to sabotage. Pentagon sources say it will be days before the shock and awe air campaign can neutralize Iraq's air defenses to the point that U.S. troops can be flown in. Meanwhile, the ships with equipment bound for Turkey have been ordered to Kuwait. In the south, the U.S. strategy is to speed the advance on Baghdad by capturing as few Iraqi prisoners as possible and avoiding taking major cities, including Basra.
In cases where we can bypass or isolate and continue the operation forward and hope then that that element or that location falls without pitched combat, I think that's in everyone's best interest.
Images from the battlefield show the U.S. military is basically having its way with Iraq's poorly equipped and demoralized frontline forces. Even so, at some southern cities, such as Al-Naziriyah and Basra, U.S. forces have encountered Iraqi troops who are fighting and inflicting casualties before giving up. U.S. commanders believe those Iraqi forces may include Republican Guard elements designed to stiffen their will. But aside from 9 oil well fires set in the Rumaila oil fields before the ground war began, so far U.S. troops have encountered no nightmare tactics, including no chemical or biological weapons.
There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them.
The psychological campaign appears to be paying off. This satellite photograph released by the U.S. Central Command shows what appears to be 700 Iraqi troops lined up in the desert, just as U.S. leaflets instructed them to do if they wanted to surrender.
Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed.
More details have been provided on how the war unfolded, with U.S. and British special forces taking down Iraqi military outposts and seizing key oil terminals where weapons and explosives were found. This photograph shows an Iraqi ship that was discovered attempting to lay mines in the northern Persian Gulf. While here, a U.S. AC-130 gunship sinks an Iraqi patrol boat with a devastating blast of cannon fire.
The Pentagon says that U.S. troops have already moved farther in southern Iraq than the largest maneuver of the 1991 Persian Gulf War, and they've done it in about a quarter of the time. As for when the troops will get to Baghdad, that depends on a lot of factors, not the least of which is how much fight the Iraqi military has left in it. Aaron?
Jamie, one question I think that begs to be answered, or asked at least, and we'll see if we can answer it, is why we did not see today the kind of air attack on Baghdad that we saw yesterday.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but from the picture we're getting, it appears that they're still trying to hit a lot of targets outside of Baghdad, and the thing they're stressing to us is that when we're looking at those pictures of Baghdad live, we're only seeing a very small portion of what is actually happening. Same thing when we see the pictures from our embedded reporters, and that if we could see the whole picture, we'd see a lot more going on. One of the things I mentioned was they need to take down all of the elements of the Iraqi air defenses before they can fly those troops from the south up to the north. A big, lumbering transport plane would be a very inviting target for even a unskilled anti-aircraft gunner or perhaps a guided missile to take down. That could result in a lot of casualties. So the impact of that Turkish decision not to allow the troops in, again, is that whole northern front is going to take several more days before they can open it up.
Okay, Jamie McIntyre, who's been working around the clock at the Pentagon. There's nothing about war that's pleasant or fun or any of that, and truly, I think for all of us, the hardest part of it is knowing there are casualties and reporting casualties. We know now of this incident up at Camp Pennsylvania, 13 people wounded when somehow an intruder penetrated the 101st Airborne camp in Kuwait at Camp Pennsylvania. We're still doing reporting on the degree to which they are hurt. They've been taken to a field hospital and are being treated, and our thoughts are with them. Today, the Pentagon confirmed that 7 Americans have died now since the war began. 2 of them are Marines who were killed in combat. 4 of them were Marines who died when their helicopter crashed near the Iraq-Kuwaiti border. The most recent American death was a U.S. Navy captain who was on board one of the British helicopters. This was a terrible accident that happened just over the Persian Gulf in a collision last night. It was 5 of those Marines who died were based at Camp Pendleton in California, and the streets near the base were lined with yellow ribbons today. A lot of apprehension about who it might be, and there's always apprehension at military bases, and that continues. And it is going on at Camp Pendleton in California and at Fort Campbell in Kentucky. We heard some of that reaction from a wife a little earlier whose husband is with the 101st Airborne.
As a soldier, you want to hear about the stuff, and you want to know, and sometimes you hope that you might get a glimpse of him. You know, when they say 101st, I always come running into the room and to see if he's on there, see if he's okay.
Well, these military families go through a lot of stress, Wolf. As you know, you've covered military matters for a good long time.
A lot of stress indeed, and the business aboard U.S. aircraft carriers is among the most stressful. That business goes on around the clock with little or no rest. CNN's Frank Buckley is embedded on board the USS Constellation, where pilots say the missions they've flown are leaving the indelible impressions of war. He filed this report.
Just hours after the first strikes went into Iraq from the USS Constellation, on the flight deck of this aircraft carrier, munitions were once again being wheeled across the deck, taken towards some of the aircraft being loaded up. We're talking about some of the laser-guided weapons, the GPS-guided, satellite-guided weapons, these precise weapons that people have been talking about that were used in the first strikes against Iraq. Now some of them may be used once again in further strikes. Immediately after the first strike packages went into Iraq and returned to the USS Constellation, we were able to talk with some of the naval aviators about their impressions of flying over and into the Baghdad area. what they had to say.
We came in and immediately could see the TLAM impacting in downtown Baghdad, and just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place.
There's nothing that's real world like that can get you ready for it, and to know that they're down there really shooting at you, and to be able to see it, and it's pretty staggering.
In addition to the aircraft-launched attacks into Iraq, there were Tomahawk launches as well. These are the cruise missiles that came from ships and submarines. Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, telling us that all of the U.S. Navy warships that were capable of launching Tomahawks, that some 30-plus ships and submarines, all of them launched Tomahawks. I'm Frank Buckley, CNN, aboard the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf.
And please be sure to tune in tomorrow for a special late edition. I'll be joined by the Defense Secretary of the United States, Donald Rumsfeld. That's at noon Eastern tomorrow. There, of course, is a very different viewpoint coming out of what's happening in Iraq from the Iraqi government. In a minute, how the story is being told on Iraqi television. Stay tuned and see if you recognize any of it. And later, remember the most wanted man in the world? We'll ask a specialist what's become of Osama bin Laden.
The Saab 9-3 Sport Sedan just received a 5-star rating for collision safety performance from the European New Car Assessment Program.
If only all businesses were like Walgreens Pharmacy, then they'd have drive-thrus too.
Yeah, I'd like one of those prenuptial agreements.
So you could get what you need quickly, without ever getting out of your car.
Better or worse?
Fortunately, there's at least one place that's designed around your needs.
So, tell me about your mother.
Well, it all started when I was about 14.
Walgreens. Why go anywhere else?
You would think with the tremendous amount of bombs and firepower hitting Iraq, life would be anything but normal. But that's not the message you'd get if you're watching Iraqi television. CNN's Tim Lister has been channel surfing in Baghdad, and that's where the news is not exactly new.
8 p.m. Baghdad time, and despite the effects on the city of Operation Shock and Awe, Iraq's main television news starts as scheduled. No continuous news coverage here. Behind the presenter, an image of Baghdad's Arch of Victory. Not surprisingly, the bulletin focuses on official condemnation of the American-led assault, much of it coming from the man who's emerged as the main spokesman for the government, Information Minister Mohammed al-Sahaf. Reports too about those said to have been injured in the missile and bomb barrage, and on how Iraqis are trying to carry on with their lives despite the war, shopping for essentials in brief escapes from their homes. This civilian says, we can go without water for a day, but not without air. Iraq's main TV station also repeatedly broadcasts pictures of Friday's anti-war protests in Cairo, with the commentary that the Arab world is united in solidarity with Iraq. A later update shows Saddam Hussein meeting his younger son Qusay and military commanders. The TV station says the pictures were taken Saturday, but there's no way to confirm that. And there's news from the front, with a claim that Iraqi forces brought down 21 cruise missiles and destroyed an American tank. Iraqi forces continue to fight everywhere, says the presenter, who makes no mention of the defenders' casualties, the capture of Iraq's deep-water port, or the surrenders. Most of the time, Iraqi TV broadcasts patriotic songs and scenes depicting Iraq's military prowess, many of them dating back to the Iran-Iraq War. There's also repeated homage to Saddam Hussein. He waves to adoring crowds or watches over his military machine. Images in stark contrast to the new reality in Baghdad. For now, at least, Iraqi television continues to be the faithful mouthpiece of the government. Its recurring theme, Iraq is Saddam and Saddam is Iraq. Tim Lister, CNN.
4 CNN journalists are now safe in Jordan. They were expelled from Baghdad by Iraqi officials. Our correspondent Nick Robertson was among the group that had been reporting from Baghdad over these many months. He and Reem Brahimi gave us their first-hand accounts of the damage they witnessed as they left the country.
I'll pick up with Baghdad. Coming out of Baghdad, we saw collateral damage, windows blown out in shops near the presidential area that was very, very heavily damaged today. And as we came out of the streets of Baghdad, a lot of Ba'ath Party officials, that's the ruling party in Iraq, armed on street corners, groups of 2s, 3s and 4s in small trenches, bunkers in many, many places across the city as we headed towards the edge of the city. Let me hand over to Reem to follow up a bit more.
Yes, well, I'll take it from when we left the edge of the city. It seemed, it looked quite normal for a while, although very quiet, as you can imagine. I have to say that just as we left, we heard the last all clear siren. There had been another series of bombings in the morning just before we left. When we arrived on the highway basically to Jordan, the first little how would you call it, Nick? The place where you, the first little place where truck drivers stop. Well,
gas station.
Was it a gas station?
I
it
think
was also a
yeah,
gas station.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that first gas station had been hit, and then on the road to Jordan, this was about 100 kilometers, a little more maybe, before arriving at the border with Jordan. We did see one huge hole in the street, in the road, on the highway at one point, and then another lesser bit that was damaged a little further down.
And Aaron, I think all of us are breathing a little bit easier knowing that these 4 CNN colleagues of ours are now out of Iraq. They're safe and sound. But even as we get that good news, we know that other journalists covering this war are not doing that well. One Australian photographer, a cameraman, was killed in northern Iraq, and 3 journalists from the British television news network ITN are missing in southern Iraq, underscoring that this is a very, very dangerous war for all of us to be covering. Aaron?
Well, I can tell you that we have all here in Atlanta looked many times at that picture of Nick and Reem and their guys getting out of that car and getting hugged. You know, no one forced Nick and Reem and the crew to stay there, and in fact, a lot of pressure on them to come out. But that hug, honestly, without making too big a deal about our people, believe me, there were plenty of people in Atlanta and all over the world who work here for us who were very glad to see them cross that border safely. That's a tough and dangerous road they traveled. Welcome back, you guys. Pentagon, by the way, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Jamie McIntyre the Pentagon says Turkey is deploying a massive number of troops on its side of the border, but Turkey wants to put its troops into northern Iraq. As you know, as you've been following this, that is home to the large Kurdish population. Turkey has a large Kurdish population of its own. It's concerned that when Iraqi Kurds are freed from Saddam's dictatorship, they'll declare an independent state, and there are ramifications of that. And here they are, that such a move could incite the Kurds on the Turkish side of the border to do the same thing. Turkey says the border buildup from the government's point of view is a precautionary measure. Turkish military officials say they plan to stop any Iraqi troops from entering their country. Northern Iraq is home to a major oil refinery in the city of Mosul. You've heard that name a lot over the last few days. It's also where bombs have been falling tonight. Targets in the last 24 hours have included one of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's palaces. Frederica Whitfield is in the Turkish part of the country, back to that strain of the story, and she has been tracking developments from there.
No sights, no sounds, no reports of U.S. military overflights through Turkish airspace, even though the Turkish government re-emphasizes that the quote-unquote structure is in place. The Turkish government says the airspace is open for U.S. military operations on its northern front in Iraq. The other issue that continues to have Turkish and American government officials still talking is the Turkish troop plans to cross Iraqi border. According to the Turkish ambassador, contrary to earlier reports of 1,000 to 1,500 Turkish troops crossing the border, he says that Turkish troops have only gathered at the border, anticipating what could be a Kurdish refugee crisis.
The exclusive purpose would be to address the humanitarian crisis that is fast emerging there, and this on the basis of our past experience with the Gulf War. We want to make sure that the Iraqi refugees are taken care of inside Iraqi territory.
But the United States General Tommy Frank says U.S. Special Forces working with the Kurds have actually seen Turkish troops inside the Iraqi border.
I believe that the Turkish formations that we see in northern Iraq are very light formations. We see them move in and out of Turkey. There is continuing discussion, I know, at the political level to decide exactly how much of that, when, is acceptable and so forth. And I guess I would say that that's sort of above my pay grade. Obviously, we have consultations, we have contact. I have one of my general officers in Turkey working with the Turks and have had him there for some time. And so we're able to maintain coordination and I believe the necessary cooperation with the Turkish government up to this point.
We wanted to see for ourselves the gathering of Turkish troops at the Iraqi border. We got as far as about 4 miles away from that border before being turned away by guards, unable to see the troops or their tanks. Frederica Whitfield, CNN, Shizra, Turkey.
A couple of other notes here. The State Department, as you know, has asked various nations, most nations around the world, to expel the Iraqi diplomatic corps, shut down Iraqi embassies in their countries, at least for the time being. A few countries are agreeing to do that, others are not. The United States, Australia, both the United States, obviously, Australia has troops in the region. They did expel the Iraqi diplomats, so did Romania. But France, Russia, Canada, Germany, Hungary are saying publicly that they will not. There's a couple of concerns here. One is that there may be intelligence operatives within those embassies. That's hardly unusual. It's also a way to say that the government in Iraq is no longer the legitimate government, and therefore the diplomats in those embassies are no longer the legitimate representatives of a government. Wolf?
Thanks, Aaron. As the World Watch events unfold in Iraq early Thursday morning, about 1,000 U.S. soldiers launched a full-scale operation in southeast Afghanistan targeting the suspected al-Qaeda and Taliban leadership. A U.S. official told CNN Osama bin Laden was not necessarily the immediate target of Operation Valiant Strike, but bin Laden still the most wanted man in the world. Our terrorism analyst Peter Bergen is joining us now live from Washington. Peter, as you know, Osama bin Laden promised in that last audio tape that he released that once the U.S. war against Iraq started, the world would hear from al-Qaeda. Can he still deliver on that threat?
Well, certainly, talking to people who are familiar with al-Qaeda's thinking, they are planning a spectacular attack tied to the American war in Iraq. However, clearly so far that attack hasn't happened, and it may not happen at all, in which case it is clear that the organization has been seriously disrupted by events like the recent arrest of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the group's military commander. Obviously the war has got some time and al-Qaeda may still strike, but I think what we're seeing actually right now is smaller al-Qaeda-like terrorist attacks that may not be directly linked to the organization itself. For instance, this grenade attack in Kuwait on the 101st Division may well be just people who are al-Qaeda sympathizers, but not al-Qaeda itself.
The sort of ad hoc or loosely affiliated, just supporters of al-Qaeda. I assume that could be a considerable threat out there, especially some of those pictures that we're seeing of U.S. bombs destroying large sections of Baghdad. That could generate further support for al-Qaeda.
Well, certainly that's the case. I mean, a lot of people in the Muslim world regard the war in Iraq as a war against Islam itself, and that's what bin Laden aims to capitalize on, and aim to capitalize on the recent statement that you referred to. But also the attack on the Australian journalist in northern Iraq, who was killed in the attack. We still don't know much about that, but it's probably the work of Ansar al-Islam.
All right, Peter, hold on one second. I just want to go to Baghdad and show our viewers these live pictures we're getting in now. We're beginning to hear not only sirens but shots being fired in Baghdad. Once again, familiar scene. Let's listen in briefly and see what we can detect.
We can vaguely hear the sirens. We could hear some explosions, probably anti-aircraft going up. We didn't see much tracer. This is a night scope shot. For those of you not familiar, that's why it's green into the night. It's still about an hour and a half before daylight. That'll wake you up.
You can hear that explosion.
Yeah, that'll wake you up.
And I think, Aaron, we should point out to our viewers, these cameras that we have around Baghdad are fixed. They're in fixed positions, and they're just looking out. These explosions could be occurring out of sight, obviously, from these cameras.
But what we don't see yet, we don't see a lot of from these two locations. We may have one other we can throw up at some point, but we don't see yet in the sky lots of tracer, or at this point any anti-aircraft fire going up. But we certainly, a moment ago, 15 seconds ago, heard a loud explosion and some shots being fired and the sirens going off, coming up on 4:30 on a Sunday morning in Baghdad.
You know, it's also interesting, Aaron, you could barely hear it, but I could definitely hear the call to prayer in Baghdad, even as this explosion, even as this thud developed. That if you're listening behind me here in Kuwait City, the call to prayer has just begun as well.
So there's and we'll listen to this, but there's a kind of mix of audio here. You can hear in Wolf's mic the call to prayer in Kuwait City, another explosion. It's an odd mixture of sounds, the wailing sirens and the call to prayer and the explosions going off, some shots being fired.
We had been bracing for this continued air campaign to unfold over Baghdad. U.S. officials, military personnel saying the shock and awe was only just beginning. Another day or two of intensive bombing campaigns, not only in the Iraqi capital, but throughout much of Iraq, including Republican Guard positions, anti-aircraft positions, as well as locations where the U.S. suspects the Iraqis may still be concealing weapons of mass destruction.
Don't know if that's what this is. It may turn out to be that. It may be a false signal that the Iraqis, some false pulsing in the Iraqi radar system that they picked up that's causing, but we've heard now 3 fairly significant explosions, even as through these 2 shots that we have, the night scope shot on the left and the just standard shot on the right. We don't see much going on. Wolf, it was just, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or so in the program that we saw these clips from Iraqi television of people going about their normal business, going to the grocery, picking up some eggs and some food. This is what they're living under, this constant anxiety. They know it's coming. They don't know when it's coming.
Especially today, Aaron, because normally over these years, the airstrikes occur at night. But earlier today in daylight, there was a significant U.S. airstrike that must have certainly unnerved those 5 million people in Baghdad, because those were the hours, the daylight hours, when they did go out, do their shopping, try to get some essential chores done, and then they would go back to their homes, and many of them would go to their shelters bracing for this kind of assault at night.
So it's just a little bit unclear now exactly what's playing out early morning, Sunday morning in Baghdad. If we can, please, let's keep an eye on that as we try at the same time to update the other major strain of the story in the last few hours, which was this grenade and small arms attack, intruders at Camp Pennsylvania, one of the American camps, the 101st Airborne up at Camp Pennsylvania. Charles Glover is with the Financial Times. He's embedded in that unit. We have him, I assume, guys, this is on the phone. Charles, have you been able to figure out much?
Yes, they've taken they detained a U.S. soldier in connection with the attack, and he's being questioned now.
I'm
we're
sorry.
being asked not to report many of.
I'm sorry. I want you to.
They've detained a U.S.
A U.S. soldier.
Yes.
Okay.
A U.S. soldier. That's all that we can release right now. But he was detained shortly after the attack. There have been a number of suspects that have been detained and questioned. One of the suspects is a U.S. soldier who's being questioned right now. Again, there's not much that we can release about that.
Okay.
Although we know a little more.
All right. Well, let me ask you. I'm sorry. Let me ask you this. Just this is one of those awkward situations where I know you know some things that you can't report, and I don't want to walk you into a corner.
Absolutely.
We are talking about a single individual. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
There are search patrols fanning out across the camp, but at the moment, all we can report is that there is a single individual that's being questioned in connection with this.
It does. I will tell you, take your breath away under the circumstances. Can you tell us anything about the condition of the 13 people who were hurt in this attack, or whatever it was? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
2 of them were shot. The rest had fragmentation wounds. And I think all of them had fragmentation wounds. Several, I don't think all 13, but several of them were evacuated earlier tonight and are being treated. We've had reports that 4 of them have been seriously injured.
And just one more question, if I may, before I let you go. Is it still your understanding that this incident took place in a headquarters tent where officers were?
Yes.
That's still your understanding?
Yes, it was an attack targeting the leadership of the 1st Brigade of the 101st. There were 3 loud explosions in succession, grenades being thrown into the tents, and then there was small arms fire after that. There was a lot of confusion in the first initial minutes. People took shelter in bunkers thinking they were under a missile attack, and it turned out that actually the attacker was inside the camp.
Was it?
And so there was a lot of confusion.
Charles, was it?
But the soldiers took.
I'm sorry.
The soldiers took control of the situation very, very quickly and dealt with it very, very professionally.
There is this. The problem here sometimes is the satellite delay. Was it chaotic? Was there? I don't want to use the word panic. Was it just chaotic there while this was going on?
In the first minute or two, it was there was a lot of confusion because nobody knew. People were used to having missile alerts where we'd go to bunkers and sirens would go off and we'd take cover from what we thought were missile attacks. We heard the explosions. We didn't hear any sirens initially. Everybody ran to the bunkers thinking we were under a missile attack. And then gradually it became clear that there was something else going on. But the soldiers took control of the situation quite efficiently and brought order, and everybody. Again, we're being asked not to release operational details. So.
Okay. I know, Wolf, you want to jump in here. Just let me underscore what is, at this moment, the lead to this terrible incident at Camp Pennsylvania. Charles Glover reporting that an American soldier is being questioned in connection with this incident where grenades and small arms fire were directed at a command tent, a place where officers of the 101st were sleeping or at work. Wolf, it takes your breath away, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It certainly does. And Charles, if you can't answer this question, don't answer it. I'll just ask the question. Is the suspicion that this American soldier may have been responsible for this grenade and small arms attack, or that this soldier may have done something to facilitate it, whether directly or indirectly?
I'm going to have to pass on that one. I think we were being asked to be very careful with what we say. Until he's questioned and until they release the information officially, I'm afraid I'm going to have to pass on that one. Sorry.
I mean, we're trying to do some real-time reporting, and you're under the most difficult of circumstances, and we appreciate all of that. Again, we have 13 people have been hurt, 2 by small arms fire, others by grenade fragments. As Charles reported, 1 soldier, American soldier, is being questioned, and as Wolf correctly, I think, and smartly in this case points out, there's some question about whether that is direct involvement or somehow facilitated it or was derelict in some way. There's lots of possibilities, but in any case, given how we thought of it, Wolf and Charles, from this end, it's quite a different lead on the story to report here.
It's a story that's going to sort out in the next hours. I'm sure we're going to get a lot more information. We'll just have to be patient and wait for that information. We did hear from Jim Lacey earlier from Time Magazine, the embedded Time Magazine reporter who was only 20 yards away. He did report to us that 2 individuals were seen running away from that tent. We have obviously no other information. Let's just be patient and get all the latest as it becomes available. The bottom line, though, is 13 U.S. soldiers, we believe, have been injured, several of them seriously. They've been taken away to field hospitals. Let's go on to another important part of the story, even as Baghdad once again apparently comes under fire. 3 loud explosions heard in the last few minutes amid the morning call to prayer in this part of the world. Let's go to CNN's Brent Sadler. He's in northern Iraq. He's watching the situation up there where there have been continuous U.S. airstrikes against Mosul and Kirkuk, 2 major towns up in the north. Brent, what are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Thanks, Wolf. At the moment, as you can see, pretty quiet behind me. Mosul about 30 miles from my position here. But this was the 3rd night of consecutive attacks against those 2 key cities still under the control of Saddam Hussein, Kirkuk and Mosul. We know they're both very important cities, not least because of the oil wealth they sit on. Now, we've got some video taken a few hours ago of flashes and anti-aircraft fire that went up during the Mosul attack, the most recent one. I do know that in the past 24 hours, these coalition airstrikes have been aimed at leadership targets and command and control. We know, for example, that Saddam Hussein's palace in Mosul was on the target list 24 hours ago, as indeed were the headquarters of military intelligence in both those northern cities, Kirkuk and Mosul. And indeed, within the past 24 hours, coalition forces striking at the Kirkuk airfield. I was inside that airfield back in 1991 when it was for a short time under the control of the Kurds. It's a huge, huge airbase with a lot of underground bunkers and ammunition stores. And for sure, assuming that there is a northern front building up here in the next week or more, then that airport could be very important for coalition plans in terms of securing the northern part of the country. As things stand now, Wolf, we have some loose ends flapping in the wind, if you like. No significant presence of U.S. forces on the ground here in northern Iraq, and a rejigging, it seems, of planning that would sidestep Turkey and would see U.S. Special Forces followed up by 101st Airborne Division forces, units from there, coming from Jordan, flying over the Western Desert, couple of hours flight time from there to an airport about 2 hours from here, and in the coming days seeing a deployment of Special Forces and Airborne to really tie up these loose ends of this northern front. Wolf.
Brent, what can you tell us about that suicide bombing, that car bombing that occurred up in the northern part of Iraq earlier?
Yes, this was in Halabja. Now, if I can just give you some geography here, Halabja is about, I guess, about 3 hours from my position here. It's close to the Iranian border. Halabja, of course, you'll recall, was the scene of that devastating chemical attack 15 years ago by Saddam Hussein. It's a well-known area. It's also a very well-known area for Islamic fundamentalist activity. We've heard a lot about a group called Ansar al-Islam. This group mentioned as the conduit, if you like, by Secretary of State Colin Powell between Iraq's intelligence service and the al-Qaeda network itself. Now, what we have is a very tragic incident of a taxi packed with explosives driving up to a checkpoint on the edge of Halabja, possibly on the road leading up to positions which overlook Al-Ansar's area, and it was detonated. A suicide bombing. It killed an Australian journalist, Paul Moran, from the Australian Broadcasting Company, as well as 3 local guards. Now, there had been concerns about journalists in this area for many, many weeks, given that it was no great secret that Ansar had issued veiled and unveiled a threat about attacking primarily American targets, or at least targets that were involved with the coalition. So that's what you have developing there. And of course, the safety issue is not only dangerous there, but elsewhere. We've seen what's happened at Camp Pennsylvania in northern Kuwait. We've seen what's happened with that suicide bombing. There've been a series of suicide bombings in that Halabja area over the past many months against local Kurdish political party officials and others. So it's a very, very dangerous area, and is likely to get more so. Wolf.
And Brent, just to be precise, that journalist, the Australian journalist, and his colleagues, they were traveling on their own. They were not embedded with any U.S. or British military forces. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, Wolf. No embedding there, nor where I am here, this whole northern area, because there's been no northern front established as was originally envisaged in the U.S. war plans. You know, all the journalists are here, maybe 200-300, spread across a 500-mile front line, dividing 120,000 Iraqi troops from the Kurdish side of the area here, around the 36th parallel. 200 or 300 journalists, none of us embedded, covering obviously a developing situation here, and at the Iranian border end of that front line between the Iraqi forces and the Kurds, this Ansar al-Islam pocket, possibly connected to this suicide bombing, but certainly a group of several hundred people that we do know that Kurdish forces, special forces on the ground here, are working very closely with U.S. special forces to possibly target again that Ansar al-Islam area, with the possibility that Kurdish fighters may well take the fight to Ansar al-Islam as this coalition campaign, air campaign, as part of the invasion continues. Wolf.
Brent Sadler in northern Iraq, a journalist who knows this area well, was here in this part of the world during the first Gulf War. Another reason why CNN is the most trusted name in news. Brent, thanks very much. The wave of anti-war protest is swelling across the globe. In London, a sea of thousands took to the streets to show their disdain for war, demanding that the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, in their words, bring our boys home. 7 British airmen died today when their helicopters collided. Another 8 were among the first casualties of this war. Verbal venom poured out on the streets of Paris, where angry demonstrators there chanted, "Bush, murderer." And in the Middle East, some 10,000 Palestinians marched through the streets of Gaza, holding pictures of Saddam Hussein and pledging their undying support to the Iraqi leader. Aaron?
Well, it wasn't all overseas. The country in many ways is divided in lots of different ways. This country is. Thousands of people, both for and against the operation in Iraq, took to the streets on this Saturday in the United States. In Charleston, South Carolina. In the South, flag-waving crowd gathered at the city's minor league baseball stadium there to cheer on American troops. One of their senators, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, declared it was the bottom of the ninth, to use his term, and time to shut out the other side. The other side, in this case, was heard loud and clear as well. There were anti-war protests in Chicago, pro and anti sides actually trying to yell and scream against one another. About 800 pro-troop rallies near the federal courthouse in Chicago, too. This has been going on now for 3 or 4 days in Chicago. Lines of barricades. Chicago police, dressed in riot gear, kept the demonstrators apart there. In New York, an overwhelming turnout. This, to our eye at least, was the largest of the demonstrations we've seen so far. This is New York City. It started in Times Square, made its way all the way downtown. Demonstrators there making a point to say they support the troops but not the war. There were a few scuffles with police. I think now about 87 arrests is the correct number. Around 80 arrests in any case. Huge anti-war protests have been going on in San Francisco as well. There were, over the last several days, literally thousands of arrests, or more than 1,000, 1,024 arrests 2 days ago, a number, I think 900 again yesterday. CNN's Rusty Dornan probably knows precisely the numbers. She has been covering these demonstrations in San Francisco, and Rusty joins us now.
Well, Aaron, this is the third day of huge protests here in San Francisco, and there were more people really here at Civic Center today than the last 3 days, but only a handful of people were arrested. It was a very peaceful demonstration over the last 2 days. The first day, 1,600 people were arrested Thursday, then 600 people yesterday. During the march, after the first part of the rally, they believe that the organizers say there were about 50,000 people. The police will not give a number. They no longer give estimates on these marches, on these rallies. Some are estimating it was less than that, but certainly there were tens of thousands of people in the street here. Now, there were several speeches kicking off the march where there was a lot of strong language against corporate media. They feel that the embedded reporters are only the spokespeople for the Pentagon. And actually the tensest moments here came when one of the speakers even, asked people to go ahead and confront media who were here, and there was a small scuffle between protesters and some of the local media here. So everything went off very well today, but the organizers are saying that once again on Monday, when the businesses begin, they will start more civil disobedience again on Monday. Aaron?
Rusty, thank you. Rusty Dornan. It doesn't matter what the issue is, how serious. If someone sees a live TV camera and a reporter talking, they will mug to the camera. Rusty, thank you. It is just it is the truth of human nature. A weird one, but a truth. Clearly, it's no secret that Americans who take part in these demonstrations, what they think about the war, but people who go out and demonstrate, I guess you would say, are the most passionate one way or another. But in the middle, there is a large body of Americans who went about their business on this Saturday, who nevertheless have opinions about American policy. Bill Schneider's task for us so very often is to not only deal with politics, but to deal with polls and try and make sense of the numbers and put some meaning behind them. That's a pretty big wind-up to get you in. These are fascinating polls, not so much for the top line, but for what's underneath them.
That's right. The top line we're seeing is that Americans are strongly in support of U.S. intervention in this war, as they would be expected to be in the early stages, because they believe it's the right thing to do to support the troops and the president. But underneath it, the New York Times and CBS News reported today an interesting breakdown. They found out that this is very different from the first Gulf War under the first President Bush. As you can see on the left, 1991, 94% of Republicans predictably supported the first President Bush and his handling of the Gulf War, but so did 81% of Democrats. In this war now, with the current President Bush, 93% of Republicans support him, but only 50% of Democrats say he's doing a good job handling this war, that they approve of the way he's doing this war. There are a lot of Democrats who have doubts, who have reservations. There's a big partisan split, and this is something we usually don't see. We didn't see this in the Vietnam War for years.
Does it say to us that in some respects the election is still being contested? I don't mean the next one, I mean the last one, that this is a red state, blue state moment yet again.
Yes, it does, because politics is driving this, and I think there's a reason for that. An awful lot of Democrats believe that President Bush's war policy is politically driven. The reason is they don't feel as if there's an obvious reason why the United States is going into Iraq. They don't accept the argument that most Americans accept, that this is being driven by 9/11, the desire to prevent another 9/11. They don't see any ties between Saddam Hussein and 9/11. They don't believe that this is, they haven't seen the evidence yet of weapons of mass destruction, and most of all, they don't see the rest of the world in support of this. So a lot of Democrats say this is a political calculation by President Bush, and that's why we're seeing the red state, blue state split.
I know we're in the field, I think, tonight, and have been for a couple of days. We're in the field with a poll, and we'll have results on that tomorrow, which means we'll probably sit next to each other again, which is perfectly fine with me.
Look forward.
Thank you, Bill Schneider. Numbers, whether they're polling numbers or anything else, are a part of the story, of course, but ultimately war comes down to people who live and die, and we can't ignore that and don't. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with the family, the parents of one of the Americans who have been lost in this campaign so far.
The strike on Iraq continues, and CNN is there every night to get a look ahead. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Ford SUVs. Go anywhere. Cross any terrain. On-road or off. Now a special shipment has arrived for the best selection and the best deals. Now get a Ford Explorer 4x4 for only $299 a month. Just $299 a month. Ford, the best selection of the best-selling vehicles on the planet.
The Tale of the Allergist's Wife is coming to town with its Broadway star, Valerie Harper.
What a fabulous play. The laughter, the cheers. People just love this story of a New York City woman desperately searching for the meaning of life. I had such a good time doing it on Broadway, I just had to take it on the road. Now, where can I get a good onion bagel?
See Valerie Harper 1 week only at the Schubert New Haven, April 1st through the 6th. Call now or log on to Schubert.com. Sponsored by the New Haven Register.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping, to sharing videos, downloading music, to online gaming. You name it, Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the wait.
Buy used cars, Shelton Mitsubishi. We do more than promise 100% satisfaction. We put it in writing.
We shop the country for the best used cars, check the vehicle history, and ship them back from as far away as Florida.
Every vehicle goes through a 26-point safety inspection.
Then I'm ready to issue a limited powertrain warranty and a 7-day exchange policy.
I inspect every vehicle and I sign off on it because every vehicle comes with a written 100% satisfaction agreement.
And if you're still not satisfied, bring it back.
Only at New England's largest Mitsubishi dealer.
He loved living. He loved the Marine Corps. He was a real good boy. He worked hard. He was on the SS Ranger for 3.5 years. He came out of the Marine Corps, went to college, got his master's degree, re-enlisted in the Marine Corps, and served the rest of his time in the Marine Corps until just the other day when that accident came around.
When did you last? I'm sorry. When did you last talk to him?
Oh, it'd be 3 or 4 months ago last summer. He came and he was able to spend 4 days with us. And he was just real tickled. He said he might have to go on vacation, and we know where that was. And he didn't say it exactly, but then he called and said, well, I'm where there's no water, because we're from Maine. And we said there was no water where he was, so we knew where he was. But he wasn't scared. He was doing his duty to free other people. And he was really just a genuine boy, an all-American boy. He loved life. He loved the Marine Corps. We had a lot of fun growing up together. He loved to fly with us. We'd fly when he was 2 years old in an OJ-3 Cub. Yeah.
I just think it is important, I guess, for us to know not just his name, I think I called him Tom, not just to know Jay's name, but to know something about who he is and the kind of young man he was, that he had a family, correct?
Yes, he did. He had a boy and a girl, 8 and 10, Leisha and Nathan. His wife was an ex-Marine, and they just was one real happy family, loving family. He thought the world of them. He thinks the world of everybody around, or he wouldn't have been over there trying to help the world make things better. He just was a fantastic boy.
Well, it is of, I'm sure, no consolation to know that our hearts are with you. Your heart must be broken.
Yes, it is. It's broken, but he was trying to do good for other people, and that's just the way the boy was. He thought of other people more so than he thought of himself. That's why he was where he was. He loved flying. When he was a little boy, he loved to fly, and we'd fly all around. Him and his other 2 brothers would fly and do roller coasters and do loops and spins, and they would laugh all the way through it. They just enjoyed it, and but his first love was the Marine Corps once he graduated from high school. Well, and he died doing what he wanted to do. Well, protecting his country.
Both of you, again, all of us here, and I think all the people, literally the millions of people watching, our hearts go out to you, our condolences to you. You are justifiably proud of your son, Jay. Thank you for your time. This is
Could I say one more thing?
Much. Yes, sir. If you want to say one more thing, you certainly may.
I just wished all the protesters would stop protesting and get behind Bush, and let's make this a happy country instead of all this negative.
I understand you. Sir, I understand your feelings, and you're entitled to say it. Thank you, sir, very much. That's a family that lost a son, and that's a good thing to keep in mind. Larry King Live is coming up next, right about 9 o'clock. We'll see you again at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll leave you with some of the images of we leave you with some images of Larry King, as it turns out. We'll see you again at 10 o'clock Eastern Time.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm Larry King with Larry King Live, and this is CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Tonight, 13 U.S. soldiers hurt in a grenade attack on a military post in northern Kuwait. We'll hear from reporters with the troops in the same Army division, the 101st Airborne. An Australian TV cameraman killed in a car bombing in northern Iraq today. We'll talk with a fellow journalist who was nearby and rushed to the scene. Also today, a British reporter and his 2-man crew are missing in southern Iraq after traveling with troops under enemy fire. We'll speak with a BBC journalist who's a friend of that missing reporter. We'll hear from CNN reporters all over the front lines as well. And from the Desert Storm's 3rd Armored Division, Commander Lieutenant General Paul Funk. General David Hackworth, United States Army retired. Caspar Weinberger, Secretary of Defense under President Reagan, and former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell. We'll start with Nick Robertson, who is now in safe territory in Amman, Jordan. He and 3 other CNN news people arrived safely in Jordan earlier today after being expelled by the Iraqi government. How were you told to leave, Nick?
Larry, they summoned us to a meeting, sat us down, told us for about 10 minutes everything that we'd done wrong, and then they said, that's it, we're closing your office, you have to leave the country immediately. We appealed it, we went to the Information Ministry, tried to meet with the Information Minister who was responsible for the decision, and were told again in no uncertain terms. In fact, the rhetoric ratcheting up from one Iraqi official who screamed at us literally and said, you are worse than the American administration, get out of Iraq now. So we were left in no question about it, Larry. We had to go, and that's what we did at first light this morning.
What did they say was the wrong you were doing?
Larry, they accuse us of being unprofessional in a number of ways, saying that we were responsible for rumors circulating among journalists. We had decided to change hotels in Baghdad. When we did that, many other journalists did. The Information Ministry didn't like that. CNN is perhaps one of the only organizations that's had a long history of having an office in Baghdad, and Iraqi officials in recent years have been giving CNN a particularly hard time expelling our bureau chief, Jane Araf, a few months ago, and it seems to be continuing at this time. It seems to be also, Larry, a reaction to the pressure that they're under, the Information Minister essentially having to tell Iraqis that the images that are seen on television of Iraqi soldiers surrendering and Bradley fighting vehicles storming through Iraq, he has to tell Iraqis those aren't true, and those images come across very strongly in Iraq on CNN, and it does seem to be in some way a backlash against that as well.
So did you go immediately, would you have a vehicle, go immediately to it, and the three of you drive off?
We couldn't. When they told us it was late in the afternoon, and by the time we could have organized it, it was already dark, and we realized that leaving after dark was just too unpredictable with an air campaign underway. We would have to travel up what used to be known in the last Gulf War as Scud Alley, and when we traveled up it today, you could see a number of shot up, burnt out vehicles. You just don't go up those roads at night, so we left in the morning. When we left, however, there was another air raid on, and you could hear the detonations, feel the detonations even rippling through the edge of the city. So it wasn't a very happy move, I must say, and we wanted to stay to report the news. I mean, that's what we do, and we feel it's very important. But we were given no alternative. We were told it was illegal to stay there, and the implication in Iraq at this time, when the intelligence officials begin to hold sway, we could end up in jail, and that's not a good option.
Before you left, Nick, all that bombardment took place, and where were you, and what was it like from your vantage point?
I was on the 17th floor of our hotel overlooking the presidential compound when this was happening, and it was shocking, and it was awesome as predicted by the Pentagon. The blasts were incredible. The strength was formidable. They didn't blow out the windows in the building I was in there, but they blew them open. They blew plaster off the walls. You could feel the reverberations standing where we stood up there in that room, and it was a very, very impressive display of military might, precision bombing, military capability, and the message must be very, very clear to the Iraqi leader. His time has come. The writing here isn't just on the walls, Larry, it's shaking the walls for him.
Lieutenant General Paul Funk is in Austin, Texas. He commanded the 3rd Armored Division during Operation Desert Shield. How different is it this time, General?
Well, I think the simultaneity of the attack, of course, Larry, is one of the facts. The second thing, however, is that the ground troops are in essence mounted in the same equipment we were mounted in during the Gulf War. A lot more precision with weapons from the air and, of course, rocketry. But on the ground, it'll be the same type of equipment and the same kind of fighting that we saw, particularly when the U.S. units hit and the British units hit the Republican Guards.
And David Hackworth, anything happened today that changed your view of last night, that this is about a 30-day thing?
It's D+4, 4th day into the war. The 3rd Mech Division, U.S. Army's 3rd Mech, is going high diddle-diddle right up the middle, breaking all kinds of track records. I think the Marine Corps will soon break out of Basra and join them on their flank and also race to Baghdad. The closer we get to Baghdad, I think the stiffer the resistance will go. That is, if leadership's still in position, and the tougher the fight may go, especially if the Republican Guard decides to slug it out. But for now, it's going. You couldn't ask for a better plan, and it's being executed brilliantly.
Gary Tuckman, who's usually in Chicago or sometimes in New Orleans, very often in San Francisco, our roving man, finds himself embedded tonight with the United States Air Force near the Iraqi border. Gary, what's happening where you are?
Well, Larry, it's now after 5 in the morning here in the Persian Gulf. We've been standing on the flight line at this air base near the border of Iraq for about 12 hours, and there's been no let-up in the planes going to Iraq and the warplanes coming back from Iraq. We are living here with more than 8,000 servicemen and servicewomen from the United States, from the United Kingdom, and from Australia, but this is primarily Air Force people from the U.S. And behind me, a very important plane at this particular installation. This is the A-10 Thunderbolt. It's known as the Warthog. It's an attack plane specifically designed to offer air support for ground troops. These planes have been coming in and out all day and all night. The latest information, Larry, we have from highly placed Air Force officials, for the first 48 hours of shock and awe, there will be 3,500 sorties, 1,500 in the last 24 hours. Of those 1,500, 800 are strike sorties using bombs or missiles. We want to give you a look at one of the planes coming in right now. This just came back from a mission to Iraq. You can see it right there. That is just arriving and taxiing down the runway in a southerly direction away from Iraq, just landing here. So that gives you an idea of what we have been seeing literally all day and night. We are being told by those highly placed Air Force officials, Larry, that during these missions over the past 24 hours, their Air Force planes have been, quote, pounding on Republican Guard forces. Larry, back to you.
Thank you, Gary. A lot of our reporters are with us for the hour. Nick Robertson will be with us for the hour. Some phone calls will be included later. Let's go now to Jim Lacey. He's embedded with the 101st Airborne at Camp Pennsylvania in northern Kuwait. That's where that earlier today, that incredible story, a hand grenade attack on the camp, a U.S. military, 10 soldiers injured. Jim Lacey of Time Magazine, what happened?
Hi, earlier tonight, about 1:45 a.m. our time, American soldier who's now in custody attacked the command tents, 2 separate tents, throwing grenades into them and yelling, "You're under attack," as he did it. He threw a total of 3 grenades. One of them seems to have been a dud. The other 2 went off, 1 in each tent. They're now reporting 12 injured, 6 seriously. 1 or 2 of them are now being said to be life-threatening wounds. They had, as I said, they had the soldier in custody. Criminal Investigation Division is here. They are interrogating him as we speak, or preparing him for transfer.
Jim, did you see the soldier, the alleged, commit the act?
No, it was, as I said, 1:45 in the morning here. My tent is right beside the 2 tents that were attacked, so I was up at the first blast, and a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos. I walked over to the tent. There was 2 soldiers lying outside, one lying outside of each of the tents, wounded. The sergeants who were on the spot were immediately getting things under control. It took about 2 to 3 minutes to get a medic here, but the soldiers were already getting first aid and getting bandages wrapped on them by the time I arrived on the scene, which was probably only a minute or 2 after the initial grenades went off. Somebody did see the person do it, was not able to identify him at that time.
Did you assist, Jim?
At the time, I did a little bit, but there's a lot of chaos, a lot of confusion. So,
all right,
General Funk. I did.
General Funk, is this? I don't want to guess psychological aspects here. Is this one of the side effect ravages of war?
Yes, but it's very, very infrequent. I think in Vietnam we did have some incidents like this over a long period of time. Fragging, it became called, and Colonel Heckworth undoubtedly knows about those kinds of incidents too. This is a real surprise, and it obviously is a personal vendetta by a soldier who was upset, probably at the chain of command.
Hack, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I go along with Paul's assessment. And it also could be just the flat stress that these kids are living under day in and day out, and his bottle wasn't too big, and he just cracked. We'll find out when the CID and the shrinks get done with it, but these things do happen in war.
Yes,
Jim Lacey, do you feel the stress there? Is someone covering it?
No, I don't believe this was stress. We are allowed to say that the soldier does have a Arabic last name. He had been identified by his chain of command as insubordinate and troublesome over the last few days, and had been told he was going to be in the stay-behind party when this unit moves forward. They were not going to bring him with them. He was identified as something was wrong, and obviously there was. But I don't think it has anything to do with the stress and the upcoming combat situation here.
So it was an act by someone apparently opposed to the war.
That would be a speculation, but I think more than one person is speculating that.
Jim Lacey, thanks for being on with us so early in the morning. We appreciate it. Now, what do you make of it, General Funk?
Well, certainly I'd say the same thing, that they were upset with him, they being the leadership. I'm real surprised if they were that concerned that they weren't watching him. At the same time, I really believe this is more personal. However, it could be against the war too. I mean, I certainly would understand that also.
Hack?
I think we'll find out after the investigation.
Yeah, we'll check back with Nick Robinson in a moment. But right now, let's go again by video phone to Frank Buckley, CNN correspondent, who's now embedded with the U.S. Navy aboard the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf. What's happening from your vantage point, Frank?
Well, Larry, flight operations are continuing aboard the USS Constellation as they are aboard two other aircraft carriers here in the Persian Gulf, the Abraham Lincoln and the USS Kitty Hawk. You'll recall about this time last night we were talking to the pilots who are returning from the first strikes into Iraq. They crossed the 33rd parallel for the first time, going north of the area that they've been patrolling since mid-December for Operation Southern Launch. They feel pretty satisfied about the job they've been doing. They say they are seeing anti-aircraft fire and surface-to-air firings as the Iraqi defenses attempt to reach them. But so far, all of the flyers have been able to return safely to the deck here of the Constellation.
Thank you, Frank. Let's bring in, along with Nick Robertson, and Frank, you stand by, who's Nick Robertson now in Amman, Jordan. Let's bring in John Sopel in Kuwait City. He's the BBC reporter who knows the ITN reporter, Terry Lloyd, who, along with two colleagues, is missing in southern Iraq. By the way, before we talk with John, Lloyd's photographer witnessed what happened, and let's hear from him, and then we'll talk with John. Watch.
Very heavy gunfire started towards my car from the right-hand side, and I had to duck down straight away. Windows were exploding, everything exploded inside the car. A split second I looked to the right, and the right door where my correspondent was open, and he was not there anymore. So I really and sincerely hope he managed to jump out the car. I stayed. The car went then into the ditch about 100, 200 meters further. They kept firing on it, and then it took fire, and I jumped out, went in a ditch, and then the car blew up completely.
John Sopel, you know Terry Lloyd. What can you tell us about him, and what do you fear?
Well, he was a good guy. I mean, you know, I had a drink with him about 2 or 3 nights ago in the Sheraton Hotel here in Kuwait City. You know, what always happens on stories like this is you bump into people you've been on previous stories with, on other assignments in other places, and you have a beer, you say, hi, how's it going? And your competitors, you know, he worked for the rival network in Britain, but you're friendly competitors, and we got on very well, and all the BBC people got on extremely well with him. The cameraman who you just heard speaking I know extremely well, because I'm normally based in Paris. Paris, he's normally based in Brussels, and we're forever bumping into each other on the road. This is the worst kind of thing that you dread the most whenever you go on a story in a dangerous place, that you're going to hear that maybe one of your colleagues is taken or is injured. You know, the fears are obviously the worst kind of fears. The hope is that maybe they've been taken hostage and that there'll be some kind of bargain go on for their release. But I mean, you know, it seems very vague what's happened to them, very few details at all. It all sounds extremely confusing, as these things are in times of warfare, and you just hope for the very best, but you fear.
John, do you think they will respect the sovereignty, if you will, of journalists? Journalists aren't supposed to be harmed.
No, but journalists have increasingly come to find themselves in the line of fire on stories like this, where, you know, people fail to distinguish between the country you come from and maybe what the country is doing. I heard by, you know, a parallel about 3 French journalists who were taken by the Iraqis but were apparently freed because of the stance taken by the French government. Now, if that is happening to the French journalists, you worry what might happen to the British and American journalists. Of course, wherever we go in the world, we ought to be judged on, you know, the fact that we are trying to report something fairly objectively in difficult circumstances, and not, frankly, we're not there. Terry Lloyd is not there as a representative of the British government. Neither am I, and neither are your CNN reporters on the ground, representatives of the U.S. administration.
Nick Robertson, what do you make of this story?
It's deeply troubling. It's a fear that everyone would have going into these situations. War is very fluid, it's unpredictable, and incidents like that can happen. And we can only hope that Terry and his team come out of this okay. John's right, that one has those fears, and there's nothing one can do except fall back on one's training and hope that perhaps the team is able to stick together in some way and is able to help each other and support each other through whatever they may be going through at this time. Iraqis say that as far as journalists are concerned and how they'll treat them, if they're invited into the country, then they'll be treated like anyone else invited into the country, warmly, given all the hospitalities, courtesies, whatever their countries may be doing. They say it's a different matter, though, for anyone who's coming into their country who hasn't been invited in. And I think it was very worrying a couple of days ago to listen to Iraqi officials describing the coalition forces as war criminals and breaking international law. It's the sort of thing that tends to lead up to saying that they won't be treated under, any captives may not be treated under Geneva Conventions. It all is very troubling at this time, Larry.
Also, one wonders, for John and Nick, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, I'll ask you both, get the thoughts of the other panelists as well and other reporters, why you do the things you do. We'll be back in 1 minute. Don't go away.
Smart move, Dave. Consolidated with Dell PowerEdge servers. Highly available, highly scalable. Intel Xeon processors. Cuts costs across the board. So you're not going to miss those old servers, right?
Oh, Tony. What did you do with the old servers?
Nothing.
That's our drinking fountain, isn't it?
You mean Hydra?
Find out how you can cut costs across your enterprise. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
I got it.
Got what?
The moral loophole.
The moral loophole?
I buy drugs. I might be supporting terror. Might is the moral loophole.
So you might be helping drug dealers shoot little kids. And you might be helping drug cartels slaughter innocent families. And you might be helping terrorists do things so awful that we can't even conceive them yet.
We'll be right back with Nick Robertson and John Sopel. Michael Ware of Time Magazine will also join us. But first, let's go to Kalak in northern Iraq, where Brent Sadler is standing by. We understand he can talk about the impending battle for Mosul and Kirkuk and talk about aerial strikes on Mosul as well. Brent, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hi, Larry. Another night of attacks against Mosul and Kirkuk, these two key northern cities. Maybe we have the video of the latest attack on Mosul. Coalition forces striking at leadership targets there. We know that in the past 24 hours, Saddam Hussein, one of his palaces, was attacked in Mosul. Also the headquarters of military intelligence and troop concentrations in military barracks. Also in the last 24 hours in these series of airstrikes, an attack against Kirkuk Air Base. Very important airbase, very huge airbase. I was back there in 1991 when the Kurds briefly took the Kirkuk airstrip during the rebellion against Saddam Hussein. Huge airbase, lots of underground bunkers. So another night of bombing here, Larry. Just one word to add, Terry Lloyd. We're talking about him missing down in Kuwait. I worked with Terry with ITN for 10 years. He's a very experienced journalist, very, very good on the road, and the kind of journalist who would want to really get to the sharp end of what's going on. We all hope he comes back safely.
Those of us who stay at home in the friendly confines of studios are always amazed at people who do what they do, like you. Michael Wear joins us now. He's by phone from Shoresh, northern Iraq. He's a reporter for Time magazine. He was on the scene of that suicide bombing at a checkpoint in northern Iraq today. Several people, including an Australian news cameraman, were killed. What did you observe, Michael?
Larry, what happened was a number of journalists went to this checkpoint, which was controlled by the Kurdish opposition forces. 24 hours ago, it was in the hands of Islamic militants who are working with a group called Ansar Islam, which is backed by Al-Qaeda, in a war that's been running here with the Kurdish forces for the past year. At this checkpoint, a taxi approached as the Australian cameraman was taking his last shots there of the Kurdish soldiers dashing across a field. Whilst he was standing there, the taxi pulled up next to him with just one man in the vehicle. It stopped beside him, and then it detonated in an enormous explosion. There was a great fireball and filthy black smoke that belched into the sky. The impact was enormous. A nearby building was settled.
4, 5, 6.
I think we've lost telephone contact there. We'll try to pick it up again with Michael Wear. John Sopel, the obvious question is why do you do the things you do? Why do you go to the hunt?
Because people are interested and fascinated with what is happening wherever a story is unfolding, and you've got to get there to try and give people some sort of account of what is happening on the ground. I mean, I don't think people, the journalists that go, some are, a few are, but I don't think most people are gung-ho and thinking it's all fantastically exciting, we're under fire, isn't this great? I mean, there are people who describe themselves as combat cameramen, and that always kind of worries me, a phrase like that, because we're not soldiers. But I think that also we're trained. I mean, you know, in the BBC they take great efforts to make sure that we are as safe as we possibly can be, that we can judge the risks before going into a place. And so it's not just abandoning all caution and saying, well, let's just go there and see what it's like. If it's an active front line, you try and stay away from it. And I suspect that sort of Terry Lloyd inadvertently found himself, you know, pretty close to a front line, and that is why he found himself, you know, positioned between Iraqi and US forces. We're not mad. I think that people have a thirst for knowledge when there is something troubling like a war going on, and they want people to sort of be there and sort of give them some kind of eyewitness account of what's happening.
Hack, what does the soldier think of the journalist at the front lines?
Well, I have that rare thing of doing both. I've been a soldier, been a war correspondent, especially during Desert Storm and so on. And I remember Desert Storm, I had more guns pointed at me than I had as a soldier. I have extraordinary respect for the press corps, the guys that go through Afghanistan and the Vietnams and Central America and out there now. They're extraordinarily brave folks, and as your reporters have said, what their mainline shot is bringing the people back home the truth. And the people now kind of focus on the hundreds and hundreds of reporters in the last 20 years that have died in the call of duty.
General Funk, you feel the same?
Yes, I think I do agree with David. I think I was just sitting here thinking, I think good reporters in the field must be like good soldiers in that they have to be mission-oriented. And my hat's off to them. The guys that were with us in Vietnam, I was in A Troop, 1st of the 9th Cavalry in the 1st Cavalry Division, were extremely brave, those that came out with us. So I don't think they're mad. I think we're lucky to have them.
Nick Robertson, why do you do it?
Pursuit of the truth, Larry, it's really simple. I think that people not only want it, they should have access to it, the truth about any situation. Then they can be informed. It's what about informed consent is in democracy, and I think that people do fundamentally want that, and I hope that as journalists we can help deliver that to them. And that's what drives me, pursuit of the truth.
But you will agree, Nick, that not all journalists do what you and John and others do. And they want the truth too, they just don't want to have bullets shot at them.
I don't either really want to have bullets shot at me. I've never considered myself to be a brave person in any stretch of the imagination. I was fascinated to hear that assessment of being mission-oriented. Sometimes I worry that in pursuit of the truth I do get tunnel vision too much. But I think as long as one weighs in all the safety issues and one does rely on the training, John talked about that, the BBC gets training, we get training, many other journalists get specific combat type training these days, and I think if one weighs all that in and puts that into the sort of mission focus, if you will, then when we can get there and we can get to the truth in most situations, and we can do it safely. Sometimes one has to remember that luck can run out, but don't rely on luck, and hopefully it won't run out.
No. Thank you, Nick. Hold right there, Nick. We're going to go to headlines in just a moment. We want to get back in with Michael where we lost his phone contact, and he was finishing up describing what happened to that Australian news cameraman. Michael, can you hear us okay now?
Yes, I can, Larry.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, as I said, as the vehicle pulled up next to the cameraman, it detonated in a huge blast, instantly killing him and 2 soldiers. It also wounded an Australian TV reporter and 8 other soldiers and civilians. It was a terrible tragedy, and it was a horrific scene there in the aftermath. But this is the nature of these things, Larry. The front lines shift and move all the time, and sometimes you have to be aware of that. Or in an incident like this was the terrorists infiltrating behind the enemy lines into civilian territory and striking where people least expect it or where it can be least defended.
And definitely an act of a terrorist.
Yes, most certainly, Larry. The question is which terrorist group, but to some degree it doesn't matter. Here in northern Iraq, in a small pocket against the Iranian border, there's 3 groups of Islamic militants who are essentially working together. They're led at the spearhead by the group Ansar al-Islam, which principally receives al-Qaeda support in terms of money, in terms of equipment, in terms of training. It is believed from Western and Kurdish intelligence sources that al-Qaeda veterans of the Afghan campaign are now in these hills. They also receive support from Iranian hardline elements and some Iraqi intelligence agencies.
So it could be any.
This is where the suicide bomber came from.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. We're going to take a break for the headlines and come right back. And we'll be meeting, by the way, former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and the former Majority Leader of the United States Senate, George Mitchell. Our generals remain with us, and so too does Nick Robertson and John Sopel. And right now, Heidi Collins gets us up to date on all that's happening right to this minute. Here's Heidi.
Thanks, Larry, and hello to you, everyone, from CNN Center. Checking the latest developments now. According to a Financial Times reporter embedded with the Army's 101st Airborne Division, a U.S. soldier is among those being questioned in connection with a grenade and small arms attack at the division's camp. A military spokesman says at least 13 people were wounded in the attack, 6 of them seriously. In northern Iraq, territory controlled by the radical Muslim group Ansar al-Islam was hit during a U.S. cruise missile attack. The U.S. contends the group has ties to the al-Qaeda terrorist group. An Australian news cameraman was killed today when the taxi cab he was in blew up at a checkpoint in northern Iraq. 3 Kurdish fighters also died. Kurdish officials are blaming the blast on a suicide bomber. Also today, a Marine unit met some resistance near the southern city of Basra. The unit suddenly encountered enemy fire as they worked to destroy abandoned Iraqi tanks. There were no reported casualties. The Marines completed their mission and headed west unchallenged. As coalition forces wage war in Iraq, Americans are speaking out, both in support of the troops and against the war. New York City police say a massive anti-war demonstration there today drew more than 200,000 protesters. And while opponents of the war were on the march in downtown Chicago, demonstrators gathered nearby to show their support for American troops. And those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq.
What do you make, Lieutenant Funk, General Funk, I'm sorry, what do you make of protests that still go on?
Well, I mean, after all that.
The body double for Saddam's son, Uday Hussein. Latif, thank you for being with us on the phone. Do you think Saddam is alive or dead?
He's alive, yes.
Now, why do you think he's alive?
We have some information from Baghdad coming, and we know he's alive. And the picture what we saw on the Iraqi TV was Saddam Hussein, not his double.
Now, what information do you have from Baghdad?
I'm sorry, I can't say it. Just he definitely is alive.
He definitely is. Can you give me, I know you don't want to reveal your sources and your inside information, but what type of information are you getting? Because U.S. authorities are saying they don't see a command and control structure, they've seen no movements from him. What type of information are you getting that's making you say he is alive? This is definitive from you.
I'm sorry, the U.S. sources all the time, this is a war, as a propaganda, as a media, Secondly, I want just to make it clear, I'm really completely against this war. This war is madness. This war cost the civilian life. American military say go to kill Saddam and weapon mass destruction. This war is against civilian. If you watch the TV, the civilian has been killed. My family was one of the victims in Iraq, and I can't support this war. This is madness.
Latif, I want to ask you, you say you can't support the war, but you certainly have to be frustrated with Saddam Hussein. You've had problems with his family.
Yes, I know. I am against Saddam. He's evil. I can't define him. As can't be. I don't let American come and invade my country because Saddam is evil.
Well, let's talk about, because you have a very close relationship, or you did, with the entire family. And what many people in the military are wondering now, and they're using as evidence to say that he may be dead, and of course nobody knows, is we haven't seen him. They think he would come out publicly, maybe do live. We've seen these broadcasts, as you point out. But give us a sense, because you know firsthand during the Gulf War, how he sort of evaded us during the Gulf War for a while. Apparently, he went from house to house and went in hiding. Tell us about that.
First, in the first Gulf War, yes. He emptied all the palaces. He put all the documents outside Baghdad. As in normal houses, he was outside Baghdad. He don't stay 1 hour in any place. He was driving normal cars. He was dressed like Arab Bedouins. He's a clever. He's not a stupid person. He built his intelligence service in 34 years. And he's not kind of person he got to say to America, I am here.
And where do you think he's now? Where do you think he is staying now?
Nobody know, be honest with you. And any intelligence service say they know exactly where Saddam Hussein be lie. Because this man, he's a kind of person, he disappeared in 2 minutes.
But you believe he's in country, he is still in Iraq?
He's still in the country, yes.
Okay, and now, again, you are hearing from in Baghdad. What are they saying to you? What type of information are they saying to you?
We have people inside Baghdad. I don't talk about Iraqi opposition. They are criminal more than Saddam Hussein. I don't believe one of the Iraqi opposition, and especially what is supported by Iraq, CIA or British.
But the people next to him who you are speaking with are saying he is alive?
Yes.
Okay, Latifa Yahia, thank you very much, and we appreciate you being with us. And joining me now from his home in Connecticut is former Secretary of State Dr. Henry Kissinger. Dr. Kissinger, lovely to have you on again.
Good to be on with you.
Dr. Kissinger, this is pretty interesting. I have to talk about what we just heard from Latifa Yahia, and this is a man who knows the situation, he knows the family. He says, and what we just heard, that he spoke to somebody in Baghdad, somebody close to Saddam Hussein, and he is sure he's alive. Do you agree?
I have no possible way of knowing it.
What do you think, though, Dr. Kissinger, based on sort of everything you're hearing?
Well, I think he's probably alive. I don't know whether he was injured. And I base this on the fact that the CIA has said that the voice they analyzed in that tape was the voice of Saddam.
Do you believe, as we heard in the Gulf War in 1991, he was out of pocket for a while, as we just heard sort of about his lifestyle, that he was going from house to house. How do you think, knowing Saddam, you've been watching him for some time, of course, as many of us have been keeping an eye on him. What do you think he's doing now, if he is alive?
Well, if he's alive, he's probably has to spend a lot of his time moving around and figuring out how he can move around so that he won't be discovered by American reconnaissance. And that obviously distracts from his ability to conduct the war from the Iraqi side. And it's also highly probable that these attacks that we've been conducting have disrupted communications and have probably injured some of his closest advisors.
You know, the U.S. officials are essentially saying, we don't believe he's alive or dead. I also want to ask you, and this is something we have not talked about, is it possible we're also baiting him, trying to get him to come out so we know again where he is?
No, he won't come out in a way that we can see him. But the purpose of the war is not to kill Saddam Hussein. The purpose of the war is to wreck his command and control system and to destroy his military capacity. And it might make it easier if he were dead, because it might create additional confusion. But I'm sure that the Joint Chiefs are keeping their eye on the fundamental problem, which is to destroy the Iraqi military capacity. And to me, it looks as if we're making reasonable progress there.
Yeah, it certainly does. Now, you've been involved in a lot of sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations, and as a reporter who's covered a number of wars and sort of sticky situations, often what is happening publicly is different than what's happening privately. Do you think there are any private talks or any possible individuals reaching out? We've seen a number of reports, and some of them people say, you know, his bunk is not accurate. But do you think there are any private door talks to get to him or to his leadership that have been going on with the U.S. administration or with an intermediary?
Well, I don't believe there are any negotiations in the sense of working for a compromise going on. I believe that it is possible, and it's likely, that we have offered the various Republican Guard commanders, those are the troops that are particularly designed to protect him, and they're the best units that the Iraqi army has. It is very likely that we have offered them some sort of surrender terms and some sort of assurances that whoever surrenders will not be tried for war crimes and therefore get some immunity for himself and his family. That would be the negotiation that is going on. I cannot imagine a compromise agreement being made. And I cannot imagine that anything will be agreed to that keeps Saddam and his top group in power.
Everybody that knows Saddam that I've spoken with, too, say that he wouldn't even accept an exile offer, that this is a man who's either going to be killed or kill himself or ask someone to kill him when we squeeze him in. Is that your sense?
The trouble, yes, that's almost certainly true. He is so paranoid that he has executed members of his own cabinet at cabinet meetings. And the idea that he would trust anybody who gives him an assurance of survival in exile, where he no longer controls the security system, is highly improbable to me. So he will either go into hiding or get killed.
What do you think's next after Iraq?
Or get captured.
Or get captured, exactly. Do you think the U.S. Military wants him captured or killed?
I think if he were killed, it would save a lot of problems, because
The strike on Iraq continues, and CNN is there every night to get a look ahead. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Executive Jeep announces incredible savings at our state-of-the-art facility on Universal Drive in North Haven. Now get rebates and discounts up to $5,000 and low finance and lease rates on our entire inventory. Get a new 2003 Liberty Sport for under $20,000 or a new 03 Grand Cherokee for under $24,000. Plus, get free lifetime oil changes with every new Jeep. The best values in America are here now at the totally new Executive Jeep. Exit 9 off I-91 North Haven.
How you live says a lot about who you are, your decor, your architectural style. Your home reflects your personality. When you choose Marvin Windows and Doors, you get exactly what you want. The Marvin Window and Door Showcase at Brantford Building Supplies has everything you'll need for your home project. Their professionals will guide you every step of the way. Marvin Windows and Doors, made for you. Visit the Marvin Showcase at Brantford Building Supplies on Main Street in Brantford.
Sniffing things to get high can deprive your brain of the oxygen it needs to keep you alive.
When faced with the possibility of breast cancer, you shouldn't have to agonize for weeks or even days to learn the truth. At Griffin Hospital's Rapid Diagnostic Breast Center, not only do you get your results quickly, but our special breast care coordinator is by your side every step of the way. Griffin Hospital, changing the face of healthcare in so many ways.
Estimate, people are saying about 13. Two of those injured were gunshot wounds, and the rest, or I guess all of them, had fragmentation wounds from the grenades. 4 being described as having serious injuries. There's a U.S. soldier that's been detained and questioned in connection with the attack. We're being asked not to release certain details about that, but I think it's fair to say that he's among the top suspects. There have been other people detained here in connection with the attack. So as far as the problem is that we're being asked not to release a whole lot of details about exactly why he's being detained and more details of the action.
Thank you, Charles. Charles Clover of the Financial Times. Of course, we had that report earlier as well. Joining us now in Bar Harbor, Maine is Caspar Weinberger. In Miami is George Mitchell. Caspar, former Secretary of Defense, what do you make of the action to this minute?
Well, I think it's going extraordinarily well. It's so very different, of course, than the war that I knew in the Pacific, but it is a very impressive example of the training and the equipment and the spirit, the morale of our forces. And I think it is going extraordinarily well under what are clearly very difficult conditions.
George Mitchell, what do you read? What's your read?
Larry, the outcome has never been in doubt and is not now in doubt. The military imbalance between the United States and Iraq is so great that a U.S. victory is absolutely certain, and the only question is how long and at what cost. And I agree that it appears to be going approximately according to the United States plans.
You were once, Caspar, in fact, in a book you wrote in 1998 called The Next War, you said even if the next war were a replay of Desert Storm, it would be substantially more difficult to fight and win than it was in '91. The U.S. force that defeated Saddam Hussein no longer exists. What we have today is a military that's a shadow of its